Carter simply explained the matter to Fang Zhao and asked if Fang Zhao was able to borrow a car on his end. Nanfeng had helped Fang Zhao rent a car beforehand, but the hotel was too far from the airport, so fetching someone from the airport would take too much time. In addition, the car had already been lent to Silver Wing for an emergency, and he wouldn't be able to get the car back immediately. Fang Zhao got Nanfeng to ask around to check if there were any available cars while Fang Zhao himself sent messages to a few people. He remembered Tan Min, so he sent a message first, as he wasn't sure whether it was convenient for Tan Min to pick up a call at the moment. Presently, Tan Min had just stepped out from a screening hall. He had wanted to learn from Fang Zhao and take notes while watching a movie, but he had only written down 2 words when he'd slapped his forehead. I was nearly lead into the gutter by Fang Zhao. Smart recording software is available, why do I need to write with my hand? The main reason he couldn't manage it was because his writing speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which his brain thought. Tan Min was rather slow and his scripts were all entered into his computer. Tan Min had just finished watching that movie and had recorded some of his thoughts regarding the movie via speech when he saw Fang Zhao's message and immediately called back. I just finished a movie screening. Tan Min didn't say more and waited for what Fang Zhao had to say. He knew that Fang Zhao contacting him at this time meant that he definitely had a situation. I have a senior who will be heading over here to attend an activity, but the roads are jammed and he can't leave. Do you know anybody in the area of the airport? Could you help send them to the venue? Fang Zhao briefly explained the matter and expressed that he was willing to fork out extra money. With the current market price, although the journey from the airport to the venue was less than 30 minutes, hiring a local civilian vehicle was especially expensive, and the price would rise according to the urgency. Hearing what Fang Zhao had said, Tan Min quickly told him, "All right, I will help you ask around and see if I have any friends who are passing by. Local cars are all booked beforehand and many are chartered for the entire day. It is all down to luck now." "Thanks." "Heh, welcome." "All right, I will go ask around." About 2 minutes later, as Fang Zhao was asking others, Tan Min replied. "How many people are there with your senior?" "A total of 7 people and 3 24-inch packages." "That's good. I have a friend who just sent people to the airport. He will be heading to the venue to fetch a group, so he can bring you senior's group along." "What is your senior's name?" "George Quintero." "The fare." "Don't bother about the fare. Hurry up and inform your senior. It's best to send a few photographs. My friend will be arriving shortly. His vehicle number plate is." Tan Min passed on the details to Fang Zhao. "Thank you." Fang Zhao didn't waste any time and informed Carter immediately after ending the call with Tan Min. Carter immediately contacted those at the airport. George Quintero was dripping with perspiration as he waited inside a coffee shop. When he heard the communications device ring, he picked up the call immediately. "Teacher. Send a photo of yourselves over and wait beside the road. There will be someone there to pick you up shortly." Carter wasn't interested in listening to any small talk. All right. Thank you, teacher. You are still as awesome as ever. Don't thank me. This time, it was your junior fellow disciple who lent a hand. Today, my face has already been shamed by you." After informing them of the vehicle number plate and ranting some, then forwarding the photographs over to Fang Zhao, Professor Carter decided to listen to some ballads to calm his nerves down. Before he put on his earpiece, Carter felt as though he had forgotten something, but after mulling it over for a few seconds, he wasn't able to recall what it was. "Never mind, it can't be anything important if I can't remember it." Carter stopped wondering and listened to his tunes. On the other side, George Quintero wiped away the perspiration from his face after receiving a tongue lashing from Professor Carter as he thought to himself, "Wasn't I just asking you for help for someone to arrange a car? Why did you have to be so irritable? Unless Teacher Carter encountered a bottleneck recently while composing? Or perhaps old Mr. Emo criticized him somehow. That's not right, junior fellow disciple. George Quintero finally caught the main point and kneaded his chubby face while trying to think hard. Who is this junior fellow disciple? Professor Carter was already over 100 years of age and had groomed too many masters and PhD students. After George Quintero had finished his apprenticeship, he hadn't been too familiar with most of Professor Carter's other disciples beyond the minor impression he'd had of 10 or so of the more prominent ones. Junior disciple. The last disciple to be accepted would surely be called junior fellow disciple, but George Quintero had no either who the last one to have been accepted was. Despite flipping through his communications device's address book, he still wasn't able to determine who it was. However, this wasn't the time to think about it. He instructed his own students to quickly carry their luggage to the roadside and look out for the vehicle number plate that Carter had given him. About 2 minutes later, a local private sports car drove over. One side matched the photographs of the person, while the other side matched the vehicle number plate for confirmation. Verified. The driver gestured with his hands. Hurry up and get in. The other people waiting at the side watched this group enviously. Getting a car at this time was really too difficult. Hey, mister, the road you are taking is different from the navigation system, a student said as he checked the navigation system in his hands and the road outside. Didn't you see the number plate on my car? The roads this car of mine can take are different from others. The driver looked pleased. He really loved seeing foreigners look at him in admiration. A quick-witted student praised him. Oh, yours must be the so-called green pass plate that is limited to one per household. Of course. There won't be any obstructions on this road, and the number of cars allowed here is strictly limited. The road is smooth as well, so we can drive much faster. We will be able to reach the venue in 15 minutes. Nice, we can make it. The people in the car finally relaxed. One student lamented as he saw 2 signboards beside the road in the distance promoting the film festival. It's probably going to be a bumper harvest for Founding Era this year. The boards on the sides of the roads are all for Founding Era. When this was mentioned, the driver got excited. You can tell all this just from the nominations. For the drama series category, the others won't win anything. Us people from Corral Archipelago know this best. Founding Era is really good, and the others have no way of competing. Brother driver, how many chapters of Founding Era have you watched? I've watched them all. My favorites were the Shizhou, Muzhou, and Yanzhou chapters. I watched the fighting in Shizhou, the dogs in Muzhou, and Fang Zhao in Yanzhou. You are also a fan of Fang Zhao? Of course. Previously, he was all over the news because of his compositions being able to overcome the whole virus. After I saw the news, I finished watching the Yanzhou chapter. I'm not exaggerating, but that junior fellow disciple of yours is really impressive. The expressions of the others in the car froze. Junior fellow disciple. The driver found their reaction bewildering. Yeah, wasn't he the one who helped you guys arrange for the car? George Quintero's hand that was adjusting his appearance paused. My junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. Teacher, your junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. What? It is actually Fang Zhao. The driver in front immediately chuckled when he heard what these people were saying. Are you guys trying to do a choral recital? George Quintero had a puzzled expression. How can my junior fellow disciple be Fang Zhao? When did this start? The driver grinned even more. It's your own fellow junior, what are you asking me for? These people are really too foolish. In any case, Fang Zhao contacted my friend who in turn asked me for help. Now, vehicle resources here are scarce and have all been booked as of a few days ago. Luckily, I was on my way to the venue to pick some people up, so this journey is on the way. Otherwise I really wouldn't have had the time to pick you guys up, the driver said. It's that busy? A young student asked. Of course. All year round, it is only these few days where it's a holiday and there isn't work. There are people all around who are crazy film buffs. However, each year, during these few days, we all double up as drivers. The driver's smile widened. He wasn't complaining the slightest. It's like a supplement to our income. Another young student was curious. Then you people who take on roles as drivers during this period can earn quite a bit, right? Not much, not much. Just enough to live well. The driver might have said it was not a lot, but the sides of his lips continued to curl upward, and his voice was cheery. I'm not bragging, but we have a family here with a licensed car who are hardworking enough. The three of them take turns driving in shifts. Do you know how much they can earn in these 10 days? The few young students in the car were all extremely curious. How much? The driver extended the 5 fingers of one hand. Over $1 million. The others in the car. The figure is rather astonishing, but why did he have to put out 5 fingers? The few young students' attention had been shifted, but George Quintero was still absent-mindedly kneading his face, and he didn't even realize that his hairstyle had already become messy. My junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. When did teacher accept a new disciple? That was the Fang Zhao who had ties to the commercial and artistic circles as well as the chaotic entertainment circle. How had his own teacher, who was a firm believer in academia, accepted a disciple like Fang Zhao? Bewildered, George Quintero asked a few fellow disciples, yet they didn't know about this matter either. By the time the car had arrived at the venue, George Quintero still hadn't solved this doubt. In his heart he thought, teacher is also too much. He didn't mention that his junior fellow disciple was Fang Zhao, and he didn't give me a way to contact this junior. After arriving at the destination and thanking the driver, the car drove off before they could even ask about the fare. George Quintero reported his status to Carter and incidentally asked about Fang Zhao as well. A short while later, Carter replied, evidently still in a bad mood. Remember that it was your junior fellow disciple who helped you this time around. When you are there, if Fang Zhao encounters any difficulties, you guys have to look after him, understand? How can we take care of him? Isn't this sort of place his home ground? According to George Quintero's point of view, this was the home ground of people belonging to the entertainment circle, including those teams that specialized in producing music for films. As for them, the academics, this sort of place made them feel slightly uncomfortable. However, even if this was outside of their sphere, George Quintero felt that he couldn't shame his teacher, and since he had been invited by a cooperative partner, he ought to put on an air fit for the occasion. Raising his head and puffing out his chest, George Quintero put on a proper appearance as he led the students into the venue, oblivious to the fact that his students were all bragging to their friends in various chat groups. We have reached the venue. We made it. My teacher's junior helped us arrange a car, and a green license at that. We've got photos to prove it, image. On top of that, I just found out that my teacher's junior is actually Fang Zhao. Yes, it's that famous genius Fang Zhao. Help, what were the students of masters in the old era called? What can I call Fang Zhao when I see him that won't sound so flattering but will still sound close? After Fang Zhao helped Carter resolve his students' transportation issue, he started preparing for the prize ceremony. The prize ceremonies for film and TV at the Corral Film Festival took place on separate days. The one honoring TV shows took place a day before the presentation ceremony for movies. All the hotels near the venue for the film festival were fully booked, barring hotels that were reserved for actors and celebrities. Fans could only settle for locations some distance from the venue. Many of them rented office spaces or even flats from locals. Nanfeng handed Fang Zhao a piece of paper. Boss, this is your itinerary. Nanfeng had shown Fang Zhao a draft schedule earlier, but this was a more detailed rundown that factored in possible complications at the venue. Cognizant of the fact that Fang Zhao lacked experience in events like this, Nanfeng had sought out many seasoned assistants for advice, which he had incorporated into this final schedule. Also, Silver Wing is asking whether you need help with your schedule, Nanfeng said. Fang Zhao studied Nanfeng's itinerary and waved his hand. This is great. No need for Silver Wing to send anyone. Nanfeng couldn't help flashing a smile, but he quickly restrained himself. He thought he should come off as a steady ship before his boss. He couldn't break into a silly smile because of a single line of flattery. Nanfeng recovered his composure and continued, "Boss, you received 2 nominations, so you have to walk the red carpet. But we have no idea who your partner on the red carpet will be. We'll only find out when we arrive at the venue. This is decided by the organizers, we can only play along. That's how things have always been done at Corral. If we have suggestions, we can pass them along ahead of time, but the organizers might not accept them. Typically, only the cream of the crop in the entertainment industry can sway the organizers." The bottom line was that as far as the entertainment industry was concerned, Fang Zhao had neither enough stature nor seniority to pull rank with the organizers. Fang Zhao understood this as well, so he didn't have any suggestions. He was happy to defer to the organizers. Zuiyu was intrigued and began brainstorming. What if they decide to set you up with an actress who's calculating? Is she going to try to fake a relationship with you? Fang Zhao had never been associated with anyone romantically. Plus, there was no shortage of headlines about Fang Zhao. He didn't need a scandalous affair to boost his visibility. What about the paparazzi, who claimed to be ubiquitous? Quite a few entertainment journalists were tracking Fang Zhao closely, looking for a scoop, but the problem was that they had trouble following the man himself. The journalists sent to film Fang Zhao secretly had been roughed up by Fang Zhao's bodyguards. The bodyguards had been quite strategic in their use of force. They hadn't inflicted any obvious wounds. A hospital checkup hadn't revealed any injuries serious enough to cause public outrage. The incident wasn't worth making a story out of. In that case, there was even less news about Fang Zhao during the film festival. It was all trivial stuff. The pictures that the journalists had managed to take weren't clear shots and had been taken from odd angles. As for a scandalous affair or whatnot, forget about it. There was absolutely no sign online that any entertainment journalist had caught even a whiff of a scandal. Nanfeng sighed. As far as your red carpet partner is concerned, based on what I've found out about the Corral organizers, they typically pair up celebrities of similar stature. Plus, there are a limited number of slots at the red carpet for an award ceremony of this level. Either you're a nominee or a prominent figure in the industry. The scenarios where you painted is possible but highly unlikely. Nanfeng didn't think the contingencies what you suggested would happen. Actors who had a shot at the red carpet planned their careers carefully. Boosting their visibility through a fake romantic liaison was beneath them. If the story was mishandled, it would backfire and jeopardize their careers. But setting aside his professional responsibilities, as a spectator, Nanfeng wouldn't mind Fang Zhao getting romantically linked with someone. Alas, a thought was just a thought. As a competent assistant, he knew clearly what he should and shouldn't do. Still, Nanfeng felt he should be prepared, so he reached out to his friends to help stave off any possible storylines that might cast Fang Zhao in a negative light. Gotta let boss know my value. Gotta let boss realize I'm indispensable. Nanfeng had mapped out all sorts of scenarios and come up with responses. He was ready to see how things played out. Now all that was left was to escort boss to the venue. The presentation ceremony for the Golden Coral Awards for TV was also known as the Golden TV Series Gala. Add to that the founding era effect and there was a significant bump in turnout. The main island started getting busier the morning of the award ceremony. Many fans flocked to the venue to stake out strategic positions before the break of dawn. Locals living on the outlying islands also traveled to the main island first thing in the morning. Fang Zhao proceeded according to Nanfeng's itinerary. The assistant had allocated a bigger chunk of time this time around for wardrobe and makeup. The process was more meticulous than usual. Nanfeng was on hand every step of the way, not letting the smallest detail escape his attention. He felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. If he had his way, Nan Fong would have posted photos left and right. But he could only hold back due to his ethical obligations. "Boss, when we're ready here, we'll catch our ride to a side room at the venue and wait for further instructions. Let's head out after lunch. Also, boss, you should overeat a bit for lunch, otherwise you'll get hungry later in the day. There will be hairdressers and makeup artists at the venue. If you want to change your look or if your hairdo gets messed up, you can reach out to them. If they're unavailable, call me and I'll send someone over. Remember to watch what you eat when you arrive at the venue. You have to control your food intake. Don't eat or drink too much. Cut down on your fluid intake." Nanfeng's non-stop nagging got on Zuiyu's and Yen Biao's nerves. Too much hassle. What a nuisance. Figuring that he might not be able to eat much in the evening, Fang Zhao went all out during lunch. Nan Fong was left bewildered as he watched bowl after bowl of rice be emptied. "Boss, don't eat too much." Nan Fong was worried that Fang Zhao might need the bathroom at an important moment during the ceremony. Yen Biao whispered to Nan Fong, "Boss has a quirk, he has a huge appetite. Everyone from the set of Founding Era knows this." When Fang Zhao finally got up from his chair, Nan Fong clutched his chest and took a few deep breaths. "Gotta calm down, calm down." Fang Zhao and company got into the car they had booked well in advance and headed to the venue. The route from the hotel to the venue had long been planned. Barricades had been erected on both sides of the road. Police officers hovered nearby, while behind the barricades were packed passionate movie fans from all over the world. The car's windows were tinted, but those inside could still see out. Still, the fans went berserk every time a car emerged from the hotel. Even though the car was soundproofed, the sight of crazed faces and screaming mouths gave Yen Biao and Zuiyu the jitters. Yen Biao felt he had been exposed to a whole new world. No wonder the local government declared a holiday. How could you work in conditions like this? People were everywhere. He had no idea the island could fit so many people. I'm guessing the police officers from all the outlying islands have been diverted to this location. It'd be impossible to maintain order on the strength of the main island's manpower alone, Zuiyu said. There's more. Officers from other parts of Huangzhou are also sent here. Police districts closest to the archipelago and districts that have spare manpower all send folks over. Otherwise, traffic would come to a standstill, the driver said. Are there this many movie fans? I never felt this way attending other events. As a bodyguard, Yen Biao felt immense pressure. Even though he was quite confident, his knees weakened at the sight of this mob. After studying the clothes the fans were wearing and the signs they held, Yen Biao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, none of these were Fang Zhao's fans. Otherwise, he and Zuiyu would be stampeded. These are fans from all the continents. You've underestimated how crazy fans can get. Saliva flying, a frantic Nan Fong elaborated on the incredible drawing power of a film festival of this stature. It was his first time experiencing an atmosphere like this too. He had only admired from a distance in the past. Now he was part of the action. Zuiyu and Yen Biao had laid eyes on many global superstars while Fang Zhao had been filming Founding Era on Planet Y. They had seen top-tier actors from all the continents. They hadn't made much of it then, but in this context, the gathering of stars created a different spectacle. This was a home court advantage for the superstars of the entertainment industry. A single wave and smile could create a tsunami of squeals. Comparatively speaking, Fang Zhao really didn't have much of an edge. After arriving at the side room of the venue, Nan Fong pointed at the door. Boss, we'll have to drop you off here. We can't go inside. You've been briefed on what happens next. The organizers will guide you every step of the way, or just follow the lead of one of the more senior stars from Silver Wing. Someone will give you a heads up on your red carpet partner. If you run into any problems, just call me. I'll figure something out. It was Fang Zhao's first time at such an important event, and he had to walk the red carpet. Nanfeng felt like a parent sending his kid to school for the first time. He couldn't let go. If he had his way, he'd tie Fang Zhao to a leash and lead the way. Yen Biao eyed Fang Zhao, who showed no signs of nerves, then Nanfeng, who was sweating profusely and shivering. He recalled a saying from the old era, the eunuch panics vicariously for the emperor. Is Xiao Nanfeng a bit too tightly wound? Yen Biao couldn't help blurting out, Xiao Nanfeng, no, I mean Nanfeng, I think our boss is smarter than you are. He'll manage just fine. Nanfeng wanted to say, my ass, but seeing as Fang Zhao had already gestured to him, he held back. They couldn't linger. There was a long line of cars behind them. They had to make way. Boss, why don't you head in first? We'll be outside. Just call if you need anything. Nanfeng had booked a room near the venue. He and Yen Biao and Zuiyu would wait there. The towering skyscrapers near the venue were equipped with large screens that showed a live feed of the venue. The event hadn't started yet, so all that could be seen was droves of people heading in different directions. Folks had also staked out spots on rooftops. Word was that some rooftops had already been paid for. The moment Fang Zhao walked into the side room, he ran into a director who had just returned from a shoot on Planet Y. The director had rented some of his property on Y. Fang Zhao had met with the filmmaker twice while he had been filming Founding Era. Fang Zhao, you're here. Congrats on your 2 nominations. Judging from your performance in Founding Era, I think you're bound to bag at least 1 prize, the director said with a thumbs up. Commander Hui asked about you before I came back. He said to tell you to visit Y again when you had time. Fang Zhao figured that what Hui meant was to drop by Y again with his dog. It had to be said that there was simply too much star power at an award ceremony like this. One global superstar followed another. Fang Zhao didn't stand out at all. Even the brash Zero failed to cause a ripple here. Zero had been able to crash a red carpet or 2 during the film festival, but he wasn't good enough for the red carpet at the Golden TV Series Gala. He didn't have any quality productions under his belt. He lacked seniority. And gathered here were fans from all around the world and the top figures in the film and TV industry. Zero wasn't much of a factor. This wasn't Lijo. Every step had to be earned the hard way. The entertainment journalists might throw him a crumb or 2 when there wasn't any big news, but at a star-studded moment like this, they ignored Zero outright. It wasn't just Zero. Wu Tianhao, Barbara, and so on got the same treatment. They felt slighted. But either they bolted or they sucked it up. At a star-studded moment like this, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Fang Zhao. But he was someone who had been nominated for Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actor in a Drama, after all. When the awards came up, folks still mentioned the name Fang Zhao. But apart from having his arrival at the airport 2 days ago filmed, there had only been a dribble of news about Fang Zhao since the beginning of the film festival. Initially, quite a few folks had been clamoring online for news about Fang Zhao, but as items had surfaced about other stars, no one had had time to track Fang Zhao. But now that they had Fang Zhao in their sights, a few journalists who worked for media outlets close to the organizers approached for an interview. After giving 2 brief interviews, Fang Zhao made an excuse to bolt, avoiding the remaining few journalists. Journalists who had access to the side room all belonged to publications that had worked closely with the organizers for years. They weren't prone to stalking certain celebrities. After Fang Zhao left, they turned their attention to other actors. There were plenty of stars in attendance this night, plenty of people to interview. When Fang Zhao served himself some tea from a dispenser, he overheard a few directors whispering. "Hey, Oldly, I heard a while ago that you signed on for a project backed by the Renault family of Lijo and that kid from the Wu family from Tongzhou. Those 2 kids are both very generous. Is the project going well?" I have a script I'm thinking of pitching to them. Don't get me started. I'm suffering from internal bleeding here. Yes, the two kids are generous, but they both keep nagging me about starring in the film. The way they do things. What's wrong? I thought they did a good job in Founding Era. But that's Founding Era. What kind of production is that? Even the extras were professional actors, or at least highly experienced. It was a different atmosphere. Even if you were an average actor, your level was raised by everyone around you. But now that they've left the Founding Era set, they're showing their true mettle. These two spoiled brats, one just wings it, the other just tries to steal the show. The pressure had been immense on the Founding Era set. Even Zero had held back his usual antics. But now that he was working on a production he was investing in, he felt he could take liberties, plus, he was a slacker to begin with. Naturally his performance paled in comparison to his delivery on Founding Era. Other than that, Zero realized his beloved garlic didn't do its trick anymore. He either overacted or couldn't deliver the right emotions. Now Zero felt great about himself when he did his scenes, but everyone else found his delivery super awkward and stinging to the eyes. As for Wu Tianhao, he tried too hard to steal the spotlight, and he was over the top and pretentious. He even improvised from time to time. The director and screenwriter were too chickench *T to offend the two investors. All they could do was suck it up and keep shooting. In the end, a serious drama became a comedy. The two directors were deep in conversation when they caught a glimpse of Zero heading their way. They shut up immediately. The director who had just spoken turned away from Zero, lest he get busted. But Zero seemed to be fuming about something else. He looked like someone had robbed him of billions, he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Zero had just realized that all he had gotten was an invitation. The invitation gave him access to the award ceremony only. As for the red carpet festivities, he could forget about them. He didn't qualify. He had nothing to show for himself apart from that cameo in Founding Era. All his other films were major turnoffs, far from meeting the exacting standards of the Corral Film Festival. After repeated pleas from his agent, Zero had agreed to suck it up and stay. No wonder he looked so pale. Everyone who saw him coming their way ducked immediately. If I can't afford to piss him off, can't I hide? They thought. Cup of tea in hand, Fang Zhao steered clear of Zero as well. He ran into Si Lu, a fellow actor from the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era. Even though Si Lu was signed to Neon Culture, a Silver Wing rival, and the two companies were at loggerheads, Si Lu thought well of Fang Zhao. When he had played the lone swordsman Qi Guan on Founding Era, Fang Zhao had given him a few pointers. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Apart from Si Lu, Fang Zhao also ran into Qiao Tingjing, an actor who specialized in playing villains. A senior actor, Qiao Tingjing had passed on a few insights to Fang Zhao, but the wife braggart lived up to his name. A few sentences in and he was talking about his wife Windsor again. Qiao Tingjing hadn't been nominated, but Windsor had been nominated for Best Original Song and was therefore eligible for the red carpet. Qiao Tingjing was a bit upset because he hadn't qualified for the red carpet and thus couldn't walk with his wife. He was sad and a little jealous. Speaking of the red carpet, do you know who your partner is? Qiao Tingjing asked. Fang Zhao shook his head. I haven't heard yet. It's still early. You'll find out when the red carpet event begins. Don't be nervous. Remember not to drink too much water. It will affect your performance, Qiao Tingjing instructed before he parted ways with Fang Zhao. He was worried that Fang Zhao would overhydrate because of nerves and fail to bring his A game to the red carpet as a result. After Qiao Tingjing left, a man carrying a wine glass sauntered toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had never spoken to the man before. All he remembered was catching a glimpse of the person from a distance at the performance hall on Planet Y. He vaguely remembered the face, but he didn't know the man's name. You look like you're in good spirits. Are you ready for the red carpet? The man asked as he cocked his chin. I'm all set, Fang Zhao responded. You've already done well to have earned 2 nominations, but... The man gave Fang Zhao a knowing glance, crept closer, and lowered his voice to a whisper. Did you know that you were originally nominated in 3 categories, but the jury voted you down in 1 category because of your young age? The man took a sip of his wine, chuckled, and left. Fang Zhao didn't follow up, nor did his gaze linger on the mystery man. As soon as he turned around, he saw He Lizhi walking toward him. He Lizhi was an A-lister in Yenzhou and one of Silver Wing's top artists. He had been nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Coral Awards on several occasions. He had won Best Actor in a drama for his performance in an extremely popular TV series 5 years ago. This time around, He Lizhi wasn't among the Best Actor nominees. There were so many chapters to Founding Era. Only 5 actors were nominated. He Lizhi had known his odds would be slim when he had been cast in the role of Wu Yan because the character was played by 3 actors at 3 different ages. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage compared to his rivals. Even though he was a bit sad he hadn't been nominated, he had accepted the outcome. He and Fang Zhao weren't rivals anymore. Fang Zhao's focus was his music, so he didn't pose a threat. Plus, both artists were signed to Silver Wing. The Silver Wing board made a point of cultivating Fang Zhao. Duan Qianji had even personally asked He Lizhi to keep an eye on Fang Zhao at the film festival and pass on some pointers. What did that man say to you? I'm guessing nothing flattering. He Lizhi had approached Fang Zhao quickly in the first place because he had noticed the man's sly smile. Nothing major, Fang Zhao responded. Good. This is your first time attending an important event like this. Many folks are jealous that your first acting performance earned 2 nominations. There are plenty of people who want to see you make a fool of yourself, including the man who just approached you. No matter what they say, don't let it get to your head. Stay calm and composed. The time spent agonizing over their comments is better used practicing your acceptance speech. You're likely to win in one of the 2 categories. Got it. Great. If you have a question or run into a situation, feel free to get in touch. I see an old friend, I'm going to go say hi. He Lizhi had his own group of friends. He moved on quickly after the brief conversation with Fang Zhao. The crowd in the side hall grew in size. The soothing soundtrack piped by the sound system wasn't relaxing at all. Instead, the mood in the room grew increasingly tense with every passing second and minute. Fang Zhao also ran into Ji Polan and company. Ji Polan looked more sophisticated than he used to in his carefully tailored outfit made of a slightly reflective material. His posture and hand gestures were also smooth and elegant thanks to recent in-house training. His good looks added to his advantage. But there was definitely no shortage of pretty faces in the room. Advancements in plastic surgery meant there were countless, perfect, faces for the media to obsess over every year at the film festival. But how many of them qualified for the red carpet at an award ceremony of this stature? Not to mention, Ji Polan's face was still far from perfect. Regardless of how confident they were in Yenzhou, Ji Polan and friends paled in present company. Self-aware as they were, they stuck to a corner and avoided roaming the room. The several young actors that were part of Ji Polan's group were all priorities for Silver Wing. Otherwise, the label wouldn't have bothered to secure invitations to the Golden TV series gala for them. When the group noticed Fang Zhao, they approached to say hi. Big Bro Zhao. Big Bro Zhao is cutting quite the dashing figure today. This wasn't mere flattery. What appeared to be a simple black and white combination didn't come off as staid because of a sophisticated design that was mature and youthful at the same time. The slick cutting highlighted Fang Zhao's slim figure. Fang Zhao was impeccably groomed from head to toe. Nanfeng had gone all out crafting his boss's look. Even though he boasted fewer accessories, Fang Zhao wasn't one to be neglected, even if he just stood there. Maybe this was what they call a star's aura, G. Polan and company thought. You've decided to stick together? Fang Zhao asked as he scanned the group. These were all young actors. Silver Wing's senior stars were too busy to babysit them. Even if they wanted to make conversation with some of the bigwigs, they would be given the cold shoulder. All they could do was linger in a corner. One could be as obnoxious as one wanted on their home continent, but sharing the room with the biggest stars and most prominent entertainment executives in the world, it was smart to keep a low profile. There are big shots everywhere. Even the top stars from our continent have to play nice, one of the young actors said with a forced chuckle. He wanted to chuckle more naturally, but his entire body had started freezing up from the moment he'd entered the side hall. He could barely walk. He relaxed somewhat in Fang Zhao's company. They belonged to the same label, after all, and Fang Zhao was friendlier in comparison. It was like running into a fellow countryman abroad. Even if they didn't know each other and had never exchanged a single word before, they would still feel more at ease. We haven't seen you in a few days, Big Bro Zhao. We've been taking in the sights, and we watched 2 movies, another young actor said. At times like this, generating a few headlines for the Yenzhou news outlets would be considered mission accomplished. Generating stories for foreign publications was a different challenge altogether. Big Bro Zhao has been holed up writing papers, G. Polan answered on Fang Zhao's behalf. He knew about Fang Zhao's plans after the movie viewings. The others were clued in by G. Polan's response. Oh, that's right. He's still in school. He has other assignments. I haven't completed my assignment for the film festival yet, the young actor standing closest to the corner said with a distressed look. G. Polan explained with a chuckle when he saw Fang Zhao look over. His agent asked him to hook up with someone during the film festival. Any gender or race would do. His agent is the devil. Amen to that. All agents are devils, another actor seconded. What about you, Big Bro Zhao? Someone asked. I don't have an agent, Fang Zhao responded. Jealous. So jealous. What they envied wasn't the fact that Fang Zhao didn't have an agent looking over his shoulder but the fact that Fang Zhao could become so popular without relying on an agent. He didn't need an agent to fight for plum jobs. He could take care of everything himself. Take his role in Founding Era, for example. Silver Wing might not have been able to secure the part. It was Fang Zhao who had done the lobbying. Not to mention that Fang Zhao had a broad repertoire. Acting wasn't even his main focus. This was also the source of much envy. Oh, I forgot to ask. Big Bro Zhao, who's your partner on the red carpet? The red carpet event is about to start. G. Polan was curious. I have no idea. But before Fang Zhao could complete his sentence, he got word on his bracelet. It's Anna. I just received word. My red carpet partner will be Anna, Fang Zhao said. G. Polan and company took a collective deep breath. You mean the Anna who won the Golden Coral Award for Best Actress last year? She's been nominated for Best Supporting Actress this year as well. She's a super-list star in Huangzhou. Isn't her husband that really famous Huangzhou pop star Lan Jing? Indeed. Lan Jing, the genius singer-songwriter who's a regular among the top 3 on Huangzhou's pop charts. I'm a fan too. I went to see him when he went on his world tour 2 years ago. The name also rang a bell with Fang Zhao because Lan Jing was Mo Lang's final disciple. As Nan Feng had said, actors were typically paired with other actors of similar stature on the red carpet, even when it came to supporting actor nominees. But Anna was far superior to Fang Zhao in terms of stature within the film and TV industry. Someone must have pulled some strings. A gentle voice drifted over from behind them. Fang Zhao. The few that had been in the midst of discussion turned their heads, and their eyes lit up. What they saw was a lady with long golden curls and a white embroidered dress with an eye-catching silver pendant. She was elegant and graceful. However, when they realized who this person was, Ji Polan and the others became timid like quails. This extremely famous Huangzhou film star and recipient of the previous season's Best Actress award smiled at them as she glided over. Anna was in her 40s, but in the new era, she could still be considered relatively young. Furthermore, she maintained herself very well, so when she stood beside Fang Zhao, there didn't seem to be any age gap between the two. Anna gave a slight nod of her head toward Ji Polan and the others before glancing at Fang Zhao with a faint look, like a senior's warm gaze toward a junior. You can call me senior sister. My husband, Lan Jing, was Mo Lang's last disciple and most of my own music theory and knowledge was taught by him. I also studied with Venerable Mo for a period, thus, our circumstances seem slightly similar. So, it is fine to just call me senior sister. Anna's tone was cordial and, at the same time, told Fang Zhao that for this red carpet arrangement, she and Lan Jing had lent their strength to help out Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was still considered a newcomer to the film circles, and this was his first time attending this sort of occasion. It would be awkward if Fang Zhao's red carpet reception wasn't enthusiastic enough. Venerable Mo didn't wish to see this sort of situation either, thus, Anna had come over to lead a junior disciple as a favor to Mo Lang. When her husband, Lan Jing, had encountered some problems during his concert world tour, it had been Mo Lang who had personally stepped in to help resolve them. After finding out that Mo Lang had indirectly accepted another disciple after such a long time, Anna had immediately made the decision to request the organizing committee partner her with Fang Zhao. Before she had come over today, she had even spoken to Mo Lang on a call and pledged, "Teacher Mo, don't worry. I will lead the little junior disciple along." After Anna arrived, Ji Polan and the rest made their greetings before tactfully leaving. "Greetings, senior sister." Fang Zhao was smiling. When he had heard Lan Jing's name, he had already guessed that it had been Venerable Mo pulling the strings. "I heard that you arrived rather early, but there wasn't much news about you. Did you go out to have fun? Many of Corral's specialty products are only sold during the yearly film festival period. You can buy some to bring back, the majority of specialty products here can't be found elsewhere and aren't sold online." Anna decided to make a little small talk with Fang Zhao so he wouldn't be nervous. On account of Venerable Mo and Lan Jing, she would especially take care of this little junior disciple. "I bought some already and sent back a batch," Fang Zhao said. "Bought presents yet? Do you have little kids at home? Old and young?" As he replied, Fang Zhao received a message. "Something important?" Anna asked. Messages and news might change a celebrity's condition before he stepped onto the red carpet. Since Anna had already promised to help, she naturally kept an eye on Fang Zhao's condition. "It's Teacher Mo," Fang Zhao replied. Anna's expression was solemn. "Venerable Mo sent you a message at this time." From her understanding of Mo Lang, there was no way that Venerable Mo would not understand the situation here and choose to send a message at this sort of time without consideration. Venerable Mo sent a set of exam questions, Fang Zhao replied with a smile. Mo Lang wasn't worried that Fang Zhao would get stage fright later and had specially sent him examinations questions to test him, perhaps because he was worried Fang Zhao would be infected by the atmosphere of the film festival and forego academics. Anna still wanted to say something, but the person in front had already gestured toward them to start preparing, so she said, "There is still half an hour before it begins. Don't be nervous. You have been to many large occasions. Check to see whether there is anything out of place and, if there is, look for someone to rectify it. There are people upstairs. Never mind, I will bring you over." Anna brought Fang Zhao up to the side hall's second floor and got a stylist she was familiar with to inspect Fang Zhao once more. Fang Zhao also saw Lu Aotian on the second floor. This time, Lu Aotian had been nominated for the Best Child Star Award and would feature on the red carpet. No one knew where this child had just been, but his hair was a mess and his stylist was busy trying to tidy it up. When he spotted Fang Zhao, Lu Aotian patted his chair's armrest twice. Big Brother Zhao. His father hadn't been able to receive any nominations this year and thus hadn't been able to get a spot on the red carpet. This time, Luo Outyan would be accompanied by a singer when entering the venue. Beside him, someone asked Luo Outyan, "Have you prepared your acceptance speech?" Luo Outyan puffed his chest out. "All memorized." Anna chimed in too. "Nervous?" "No way, the Best Child Star award is surely mine. The acting of the other nominees isn't as good as mine." At this moment, the screen beside them flickered. Many large screens were hung up in many areas of the side hall. Previously, publicity images from various films had revolved on these screens. Right now, the images had changed, and all of them displayed the scene outside. All the people that had been joking and chatting a moment ago stopped as their expressions changed. On the screen, the scene showed that people were thronging the streets outside the venue. As the scene cut, all sorts of people could be seen. There were film buffs, professional film crews that took up a few rooftops, entertainment reporters situated at their own designated locations nearby the venue, and die-hard fans of each and every actor. There were even people at the balconies of nearby residential buildings or at public plazas watching the time and keeping their eyes peeled on large screens displaying the live broadcast. A cameraman who was on break glanced at the slowly fading sunset glow and shouted to the others in his team, "Time to get ready." As the curtain of night gradually approached, the high-rise lights on the main Corral Island started to shine. Fang Zhao could even see people who seemed like bodyguards armed to the teeth accompanying the professional film crews. The atmosphere in the side hall had started to fluctuate following the changes in the scene. The organizers had already started arranging for people to enter the venue. Celebrities not gracing the red carpet were to enter the theater in batches. Do you know why so many people strive to win an opportunity to grace the red carpet? Anna asked Fang Zhao, her eyes still fixed on the display. Fang Zhao glanced over and waited for Anna to continue. "Have you seen previous editions of the Golden Series TV Gala?" asked Anna. "I have," replied Fang Zhao. There were top-notch film crews throughout the world gathered here. One had to be prepared to be filmed from the moment one revealed their face. Why had Nanfeng continuously emphasized and paid particular attention to every single detail of Fang Zhao's appearance? The majority of composing was done behind the scenes, whereas actors stood right in front of the cameras. Now, countless cameras would capture images of celebrities in high definition from practically the moment they appeared. In addition, there were large quantities of critics camped before the live broadcast screens watching closely and ready to catch any slip-ups. It's good that you have seen it. However, watching and experiencing it for yourself is really different. Have you prepared yourself mentally? Anna asked. Done, Fang Zhao replied. Nervous? No. Whatever else Anna might have prepared to say remained stuck in her throat. She studied every fine detail on Fang Zhao's face and realized that Fang Zhao wasn't lying. There wasn't a single trace of nervousness. But after recalling that Fang Zhao was a celebrity and had appeared at many public occasions as well as on stage at the Galaxy Awards ceremony, Anna didn't find it that strange either. When the last natural light disappeared beyond the horizon, Golden TV series Gala's stage, Golden Coral Theater, was lit up by dazzling lights, taking on the shape of a large golden coral. The sounds of a bugle signified the prologue for the Golden TV series Gala. Boom boom boom. Ear-splitting fireworks shot into the night sky as colors filled the night sky like a peacock spreading its tail. These weren't real fireworks but special effects created by light and sound. Numerous light projection machines throughout the island propagated the mood, sending the entire island into an impassioned state. Ocean blue waves of light shone at the center of the theater before rippling out in all directions. Above it, dazzling flares burst open, as if all of tonight's passion was in them, forming projections of all sorts of huge coral in the air. Blots of light scattering in all directions shimmered and flitted across tall buildings, following the blue waves of light as they descended onto the crowd. These artistic light effects that were like fireworks were continuously beamed up into the sky, turning the plain-looking night sky into a dazzling and multicolored dream. The mood of the crowd was ignited as they watched these lifelike light effects that appeared within reach. It was as though the stereo equipment released a formless blade, assaulting the auditory senses of the crowd wave by wave. The sounds of the tide seemingly became an electric current, brushing across everyone's skin and making every hair on their bodies stand. Many people felt as if an uncontrollable impulse was threatening to overflow. A long and narrow stage rose up 20 meters in the wide-open space before the theater. Countless fireworks, made from special effects lighting, flew out from the 50-meter platform up in the air, forming huge waterfalls that streamed down from both sides of the path. An ancient, solemn, and thick sound rang out. Creak. Near the top of the Golden Coral Theater, large doors with a golden coral imprint that only opened once a year started to move unhurriedly. A red carpet from inside the golden coral imprinted doors rolled out along this elevated path. Here, celebrities, directors, renowned film critics, and all sorts of influential persons in the film industry gathered at the summit of this golden pyramid of the entertainment circle. As the midair carpet was laid on that elevated path, reporters and specialized cameramen had all prepared their equipment. Outside, the countless film enthusiasts were an unrelenting tide with no end in sight. Their fiery enthusiasm threatened to overflow in all directions, and this whole region felt like it was on the verge of combusting. Under this eye-dazzling and magnificent scene, the densely concentrated crowd was expressing the excitement within their hearts, shrieking frantically as their cries reached the sky and going head-on against the powerful sound effects. All the blood within their bodies was resonating, and their hearts were pounding, seemingly out of control. Thousands of screens throughout the island were displaying this same scene. As the shot passed the faces of all these excited fans, the reflections of these fireworks could be seen in their eyes. The Galaxy Awards ceremony, which was considered to be the pinnacle of the arts, was a calm and controlled affair. But here, it seemed as if any level-headedness had already been thrown out the window. Right now, regardless of which continent a person was from, their state of mind had already aligned. This dizzying passion had made sound seemingly lose its significance. These people might not know what they were shouting, or perhaps they didn't need to know. It was fine as long as they could yell at the top of their lungs and vent their feelings that couldn't be suppressed. Incapable of keeping calm. Even those film emperors and empresses with decades of performing arts experience were unable to keep their composure when they arrived here every year and saw this scene. Their struggles were all worth it. Wasn't it all just for this? To stand in the hallowed light, that resplendent path in the eyes of millions. What were the red carpet premieres of large-scale blockbusters compared to this? What were the red carpets of galas everywhere compared to this? The real focus, the real avenue of stars was right here. Here, every celebrity would be embellished to the greatest extent. Here, they were true kings. Although the cameramen and entertainment reporters had different purposes, at this sort of time, they did the exact same thing, raise their mental states to the maximum so as to not miss even a tiny moment that could never again be replicated. Every time a star walking along this path raised a hand, it would trigger a tsunami of sound. The undulating shouts and shrieks had yet to rest since the beginning. Fang Zhao waited in the side hall and watched the images shown on the live broadcast. He could feel the on-site fervor through the display. Following the instructions of the organizers, Fang Zhao and Anna walked out of the waiting room. Outside, a flying car was already waiting. Later on, regardless of the shouting of anyone around, you must maintain your composure. Don't keep looking over if you hear people calling your name. Maintain your own rhythm, Anna told Fang Zhao as soon as they got in the car. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. You don't have to worry. Senior sister will lead you along. A host of folks had already gone before Fang Zhao and his partner. The passion of the fans was unyielding. Some of their voices had already started going hoarse from all the screaming. The atmosphere didn't abate a single bit from the moment the red carpet event kicked off. Apart from Memorial Day, the 2 days when the film festival's award ceremonies were held were the liveliest days of the year in the Corral archipelago. This was Corral's grand feast. Even though most of the archipelago's residents could only settle for a live broadcast of the festivities, they still screamed at the top of their voices in front of their screens, along with the fans on site. A countless number of cops were on duty across the archipelago, maintaining order. After 2 celebrities entered the front entrance emblazoned with a golden coral, another flying transport landed slowly but steadily at the end of the red carpet. Who is it this time? I dunno. How many flying transports has it been? How many of the nominees still haven't walked the red carpet? Fans and journalists alike craned their necks like eager kids opening their Christmas presents. In contrast, the photographers appeared calm and composed. Some of them had been hired by entertainment labels to take pictures of their own artists. Others were on the payroll of fashion magazines, there to snap shots of celebrity outfits and accessories. There were also official photographers hired by the organizers. The stars naturally had impressive auras, and they wore eye-catching outfits, but not every single celebrity moved the photographers. After the photographers shot their assignments, the rest was entirely up to them. Still, even if certain celebrities on the red carpet didn't meet their standards, the photographers would still snap a token few shots out of respect for the organizers. The extra flashes would make the live broadcast look more presentable. The doors to the flying transport at the end of the red carpet opened and its passengers disembarked. F***CK. It's Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. The man himself finally makes an appearance. How many days has it been? We've finally landed Fang Zhao. The entertainment journalists were even more excited. Most of them hadn't seen Fang Zhao at all since they'd arrived in Corral. Fang Zhao was a newcomer in the film and TV industry all right, but in a global context, he was also a true celebrity. He generated news non-stop, being a genius-level character who had been featured repeatedly in authoritative media outlets. Gotta snap. Snap away. Gotta seize the day. Who knows when the next opportunity will be if we miss out this time. From the moment Fang Zhao stepped out of his vehicle, he was attacked by white flashes. He might not have been able to see all the faces clearly, but he could feel the deluge of passion and admiration pouring in from all corners, as if he were the center of the world. Amid the screams and flashes, Fang Zhao bowed and tugged at a pale-skinned arm that extended from inside the flying transport. Dressed in a resplendent white full-length gown, Anna emerged from the vehicle. Against the backdrop of blinding lights, the gown swayed tastefully with Anna's every step. She flashed a subtle smile that was casual and elegant at the same time. Wow! Anna! Goddess! No wonder she was an established star with global influence. The fans started screaming. Seeing Anna's face, the fans from Huangzhou wanted to storm the red carpet. One fan warned he was going to try to breach the cordon, but he was dragged back in routine fashion by a police officer. The entertainment journalists and cameramen worked their equipment non-stop. There was hardly a break to the live commentary, and the pack of photographers was a blinding source of glitter. The night hit yet another climax, helped by the rowdy commotion and rapid flashes. Anna was a picture of contentment and composure on the outside. She enjoyed being the center of attention. No matter how much hardship she had to endure behind the scenes, she could never part with her screen career. Even though she kept an even keel most of the time, every time she stood before the press pack, she was truly overwhelmed. It proved that everything she put up with was worth it. A smiling Anna waved toward her fans on both flanks. Whether she won an award was something to worry about later. All Anna wanted to do right now was steal the limelight with her incredible presence. Whether or not she could earn more endorsement deals with the world's top fashion and jewelry labels depended on this walk. But a thought struck Anna after she took a few steps. Oops. The moment she had stepped onto the red carpet, she had been swept away by the emotion of the moment and had started handling herself like a Golden Coral Best Actress winner. What about the junior disciple she had promised to look after? Completely forgotten. If there was a huge discrepancy in their entrances, if one party stole the limelight, then the partner would be reduced to nothing. Even if they appeared in the same frame, the latter would come off as a non-factor. Even if the two stood side by side, the less glamorous star would strike viewers as a groupie. That was also why organizers typically paired celebrities of similar stature on the red carpet, to avoid awkward situations like this. Anna was worried that she would reduce her junior partner to an obsequious assistant on his first red carpet. If the junior disciple was completely overwhelmed by her on his first red carpet, how would she explain herself to Venerable Mo? But soon, Anna realized that Fang Zhao lacked the nerves of a newcomer. Fang Zhao cut a masculine and impressive figure in his seemingly simple black and white tux. Even though he wore a smile, there was an aggressive touch to his stare. Aura was a magical quality. Many people would have been awed by the moment and gotten a case of wobbly legs, but in his debut red carpet event, Fang Zhao made people forget about his young age and his newcomer status. Every move he made hit the spot. He struck the perfect balance, a little more outgoing and he would come off as a camera hog, a little less effusive and he would strike observers as being repressed. His unique aura, a lovely combination of composure and presence, gave no indication that he was a novice at the Chorale Golden Gala. While Anna maintained her smile, deep down, she was blown away. Who is this junior disciple? Is he really a newcomer? In his first red carpet event, Fang Zhao wasn't overwhelmed by Anna's presence. Instead, his own presence added to the overall picture. As far as many top photographers were concerned, there were no real stars, and the so-called pecking order among celebrities meant nothing. The stars were all simply a bunch of outlines. Even the most glamorous visuals didn't necessarily move these photographers. Their job was to capture that moment when contour and light found the perfect combination. To create a satisfactory image, to achieve that aesthetic beauty, they would leave no stone unturned and would lose their wits. Against the backdrop of music and flashlights, the two actors varied their gait for the photographers. They found a specific rhythm and blended together seamlessly. They also struck a perfect, stark contrast with their background. This type of a visual presentation, the elegant pace at which the two actors strutted their stuff, it was a strong assault on the photographer's senses. It moved the photographers at the core. Glints of passion flashed through the eyes of the photographers. If the screams of the fans were a tsunami, then the busy activity of the photographers was a brutal thunderstorm. The dense flurry of lights made for a sparkly, silver-white constellation. The excited photographers frantically adjusting their cameras and pressing their shutters looked like they had shivering hands. They felt they were about to lose their grips. Soon enough, the silver-white constellation blew up entirely. Even though Anna had walked this particular red carpet more than once, this was a first. This was a new experience. Thinking back to her previous red carpet walks, when had these snobbish photographers ever displayed such strong emotion? The unrelenting flashes made her feel like she was taking part in a major religious ceremony. The moment was so overwhelming that she almost lost her cool. Excitement, ecstasy, Anna tried hard to keep it all contained so her smile didn't come off as too unrestrained. The entertainment journalists took in their surroundings. With the photographers going all out, how could they hold back? Even though they were clueless as to why the photographers had suddenly gone berserk, they were quick on their feet. They couldn't go wrong by following suit. Anna and Fang Zhao were only halfway down the red carpet. Photographers that weren't strategically positioned weren't happy with the pictures they had already taken. Even though they were masters at adapting to different lighting conditions, line of sight was still a big problem. The pictures weren't quite right. Just a bit off. Was it Anna? No, it was Fang Zhao. This actor was downright unprofessional. Anna knew how to let every single photographer capture her at her best. This was where experience came into play. But Fang Zhao was different. He had yet to master the skill of allowing every photographer to take shots to their liking. Actually, he was better at dodging the camera. Some photographers thought to themselves, it would be great if Fang Zhao could turn toward us another 15 degrees. Others wondered, I missed the perfect moment. If only he had looked this way a little longer. But all obstacles were paper tigers. The problem was their perfectionism. Fang Zhao. Don't look that way. Look this way. Turn this way a bit more. Photographers that typically carried themselves with comportment started growling. Yet this was not their own studio. Their shouts were instantly drowned out. The entertainment journalists realized the photographers were focusing on Fang Zhao. Okay, more Fang Zhao, then. The fans staking out the movie theater were also excited at the sight of the two stars. Who could have known that the entertainment journalists next to them would get even more emotional? The journalists pressed their shutters and record buttons frantically between yells. In contrast, the more composed Fang Zhao fans looked like indifferent bystanders. Some fans that were neither diehard supporters of Fang Zhao nor of Anna were blown away by the enthusiasm of the reporters. When they came to their senses, they were furious. I'm a top-tier groupie, a self-proclaimed crazed fan. How can an entertainment journalist be more spirited than I am? Such a disgrace. Can't put up with this. Even though they were neither diehard fans of Fang Zhao nor of Anna, they couldn't allow themselves to be overshadowed by the entertainment journalists. Hence, when the photographers yelled, Fang Zhao, the entertainment journalists were even louder, Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. And the fans screamed their lungs out, Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Thus the atmosphere boiled over again, hitting yet another climax. More and more fans started chanting Fang Zhao's name unconsciously, as if they had been brainwashed, including some Anna fans that had lost their minds. Anna. My fans are defecting before my very eyes. When Anna's fans recovered their composure, they realized that something was wrong. They couldn't put up with this. And so the live audio feed featured a face-off between Anna's fans, who appeared to have squeezed every last ounce of energy left in them and cried hysterically, and the mayhem brought on by Fang Zhao's fans and the photographers. Neutral parties wondered who they should support. Forget it, I'll just chant what the person next to me yells. In an atmosphere like this, one would feel bad not taking a side. Eventually, the mood hit its ultimate climax. At that point, words became meaningless. A simple cry of, sufficed. So shouts of Fang Zhao and Anna eventually blurred into one loud chant of, ah. The sense of excitement that gushed forward from all four corners had a dizzying effect on Anna, who was at the center of the storm. The smile she wore was no longer contrived. It came from the bottom of her heart. She was happier than she had ever been winning an award. Outsiders didn't appreciate the moment, but as a regular at film festivals, she knew clearly how rare a response like this was. Even if she didn't win an award, this trip was worth it. Not far from the venue, fans who hadn't been able to stake out a spot outside the ceremony tuned into the live broadcast. Zuiyu and Yen Biao felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the situation on the screen. Zuiyu shivered, his body covered in goosebumps. Is our boss this popular? Yen Biao was baffled. Don't they say that newcomers are at a disadvantage, appearing at an event like this? Zuiyu turned toward Nanfeng. Did you hire fake fans? Did you arrange for professional fans to set the tone? No way. I just hired a few bodies. Just judging from the number of journalists and the number of fans outside the venue, you can tell it's something way beyond my reach. Still, Nanfeng was blown away. He was ecstatic. Nanfeng had been worried that an acting newcomer like Fang Zhao might not receive a warm welcome. When he'd found out that Anna was his red carpet partner, he had felt somewhat reassured. With this Huangzhou superstar as a partner, the response definitely wouldn't be lukewarm, even if the cheers were all for Anna. But the reality far exceeded his expectations. The way things were unfolding, Fang Zhao's fans might crowd out Anna's. The excitement of the photographers wasn't something anybody could provoke. They had seen their share of superstars. Nanfeng wasn't entirely sure why they had responded to Fang Zhao this enthusiastically. He wasn't a professional photographer. He couldn't understand what had motivated them. But he could tell from the live broadcast that Fang Zhao's aura didn't fall short of Anna's. Nanfeng was so emotional that he was near tears, yet there was nowhere to vent his sense of vindication. Zuiyu and Yen Biao were on a different page. So he sent a message to the chat group made up of his friends from the entertainment industry. "Did you watch the live broadcast? That's my boss. That's quite something, performing so well on his debut Golden TV series gala, Red Carpet. Look at how the photographers responded. Nanfeng, you're a rich man now," one friend congratulated him. "If you have any business needs in the future, don't forget about your brothers. We'll give you a discount." Ha ha ha. Of course, of course. Nanfeng was quite pleased with himself. He applauded himself for having the foresight to switch employers. Stars with Fang Zhao's talent and luck weren't easy to come by. After enduring so much hardship over the years, I don't know how to describe my emotions now. Nanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his hands shivering. Is it the same kind of excitement that a pig farmer feels when his pig is ready for slaughter? Another friend suddenly wrote. Yeah. My ass. What are you talking about? Nanfeng furtively glanced at Zuiyu and Yen Biao. He breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that neither had looked his way. How could you compare boss to a pig? Even if he were a pig, he'd be a prize pig. Would you be excited if a prize pig was ready for slaughter? Meanwhile, Zero's agent, who was also watching the live broadcast, was likewise tearful, out of envy. Even though he was well compensated, he never experienced the kind of satisfaction that came with great honor and respect. Every time he watched an event like this, he felt jealous watching the reception other celebrities received. Compared to other celebrities, my client is a dog. A stupid dog at that. But even though my client is a stupid dog, I still have to babysit him. This stupid dog pays my salary, after all. Based on his understanding of Zero, he figured his client would also be filled with envy and jealousy. So, with a heavy heart, Zero's agent sent Zero a short text message, "No need to be too jealous. You can do it too. There's a saying from the old era, all great journeys begin with one humble step. Let's take things step by step." Soon, Zero responded, "I get it, but I have to ask, where do we take that first step? Which continent?" Zero's agent was dumbfounded. It's AF * king analogy. Then he recovered his composure. Gotta come to terms with reality. Instead of dreaming the impossible, I better figure out how to increase this stupid dog's market value, how to fetch a higher price for him. As stupid as Zero is, his last name gives him a major leg up. What can Fang Zhao do? As popular as he is now, he isn't the descendant of a general. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao and Anna had finished walking the red carpet and entered the entrance to the venue, which was emblazoned with a logo of a golden coral. The commotion outside died down. After signing the autograph wall, having a few more pictures taken, and doing a brief interview, the couple entered the event hall. Anna had yet to calm down entirely. She turned toward Fang Zhao and smiled. So what do you think? Isn't there something magical about the red carpet that makes you feel like you're floating in midair? Do you want to switch to the entertainment industry for good? Fang Zhao lifted his head, his eyes completely devoid of any excitement. No. Anna. Anna noticed that Fang Zhao was typing into his bracelet. Are you sharing your thoughts with friends? Fang Zhao responded, Teacher Mo sent me a quiz question earlier. I'm sending him my answer. Anna gave Fang Zhao a curious stare. What kind of question did Teacher Mo ask you? He asked me to pay attention to the music playing in the background during the red carpet and text him the name of the composer after I was done. Anna. Junior disciple, are you a freak? It was hard enough for a normal person to maintain their composure in a setting like that, let alone pay attention to the background music amid all the screams and cries. It was impossible to hear anything, let alone identify the composer. After finding her seat and sitting down, Anna immediately texted her husband Lan Jing, now I know why teacher Mo wanted Fang Zhao so badly. Lan Jing's curiosity was piqued. Why? Because Fang Zhao is a freak. Setting aside the enormous response Fang Zhao had provoked on the red carpet, the lone fact that he could tackle a quiz question while walking the red carpet and then calmly send a text message with the answer afterward was a sufficient blow to Anna. You can't argue with talent. Lan Jing, you're about to fall out of favor. Huangzhou. Mo Lang was watching the live broadcast too. During the red carpet, he had only tuned in for Fang Zhao's walk. He glared at the screen, paying close attention to Fang Zhao's demeanor. On his high-resolution screen, Fang Zhao's performance seemed quite flawless. Perhaps his only mistake was not being adept at giving photographers the perfect line of sight. Seeing Fang Zhao generate such an enthusiastic response made Mo Long wonder, did the kid remember my quiz question? The background music for the red carpet walk had been commissioned specifically for the event. The pieces would not be played again elsewhere. The songs were restricted to a certain length. Every couple that walked the red carpet was introduced by a new song. Soon enough, after Fang Zhao finished walking the red carpet, Mo Lang got his response. Not only did Fang Zhao give an answer, he provided a full analysis. He deduced the song's style based on signature features, structure, and tempo. He concluded that the style was representative of the master musician Staple and that the song had been composed by one of Staple's top disciples. Actually, all Mo Lang had expected was Staple's name, yet Fang Zhao had managed to figure out which one of Staple's students had written the piece. After reading Fang Zhao's response, Mo Lang rocked his rocking chair triumphantly and dialed Staple's number. My man Stapes. Mo Lang's pitch was quite high because he was in a good mood. Please call me Staple. Staple was baffled by the call. What was the old geezer doing, calling at this hour? Staple found out soon enough. Being able to break down the song in that kind of setting, analyze every single note accurately, and pinpoint the composer, this was something Mo Lang could brag about for half a year. How long had it been? Mo Lang had not felt the need to brag to someone since he had stopped taking disciples. No, even before the announcement, he had rarely felt this way. Mo Lang felt that the decision to recruit Fang Zhao was the best decision he had made ever. Even though Fang Zhao wasn't officially his student, he had to instruct Fang Zhao personally. Fang Zhao's official master, Carter, isn't good enough, Mo Lang thought. Seated at the venue of the Golden TV series gala, Fang Zhao had no idea that Mo Lang was bragging about him to someone else. After he sent his answer to Mo Lang, all he received in return was a simple, good job. That was it. Maybe that's the style of a master, Fang Zhao thought. After saying hello to all the senior actors in the room, Fang Zhao was summoned by Nova Roman, the head director of Founding Era. The venue was packed, but all the nominees sat up front. Their every move was closely watched. Many folks were curious when Roman asked for Fang Zhao and greeted him with a friendly smile. How come director Roman is so nice to Fang Zhao this long after Founding Era wrapped? Then again, Fang Zhao's performance in Founding Era had provided Roman bragging rights until the end of his directing career. What a bold move. Such a great eye for talent. Quite a few actors were wondering if Roman's next film might cast newcomers from their respective companies. They had been too timid to approach Roman on Founding Era and had handed Fang Zhao the opportunity on a platter. The big screens set up inside the event hall still showed a live feed of the red carpet, but none of the couples that followed Fang Zhao could generate a similar response. The photographers seemed less enthusiastic too. The contrast was glaring. The actors that immediately followed Fang Zhao and Anna secretly cursed the pair. How cunning those two are. Especially Fang Zhao. After the final pair completed the red carpet walk, buzz from outside the venue gradually died down. Within the venue, though, the atmosphere was still rather tense. When the last pair entered after strolling down the red carpet, they let out a long sigh of relief. One of them was also gracing the red carpet for the first time and had been so nervous that his entire back was drenched in sweat. He felt that traversing this short path had been even more exhausting than completing filming for an entire series. The majority of award nominees were from the cast and crew of Founding Era. Most of them would at least recognize the others even if they weren't familiar with one another. Upon entering the venue, most of them subconsciously glanced at Fang Zhao and realized that he still appeared rather unperturbed. Whether contrived or not, this was worth learning from. Thus, those that were very nervous also started to put on an act and appear calm. They could hide their actions and gestures, but their palms were clammy and, in their hearts, they were worrying about whether they would win any awards. The Golden Series Gala quickly started. Compared to the solemn and formal Galaxy Awards ceremony, the Golden Series Gala was much more random and vivacious. At the start, the host created a relaxed atmosphere as he spoke, sang, and shared some anecdotes, obtaining plenty of laughter from the audience. In front of the cameras, celebrities and all other film production workers were laughing gently. If they couldn't actually laugh, they faked it. Otherwise, what would happen if the camera caught it? This was a live broadcast. No one knew what the online audiences were saying, and there would be entertainment reporters ready to take screen grabs and caption things. Thus, acting skills had to be ever present. At the start was the awards presentation for the comedy category. The atmosphere was also much more relaxed, but after the first few categories were completed, the atmosphere was no longer as lively. The younger actors' originally bright smiles had become awkward. The Best Child Star Award was a turning point, because after it were the awards for the TV series categories. In the beginning, the Corral Film Festival hadn't had the Best Child Star Award. At some point, this award had been added to serve as an encouragement for outstanding child performers. This time, Liu Aotian had made it into the finalist pool and was the hot favorite. Indeed, when the honored guest said, Liu Aotian, there was no surprise on the faces of those present. Liu Aotian's parents got up excitedly and gave a standing ovation when they heard his name being called. Liu Aotian got up from his seat and made a small jog onto the stage before doing a somersault followed by a cartwheel and then a few successive flips, landing in front of the honored guest and drawing a chorus of laughter from all the elder actors and actresses present. Ha! This kid! This little fella is really excited. These somersaults are full of vigor. Not bad, he must have practiced many times in private. Yeah, he even learned to handle guns, his hands were full of calluses when filming Founding Era. That was why he appeared so natural with them in the series. He is indeed a very hard-working little fellow. On stage, Liu Aotian didn't even bother to wipe away the sweat from his forehead and was flashing a toothy grin. During the filming of Founding Era, he had been starting to lose his milk teeth. Back then, to increase the authenticity of the film, the director hadn't let him put on fake teeth. Now, he had on a set of custom-made teeth for the award ceremony. Otherwise, how shameful would it be if people saw the gaps between his teeth? He wouldn't remove the fake teeth until the film festival had concluded, so he wasn't afraid to flash his teeth. Not only did he have to smile, his smile needed to be especially dazzling. This was the first heavyweight award he had achieved relying on his own ability. His father hadn't even been nominated this time around. Liu Aotian held up the award and was about to give an acceptance speech when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten his lines. He had clearly memorized them before coming, but now that he was overly excited, his brain seemed to be shooting off fireworks. He simply couldn't think about anything else. When the honored guest saw the situation, he understood immediately and didn't hurry off the stage. He asked Lu Outyen, "What a surprise. Are you happy?" Lu Outyen immediately replied, "No surprise. I'm very happy. After all, my performance in the series was so good. This little friend really has a lot of self-confidence." "Who was your favorite person in the cast and crew during filming?" inquired another honored guest. Lu Outyen loudly exclaimed, "My favorite person was Fang Zhao." The live broadcast camera gave a special close-up of Lu Outyen's father in the audience. Father Lu smiled nervously. In his head, he was thinking about how to sort out this little rascal when they got home. When this rascal got excited, he even forgot about his own father. "Aren't you supposed to recite your father's name at this sort of time?" After the camera was cut, the person beside Father Lu joked, "Want to have a fight with Fang Zhao after this is over?" "No way," Father Lu replied firmly. "Why? Do you know how many sandbags he disfigured during the filming of Founding Era?" At this point, Lu Outyen recalled the acceptance speech he had memorized. He thanked his parents for his upbringing. Without his family environment and conditions, he would have had no way of reaching these heights at such a young age. He also thanked the director and the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts from the cast and crew. But many online audiences were no longer concerned with what Lu Outyen was saying. What they were more interested in was why the first person Lu Outyen had mentioned was Fang Zhao. Thus, many netizens searched for the photograph of Lu Outyen riding on Fang Zhao's shoulders as well as a historical photograph of Great General Wu Yan sitting on Fang Zhao's shoulders, which triggered a wave of discussions. Inside a residential building on Corral, Maine. Blossoming special effects fireworks reminded everyone that yet another award had been issued. Which award was just handed out? A youngster who had just finished a round of gaming asked the companion beside him watching the live broadcast. Best Child Star Award. The winner is that little kid Lu Outyen who played the Yenzhou chapter's lead when he was young in Founding Era. Take a look at this trending photograph, then compare it with the historical photograph. Aren't they very similar? Seems like the acting wasn't too bad. I have to go search for the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era. I have yet to watch it. This kid is rather interesting. He even did flips on stage, and when the host asked him who his favorite person in the crew was, he answered Fang Zhao, ha ha ha. The live broadcast even gave his father a close-up. Fang Zhao. The Fang Zhao who was very popular a short while ago. I think I saw his name in the nominations. Yes. He was nominated for the Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Role awards, though I don't know if he will be able to win. Hey, the next award is the Best Newcomer award. After the Best Child Star award was the Best Newcomer award. The honored guest tore open the envelope, glanced at the name on it, and opened his mouth. Fang Zhao. Music and applause sounded as spotlights were pointed at Fang Zhao. Through the camera lens, Fang Zhao got up and gave a bow to the showbiz seniors all around him. There was some excitement, nervousness, and delight in his expression, the sort of reaction someone his age ought to have. Zui Yu, Yen Biao, and Nan Feng, who were watching the live broadcast. Our boss is acting again. Although Fang Zhao had won this award and Silver Wing's side was happy, they were also a little disappointed. On this stage, at Corral Film Festival's Golden Series Gala, the Best Supporting Actor award was rated slightly higher than the Best Newcomer award. Just like the Best Child Star award, the Golden Series Gala hadn't always had the Best Newcomer award. It had only been added later to encourage young performers to work hard in the acting circles. It could be said that the Best Newcomer award was a comparison between new actors and actresses at this time, whereas the Best Supporting Actor award was a more comprehensive competition among predecessors of the showbiz circles. When Founding Era head director Nova Roman saw this result, his smile dimmed. In his heart, out of the Best Newcomer award and Best Supporting Actor award, he had hoped that Fang Zhao would win the Best Supporting Actor award. That would be affirmation that Fang Zhao didn't lose to any industry predecessors in terms of ability. In Roman's heart, out of the many chapters of Founding Era, and the many important supporting roles, the one who had acted the best was Fang Zhao. Although Fang Zhao was young and his acting path might be more narrow, that couldn't deny his perfect performance during Founding Era. The evaluation committee had ultimately decided to place Fang Zhao on the Best Newcomer award. Roman had cast his vote on Fang Zhao for Best Supporting Actor, but the others might not have had the same opinion. This was no longer the Founding Era program, Roman's say was limited. An actor's acting skills were important, but there were also other factors involved. After all, the members of the evaluation committee were only human, and they had their own selfish desires or partiality and would also consider an actor's experience. Compared to Fang Zhao, the evaluation committee might be more satisfied with others. Although there weren't any written rules, everyone understood that after winning the Best Newcomer award, Fang Zhao should forget about receiving the Best Supporting Actor award. This made the other few nominees in the Best Supporting Actor category heave sighs of relief. Fang Zhao was indeed a very strong competitor, and his performance in the series was obvious to all. A few people seated beside Roman noticed the expression on his face. They understood that Roman was not pleased. But the result was what it was. Even if he had objected, it was of no use. When the Best Newcomer award was handed out, another wave of light fireworks was set off on Corral Main, telling those watching the live broadcast that yet another award had been handed out. Indeed, it is Fang Zhao, just as I expected. Getting such an achievement on his acting debut really isn't bad. How many people have spent over 10 years in the newcomer category without things picking up? Wasn't there some Continent's Movie Award where the recipient of the newcomer award was an actor that had been somewhat invisible for 5 to 6 years since his debut? Fang Zhao has really gotten a lot of limelight at this Golden Series gala. This should be enough. Previously on the red carpet and now winning an award, he has really struck gold. How many people struggle to even show their faces? This is a global live broadcast in any case. In the venue, Fang Zhao accepted the award, gave his acceptance speech, and returned to his seat when he received a message. Before entering the venue, Fang Zhao had set his notifications to silent unless it was someone especially important. Fang Zhao opened the message and saw that the sender was Imo Lang. His message wasn't the same congratulatory messages that others had sent. Fang Zhao's eyebrows raised slightly when he saw the contents. A camera swept toward him, and Fang Zhao fixed his appearance and continued to watch the following awards. The next award category was the Best Screenplay Award, and as expected, the production team of Founding Era picked up the award. 2 scriptwriters represented the team and went on stage to receive it. After thanking a few important figures, the 2 scriptwriters praised the other members of the Founding Era cast and crew. The cast and crew of Founding Era was a super team. During the process of filming, everyone shared our unimaginable suffering. Also, it wasn't easy for the actors to shed their characters. Also, we have to especially thank the consultant team. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to perfect the script. For example, Professor Man Tae, Professor Redmayne, Professor Bess, Professor Jason, and Yenzhou's Fang Zhao, as well as the others. All of them provided extremely pertinent suggestions. This is the result of everyone's collective hard work. Thank you. The ears of people watching the live broadcast pricked up. What? I didn't hear wrong, right? I think I heard Fang Zhao's name again. They just said Fang Zhao's name, right? After rewinding and rewatching that part, I can confirm that they mentioned Fang Zhao. How many Fang Zhaos are there in the consultant team? According to a public figure's reveal, Fang Zhao was indeed invited to the consultant team for Founding Era. And he was the only Fang Zhao in the consultant team. He was indeed the one mentioned by the scriptwriters. Fang Zhao's name was in the end credits of the Yenzhou chapter, but many people didn't pay attention to it. Some audience members wouldn't understand, but the frequency with which Fang Zhao's name was appearing was really high. The audience was also very sensitive to this name. In the past, Only a small portion of Yenzhou people had known that Fang Zhao had been in the consultant team, but now many viewers across the world knew. The F***CK. Fang Zhao was actually a member of the Founding Era consultant team. Isn't he a composer? How is he mixing around with those historians? Does he also specialize in history? Shouldn't you ask why a composer is here snatching awards from people from the film circles? The names that had just been mentioned by the scriptwriters were the representatives behind the scenes that had made the most important contributions to each Founding Era chapter. Fang Zhao had been mentioned because he had indeed provided lots of pertinent suggestions. In the Yenzhou chapter, Fang Zhao had been the one to provide the most suggestions, and most of them had been rather important. This was also why the details in many scenes of the Yenzhou chapter had been spot on. Thus, this award, which was usually overlooked by the audience, gave rise to even more discussion. Many people also specifically went to search for the Yenzhou chapter's end credits. A composer who had run to acting and even entered the consultant team, which was a playground for historians, how awesome was that? Next up was the Best Director Award for the TV category, and once again, unsurprisingly, the head director of Founding Era, Nova Roman, received the honors. I would like to thank every member of the staff that worked behind the scenes. The performers were all extremely great, and there were many young actors and actresses that dared to fight and strive and weren't weaker than the veterans in any way. For example, Fang Zhao. The entire cast and crew of Founding Era let out a collective sigh. Here it comes. They all recalled the fear they'd had of newcomer Fang Zhao during production and filming. Back then, Roman had loved to use Fang Zhao as an example to pressure them. When Roman mentioned Fang Zhao, the actors within the cast didn't find it surprising. Everyone knew that during filming back on Planet Y, head director Roman's favorite actor had been Fang Zhao. However, they fully accepted it. Fang Zhao's performance had really been outstanding. If Fang Zhao wasn't only in his 20s, perhaps the evaluation committee would have made an exception and perhaps Fang Zhao could have clinched a few more nominations. A pity. But it was because of this that Roman had specifically mentioned Fang Zhao here. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity for Fang Zhao. After Best Director Award was the Best Original Soundtrack Award. Fang Zhao hadn't received a nomination. The Golden Series Gala used to have quite a number of categories for music awards. Afterward, due to suggestions from all parties, the awards had been reduced and simplified, with only Best Original Soundtrack and Best Original Score remaining. The TV category would frequently have many works from within a series competing against each other, and the award would be given to the musical composition. This year, the nominations for this category were all works from Founding Era. Someone told his friend in private, Fang Zhao could have also received a nomination here, but it was overruled by the evaluation committee in the end. Fang Zhao's song, This Life of Mine, could have received a nomination based on the quality and alignment with the content of the plot. However, there was a slight controversy. Some people doubted that Fang Zhao could have composed this piece on his own at his age. Even though Fang Zhao had won the Galaxy Supernova Award, it still couldn't get rid of these questioning voices. There were many high-quality soundtracks and accompaniment pieces in Founding Era, and a large number were of a great master grade. Thus, the evaluation committee ultimately voted to exclude Fang Zhao's piece from the nominations. In short, it was because Fang Zhao was too young, had insufficient experience, and wasn't able to make everyone believe that he had composed the piece alone. In a situation where they had many other options, the evaluation committee wasn't willing to take this risk. The screen displayed the 5 nominated compositions. Mo Lang's Legend, the final song of Founding Era, was among them. The composition information was displayed on the screen. Legend. Composer, Mo Lang. Arrangement, Mo Lang, Fang Zhao. Roman mouthed a ha as he turned to glance at Fang Zhao. At this sort of event and for this sort of award, as long as one's name was displayed on the composition information, whether it was a composer or any other participating member, the person had the right to go on stage and receive the award. Indeed, when the honored guest read out "Legend," the spotlights converged on Fang Zhao's seat. Mo Lang wasn't in attendance, so the only present member of this composition was Fang Zhao. The bright, thick, and epic tune belonging to "Legend" from the ending of "Founding Era" played. Roman and the others clapped their hands delightedly. When the spotlights shone on Fang Zhao getting up to go on stage, the comments section of the live broadcast erupted. The F***CK. Why is it him again? Mo Lang couldn't attend, so naturally, the other person will be the one to receive the prize. Arrangement is also a part of this piece. From the Best Child Star Award on, the frequency at which Fang Zhao's name is appearing is kinda high for today's Golden Series Gala. How can this be kinda? It's simply through the roof. Best Child Star, Best Newcomer, Best Screenplay, Best Director, Best Original Soundtrack, his name has already been said 5 times. And he has gone on stage to receive an award twice. His spirit inexorably lingers on. To the one above, did you not attend school? His spirit inexorably lingers on. Is this the right usage of this phrase? Regardless of what online audiences had to say, Fang Zhao's name was especially memorable today. If mentioned just once, people might not have had an impression, but when the name Fang Zhao came up in 2, 3, then 5 awards presentations in succession, each and every one would cause a wave of passionate discussion online. There were film emperors and empresses every year, but it was extremely rare to see such a situation. Entertainment reporters were delighted and rubbed their hands with glee. There was too much to write about. Tan Min, who was seated in the corner, watched enviously as Fang Zhao went on stage to receive the award. Indeed, there were some people that absolutely couldn't be held down. Once sufficiently outstanding, their radiance could not be blocked out. If one had financial assistance but lacked the ability, even if there was someone supporting them from the back, it still wouldn't amount to much. After accepting the award, Fang Zhao specifically mentioned that he was collecting this award on behalf of Mo Lang in his acceptance speech. This time, he appeared much calmer during this award presentation. The message he had received previously had been Mo Lang telling Fang Zhao to go on stage and accept the award should he win it. Furthermore, the organizers would surely have made preparations beforehand and discussed it with Mo Lang. Afterward, the Best Original Score Award and Best Supporting Actress Award were handed out for the TV category, and then it came to the Best Supporting Actor Award. When the list of nominees was recited, Fang Zhao was once again mentioned. In the end, the outcome was just as everyone had expected. Having won the Best Newcomer Award, Fang Zhao failed to be chosen as the winner for Best Supporting Actor. But him being mentioned once again gave rise to yet another round of discussion. 6 times already. Tonight, Founding Era was mentioned the most, but Fang Zhao comes in second. Impressive, being mentioned by others successively 6 times. He can even make his presence felt despite not being nominated, and he even went on stage to receive 2 awards. He still has to go on stage later. That will be the 3rd time. After the TV categories awards for Best Actor and Best Actress were issued, it came to the night's final heavyweight award, the Best Series Award. Once more, there was no suspense. Founding Era. When the honored guest read out Founding Era, nobody's heart skipped a beat. Everyone was already prepared. The other series in the TV category were nothing more than a foil. A few important members of the production and the other Founding Era nominees from tonight all went on stage. The one receiving the award was still head director Roman. Having already received 2 awards, naturally, Fang Zhao also had to go on stage to take a photo. The biggest winner tonight was Founding Era, sweeping up many heavyweight awards, and the second biggest winner was Fang Zhao. That means to say that Fang Zhao is really the biggest winner. More people are talking about him rather than the winners of the Best Actor and Actress awards. The amount of times entertainment reporters have mentioned Fang Zhao is way more than other people. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Special effects fireworks had lit up the sky each time an award had been issued. When the final award was handed out, the entire island had a fireworks display that continued for close to 30 minutes. Many people had come over not just to catch their idols but to enjoy Corral's magnificent fireworks display. Tonight, Corral natives and tourists from other lands all remembered the name Fang Zhao. It couldn't be helped, the rate at which his name had occurred was just too high. In entertainment news, every 10 pieces of news would have at least 4 items that mentioned him. At a film festival, this proportion was really frightening. In a certain hotel, George Quintero, who had just returned from the Golden Series Gala, sent Professor Carter portions of videos recorded by netizens tonight as evidence. His message was laced with grievance. "Teacher, does this little disciple even need our assistance, given his status in the entertainment-rich atmosphere of Corral?" Deep creases appeared on Professor Carter's forehead from his frowning. How does Fang Zhao have such a high popularity within the entertainment circles? This won't do. Although television and film were also considered art, they only collaborated in a few outstanding works like Founding Era. Revolutionary programs like these were few and far between. But the current fickle entertainment circle still had a rich commercial overtone, and every company was continuously maximizing their celebrities' commercial value. Fang Zhao having such high popularity within the entertainment circles wasn't necessarily a good thing for academics like them. Young man, don't get swayed by the allures of fame and fortune. Carter decided that, the moment Fang Zhao returned, he would hurry and bring Fang Zhao to work on projects so that Fang Zhao would stay further away from the entertainment circles. Yanbei Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang had his hands full reading the comments as he watched the live broadcast, wishing he could open his eyes wider. He didn't know the situation within the entertainment circles too well and could only grasp a little through the discussions online. He was delighted when he saw people online saying that Fang Zhao might be tonight's biggest winner. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough cough cough. Great-grandfather Fang choked on his own saliva while he was laughing and slapping his thigh. Great-grandmother Fang got a shock and quickly called the retirement center's paramedic. The paramedic was helpless. Although he wasn't able to find anything wrong, he said, "I suggest you don't overexert yourself and keep your emotions in check. It's best you don't get too excited or angry." "I'm fine, I'm just delighted. I'm happy every day." Great-grandfather Fang pointed at the news about Fang Zhao on the screen. "My little Zhao won yet another award today." The paramedic ridiculed great-grandfather Fang inwardly. "How fresh, how many times have you said, won an award, in the retirement center?" The Galaxy Award matter had barely passed, yet here it came again. Just before the paramedic left, great-grandfather Fang pulled him aside and exhorted, "You absolutely mustn't talk about this outside. How shameful. Don't worry, I got it." He was in contact with these retired veterans every day and wouldn't disclose a patient's condition outside, especially among these retired veterans that cared a lot about their pride. After leaving, the paramedic chuckled and shook his head. Seeing this old man's manner, there would be another bout of bragging in the days to come. After the Golden Series Gala, there was saturation coverage and non-stop discussion of the event. The name Fang Zhao once again dominated entertainment headlines on all continents. Fang Zhao didn't win Best Actor, but he was without a doubt the biggest winner of the gala. If one looked at the stats across the board, one would realize that every time Fang Zhao became a hot topic, in addition to the entertainment industry, his name would also show up in gaming, music and even to a lesser extent military and medical headlines, sectors that had nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Also, world-renowned modeling agencies started eyeing him as a potential signee. During Fang Zhao's red carpet walk, the photographers positioned on both flanks had shivered like crazy. Even though they had taken countless pictures, none of the pictures had been satisfactory on second glance. Their line of sight had been slightly off. All the photographers had been able to do was file the best among the batch. The shooters, however, were still upset. Then they watched video footage of the red carpet. The photographers mourned, "What a waste of talent. This fella is clearly model material. How come his label doesn't position him as such?" The photographers had their own aesthetic standards. Faces that struck many as pretty or handsome didn't interest them. Of course, besides looks, one's presence also came into play, as well as one's ability to create a unique aesthetic before the camera. Footage of Fang Zhao and Anna walking the red carpet spread quickly on the internet. The entertainment journalists couldn't necessarily grasp the criteria for a high-class face, but they knew that celebrities the photographers preferred were definitely high-class. Fang Zhao's face was considered average in an industry overflowing with handsome men and gorgeous women, but overnight, entertainment journalists deemed it a high-class face. Many photographers who shot the Golden Series Gala took an interest in Fang Zhao, going so far as reaching out to Silver Wing and asking to shoot him again. Silver Wing's response: "Oh, Fang Zhao. We don't have any control over him. He signed to the label as a composer, not as an actor or model. But our company has a deep roster of very talented actors and models. If you can't land Fang Zhao, why don't you try them instead?" They received the same training as Fang Zhao. Most photographers didn't bother to follow up. They had seen their share of run-of-the-mill celebs. They were a dime a dozen. They only wanted Fang Zhao. But a small minority of photographers did take Silver Wing up on their offer. When a Silver Wing spokesman was asked about Fang Zhao at a news conference, he simply smiled. "You want me to address an issue the entire company is clueless about?" On the topic of Fang Zhao, Silver Wing started treading more and more lightly. All they could do was appease Fang Zhao to the best of their ability. Beyond that, things were out of their control. Apart from the fact that the photographers expressed keen interest in Fang Zhao, Anna referring to Fang Zhao as a junior disciple also sparked heated discussion. Before the red carpet, Anna had been thinking that she was doing her junior a favor. In reality, she had ended up riding on Fang Zhao's coattails. Sure, jealousy was at play here, but Anna didn't go so far as hating Fang Zhao. He was a junior disciple, after all, and one with crazy potential at that, someone Mo Lang saw huge promise in. Who knows, she might need a favor from this junior disciple down the road. It made sense to stay in Fang Zhao's good graces now. After Anna let word of Fang Zhao's new loyalty slip, Professor Carter from Huang Art announced that Fang Zhao would be studying under him. Mo Lang also openly praised Fang Zhao. Industry insiders instantly knew what was going on. This was a disciple accepted with Mo Lang's blessing. Mo Lang had brought Fang Zhao under his wing. No wonder Fang Zhao, and not someone else, had accepted the Best Original Score award at the Golden Series Gala, on Mo Lang's behalf. To have the backing of a master artist like Mo Lang, who was a national treasure. Fang Zhao's career was bound to be much smoother. Still, Mo Lang was very concerned. Fang Zhao was all over the entertainment headlines, which generated offers of acting and modeling gigs. There were also news items that were completely blown out of proportion. Mo Lang was worried that, if events continued down this path, Fang Zhao would let the hype get to his head. After pondering the matter, Mo Lang reached out to Professor Carter. "Once Fang Zhao gets home, bring him along on your next project. He must be isolated. He has to be insulated from these temptations immediately." Carter nodded in agreement. "Got it. And what about Fang Zhao's theoretical training?" "Don't worry about it, Carter. He is my disciple, after all." After the Golden Series Gala, for TV, it was time for the Golden Film Gala, for movies. For visitors to the Coral Archipelago, if the Golden Series Gala was a terrestrial party, then the Golden Film Gala was a festival at sea. The Golden Film Gala was held in a palatial structure on the coast, coupled with a visual extravaganza of torches and lights. The combination of the seaside setting and the dreamy lights made for a decidedly different backdrop than the venue for the Golden Series Gala. Celebrities who hadn't stolen the limelight during the Golden Series Gala eyed the Golden Film Gala hungrily. The past 2 years had been owned by Founding Era. This blockbuster project had attracted 70% of the world's best-known actors and celebrities. Thus, the lineup for the Golden Film Gala was much weaker in comparison. Still, as far as celebrities were concerned, there was no such thing as too much exposure. There would not be a shortage of bodies on the red carpet or a dearth of photos and news. Entertainment journalists from all over the world were eagerly anticipating another shot at Fang Zhao. Who knows, maybe they could land a scoop about this high-class face that was the talk of the town. The photographers shooting the Golden Film Gala also came prepared. Some of them staked out positions in advance, with an eye toward taking the perfect picture this time around. Even though they found out that Fang Zhao wasn't on the list of red carpet guests, they wanted to try to shoot him elsewhere. There were locations where guest celebrities could pose inside the venue. Yet, ultimately, everyone realized that Fang Zhao was nowhere to be found again. Because he hadn't appeared in any movies and he wasn't planning a career in film, Fang Zhao had given away his tickets for the Golden Film Gala to other Silver Wing artists. He had other plans. On the evening of the Golden Film Gala, another celebration for locals took place on one of Corral's outlying islands. Fang Zhao skipped the Golden Film Gala so he could head to the lighthouse with Tan Min. Today is a special day of remembrance for the Corral archipelago. It just so happens that the Golden Film Gala and the Lighthouse Festival fell on the same day this year. Look, there are locals celebrating near the lighthouse. Even though Tan Min wanted to show his face at the Golden Film Gala, compare notes with other filmmakers, and network, as a local, the Lighthouse Festival had more sentimental value. Forced to choose between the two, he had picked the latter. As for Fang Zhao, Tan Min had brought up the festival to his friend to float the idea. He never thought that Fang Zhao would actually join him. There were too many locals gathered near the lighthouse. It was impossible for Fang Zhao to get close. Instead, he settled for a few spots that Tan Min had recommended. The mood stood in stark contrast to the glamour of the Golden Film Gala. Its top bulb shining bright, the lighthouse projected a historical aura accumulated over time. Waves lapped at the reefs lining the coast, creating intermittent splashes. The moist sea breeze carried the fragrance of wine. Festive crowds were everywhere. Local traditional drums were sounded consistently, evoking the vitality of the region. Dancers raised their heads, their eyes beaming with wonder. The waves, the reefs, the lighthouse, everything blended perfectly to create an intoxicating atmosphere. Tan Min gazed at the lighthouse with a smile and told Fang Zhao, after Founding Era aired, lots of foreigners started saying that Huangzhou residents aren't religious. I disagree. I'm not sure about other parts of Huangzhou, but in Corral, this is our religion. Even though the lighthouse had been destroyed during the period of destruction and rebuilt during the new era, as far as Corral natives were concerned, the spirit of the lighthouse had always been there. The towering lighthouse was a symbol of hope. Fang Zhao started drumming on his knees with his fingers. After a while, he pulled out a notebook from his backpack and started jotting away. Tan Min was filming. He spotted a few pretty girls who were dancing nearby, smiled mischievously, and geared up to tell Fang Zhao, "Hey, those girls are decent," but when he turned his head, he saw Fang Zhao pull out a notebook and scribble away. Tan Min held back and engaged in a bit of reflection. As a working artist, I'm not focused enough. Indeed, success doesn't happen by chance. Look at Fang Zhao and how focused he is, whether he's writing a paper or composing. That's a mindset worth imitating. With Fang Zhao as an example, Tan Min quickly corrected himself. I'm a director who dreams big, an artist with ambition. If Fang Zhao records his insight with a pen, then I'll use my camera. It will pay off one day. I gotta have faith that I will become a world-class director one day. At the stroke of midnight, the lighthouse shined its spotlight on the horizon. A neighboring ship sounded its horn. The deep, melancholic sound resembled a tribute to the lighthouse from the past. For Corral residents, this was the most sacred of responses. The festival was incomplete without the sounding of a foghorn. As the crowds dispersed, Fang Zhao jotted down his final note and closed his notebook. He had accomplished a great deal during his trip. Apart from his paper, he had also composed quite a bit. When he added the finishing touches to the 2 songs he had started, Fang Zhao was going to add them to the rundown for his graduation concert at Huangart. By the time Fang Zhao reached his hotel, folks who had attended the Golden Film Gala were also filing in. Some of the artists who spotted Fang Zhao wondered, where did this fella come from? I didn't see him at the award ceremony tonight. Ignoring the curious gazes, Fang Zhao completed the piece he had started earlier in the evening. After tweaking it some more, he decided to check the surveillance feed for his Huangart dorm room. Curly Hair was gaming again, his tail wagging vigorously. Fang Zhao had little downtime during his stay in Corral. And yet, when Fang Zhao was busy writing papers and composing, Curly Hair was gaming. When Fang Zhao was attending various events, Curly Hair was sleeping. When Fang Zhao was fasting for the Golden Series Gala, Curly Hair was indulging his voracious appetite. The contrast made Fang Zhao feel that dogs had better lives than humans. After attending the Corral Film Festival, Fang Zhao returned to Huangart at the urging of Professor Carter. Huangart appeared to be the same after an absence of 10 or so days. The only difference was that students were discussing Fang Zhao in private more frequently. Fang Zhao heard his name mentioned more than a few times the day he returned, even though the students thought they were speaking with discretion. But Huangart was Huangart, after all. Even idol worship took on a much more subtle form. The day Fang Zhao returned, Will was walking Curly Hair in one of the on-campus gardens in a bid to light a creative spark. Lo and behold, Curly Hair, who was relieving himself in a shrub, suddenly made for the dorm complex. Caught unawares, Will let the dog leash slip from his hands. The leash in tow, Curly Hair dashed toward Fang Zhao's dorm room and leaped at his owner. He wagged his tail vigorously and whined. Curly Hair's enthusiastic welcome caught Fang Zhao off guard. He never would have guessed from the surveillance footage last night. Last night, the little fella had been engrossed in his game. Thankfully, Curly Hair wasn't going online, otherwise, he would be even more obsessed. Will, who was in hot pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief when he laid eyes on Fang Zhao. He was terrified of losing Curly Hair. He had heard that many dogs had been lost in a momentary lapse of attention. The dog manual he consulted said that he had to hold the dog's leash tight no matter what. Curly Hair had been on his best behavior, never causing any trouble under Will's watch, so Will had let down his guard. While the sight of Fang Zhao relaxed him, Will also dreaded the moment. I haven't found any inspiration and my dog-sitting gig is over already. The utter disappointment on Will's face didn't escape Fang Zhao, who said hello and entered his dorm room. After sending Nan Feng, Suiyu, and Yen Biao home, Fang Zhao returned his rabbit tank to its place and tossed in a fresh batch of feed. Then he gave Curly Hair a quick checkup. Because of Curly Hair's unique DNA makeup, Fang Zhao had to use special tools. But it turned out that Curly Hair was the same. He hadn't even gained or lost much weight. Fang Zhao knelt by Curly Hair and fondled his head. I may have to head out in another 2 days. I need to tag along with Professor Carter on one of his projects in Majo. Why don't you hang with Will for another few weeks? Curly Hair's ears drooped and he tumbled at Fang Zhao's feet, whining non-stop. His tiny paws tugged at the cuffs of Fang Zhao's pants. Fang Zhao observed his dog briefly before saying, I'll buy you a new video game. Curly Hair got up instantly, glanced at Fang Zhao's gaming console, and started wagging his tail again. He was a bona fide gamer dog all right. Laughing, Fang Zhao shook his head. He turned on the console and looked up the user data. Curly Hair had already gone through all the single-player games Fang Zhao had bought for him, with flying colors. Now, the gamer dog was going for record high scores. He had to have been excited last night because he'd broken a record. If these scores were posted online, they would cause quite a stir. Fang Zhao deleted the data and all the existing games. He bought a new game released by Fiery Bird. It was a physics-themed educational game that got harder with each level. The higher the level, the bigger and more complex the structures the player had to navigate. Fang Zhao stuck to single-player mode. Fang Zhao picked the game not only because of its innovative design, unique color scheme, and neat special effects. The game also incorporated knowledge about structural engineering and so on, and the score was decent. The background music blended with the game seamlessly to make for a tasteful atmosphere. An ecstatic Curly Hair barked several times. If Fang Zhao hadn't been holding him back, he would have made for his gaming helmet and started playing immediately. After tidying up his dorm room, Fang Zhao was summoned by Mo Lang. Mo Lang wanted to give him a lecture about the finer points of professional musicianship and career development. Mo Lang said that he would lecture by video conference from now on if they couldn't meet in person. He said he would be personally responsible for Fang Zhao's theoretical training. After returning from Mo Lang's place, Fang Zhao heard from Carter, who wanted him to deal with some paperwork. Carter sent Fang Zhao a few forms to fill out. I'm about to head out to the Spartacus Cup games in Majo to help score the opening ceremony. You're with me. A few of your senior fellow disciples will be there too. Just as Mo Lang had instructed, Carter had planned Fang Zhao's schedule for the next few days the day his new disciple had returned to campus. Carter had even finalized the itinerary 2 days earlier than expected so Fang Zhao wouldn't have the chance to make contact with folks in the entertainment industry. Fang Zhao was planning on spending 2 or 3 days on campus before heading out again. He hadn't expected Professor Carter to keep him on such a tight leash. But there were also pros to becoming a master musician's disciple. If he were going solo, it would be very difficult to gain access to a project like the Spartacus Cup in Majo, especially for a young musician in his 20s. After finishing the paperwork, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room, where he found Will standing at the entrance. Can I have a word? Will asked. Sure, let's head in first. After entering the room, Will's gaze lingered on Curly Hair for some time before he spoke up. When are you heading out again? Will had really pampered Curly Hair while Fang Zhao had been at the Corral Film Festival, lest he lose a single hair. Yet the creativity hadn't been forthcoming. Will had felt like he was on the verge of something on several occasions. He felt that he was on the right track but simply lacked the final spark. There had to be something he wasn't doing right. After pondering the matter, Will concluded that the root of the problem was that he hadn't spent enough time with Curly Hair. Man and dog weren't close enough, so the inspiration hadn't been cultivated. If he had more time, he might have a breakthrough. That was why Will approached Fang Zhao again to see if he could look after Curly Hair for a longer period of time. Fang Zhao smiled. What a coincidence. I was about to look you up. I've been summoned by Professor Carter to join him on a project on Mars continent. I'll be gone for 10 days to 2 weeks or so. Will's eyes sparkled. Really? That's great. He proceeded to assure Fang Zhao, don't you worry. I will become an even more meticulous caregiver. I feel like I'm close to achieving my goal. Fang Zhao believed Will. For now, Curly Hair was Will's top priority. Will's claim that he was close to his goal had to have also been made in good faith. After seeing his own portrait, Fang Zhao was looking forward to seeing how Will painted Curly Hair. Will and Fang Zhao agreed to the same routine. Curly Hair would hang out with Will during the day and return to Fang Zhao's dorm room in the evening. The little fella would be obsessed with gaming. He wouldn't go wandering around campus at night. After Will left, Fang Zhao called great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang. Carter had gotten on his case immediately after the film festival ended, so Fang Zhao hadn't been able to spare the time to visit the two elders in Yenzhou in person, but they were staying in touch. During the call, great-grandfather Fang was same old, but great-grandmother Fang seemed to have something on her mind. She hesitated on the phone before telling Fang Zhao about great-grandfather Fang's recent mishap. He had gotten so carried away bragging about his grandson that he had nearly choked on his own saliva. Great-grandmother Fang was quite old and couldn't deal with the shock. The old fella survived this time, but what about next time? The old fella had brought it upon himself when he'd choked. None of the other residents at the retirement liked to talk as much as he did. The older he got, the more impulsive great-grandfather Fang got, yapping away like a little kid. Great-grandmother Fang lamented, "He won't listen to what anyone else has to say. When I told him off, he thought I was blowing things out of proportion. Xiao Zhao, he'll definitely listen to you. Can you ask him to calm down? At this age, he needs to take it easy, not regress to a child." This was unexpected, but great-grandmother Fang had a point. "Got it. Let me see what I can do." After ending the call, Fang Zhao reflected on the matter. He decided that talk was cheap in terms of calming great-grandfather Fang down. The best solution was to find the old man something to do, to help him develop a new hobby. Fang Zhao clicked his address book and called someone in Muzhou. At the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei. Great-grandfather Fang started sulking after he found out that his wife had told Fang Zhao about him choking on his own saliva. Why did he have to tell Xiao Zhao about such a trivial matter? It was nothing, an accident. He's so busy. You're just adding to his burden, great-grandfather Fang said. Great-grandmother Fang gave him a sideways glance. You should control that restless soul of yours. If you have so much energy, go farm. Rent a few more plots to farm so you stay out of trouble. How am I restless? Why are you picking a fight? All I did was brag about our Xiao Zhao. Also, I can't possibly farm every day. If this old geezer does hard labor, he'll collapse and die. Great-grandfather Fang censored his final thought, how is farming more fun than bragging about my great-grandson? Great-grandfather Fang started ignoring his wife. He wore a stern expression on his face, but deep down, he was worried. What would Xiao Zhao say when he called? Would he be upset? Great-grandfather Fang lost his appetite and didn't sleep well. The next day, he was a zombie. Fang Zhao finally called to say that he had sent them a package. It would arrive later in the day. The package contained a small box of walnuts. Many species of walnut had gone extinct after the period of destruction. The species that were available now were mostly new species developed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. There were only a handful of walnuts in the box. It wasn't that Fang Zhao couldn't afford more but that there were few walnuts to begin with. These had been plucked from extra samples discarded by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. They had been sent to Yenzhou immediately after some basic processing. Soon, great-grandfather Fang received the delivery. The box also contained a manual and an instructional video. So these are the walnuts that Xiao Zhao spoke of. Great-grandfather Fang emptied an even nicer box and relocated the walnuts there carefully. Great-grandmother Fang donned her reading glasses and examined the manual. Fitness walnuts. Great-grandfather Fang followed the instructions in the manual and grasped 2 walnuts. You don't say, I feel more at peace right away. Great-grandmother Fang. Such bullshit *T. Great-grandfather Fang kept talking, an intoxicated expression on his face. This is good stuff. I can kill time with it. It's good for my health and it looks cool. In blunter terms, this toy was good for his health while allowing the old man to keep being a poser at the same time. Great-grandmother Fang's face went blank. She felt her husband had somehow managed to cultivate yet another new skill. After fiddling with the walnuts the same way they were used in the instructional video, great-grandfather Fang felt he had learned the ropes. He tossed his walking stick and carefully picked 2 of the prettiest walnuts from his box. He headed out to brag again, one hand behind his back and the other playing with the walnuts. Yup, this was what they called Zen posing. Great-grandfather Fang brought those 2 walnuts along for a stroll. His pace was rather leisurely, but his pleased expression simply couldn't be suppressed as he hummed a tune while walking around. Someone asked great-grandfather Fang, "Why are you playing with walnuts?" Great-grandfather Fang's face stiffened. "Are these walnuts?" "No. These are sentiments. A creative concept. Art. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. They even have some of the old era's charm." On that day, a number of retired veterans asked around in private about where to purchase these sorts of walnuts. They couldn't bear to see great-grandfather Fang showing off. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they rather covetously eyed those walnuts twirling within his palm. When they returned to do some research, indeed, the old era had had such a method of playing with them, and it was rather pretentious. There were also some that asked great-grandfather Fang, but the old man immediately replied, "My family's Xiao Zhao sent them," then jabbered on and on about his family's Xiao Zhao, which made the askers gnash their teeth. As for those that looked for great-grandfather Fang in hopes of borrowing or purchasing these walnuts, they were met with firm rejection from the old man. No discussion. These were given by my great-grandson. I can't even bear to use them, how could I distribute them to you guys? In your dreams. If you have the ability, get your own great-grandsons to buy them for you. Great-grandfather Fang wasn't willing to loan out these walnuts. He did have a small box full of them, but it was only a small box. He knew very well that if these things were easy to obtain, Fang Zhao would surely have sent a large box. The fact was that there were too few of these things. In the days that followed, great-grandfather Fang liked to twirl these rather pleasing to look at walnuts in his palms wherever he went. Regardless of whether he was strolling leisurely, chatting, or playing chess, his hands never stopped. He even intentionally headed for places with more people to flaunt the 2 glorious walnuts in his hands. How pleasurable. This is just my individuality. I am completely different from those old fogies that only know how to drink tea and play chess. Great-grandfather Fang even went so far as to christen these 2 walnuts the Dieting walnuts. Having the name of a mythical beast made them even more high-end and auspicious. When it came to mythical creatures and the like, great-grandfather Fang's had the deepest impression of the Dieting, because one of Fang Zhao's epithets online was Dieting. Thus, when mythical creatures were brought up, the first one that great-grandfather Fang thought about was always the Dieting. The rarer something was, the greater its value. With its links to the old era on top of great-grandfather Fang's ability to brag, this leisure topic among the old veterans gradually circulated, and as it spread, it became even more incredible. There were people saying that the veined patterns on the walnut's surface weren't ordinary and were similar to the mythical creatures of legends. There were also people who said that the reason these were called Dieting walnuts was because Fang Zhao had created them. Fang Zhao's nickname was Dieting, after all. Of course, there were also people who wondered whether Fang Zhao was promoting it behind the scenes. Would the next step be roasted walnuts? Thus, unknowingly, Fang Zhao was blamed for something once again. Ultimately, great-grandfather Fang wasn't able to completely preserve his small box of walnuts. In the end, great-grandfather Fang reluctantly gave away some walnuts to a few of his closer older friends. Afterward, some people tried to use their social connections to purchase Muzhou's Agricultural Science Institution's limited surplus of walnuts. Even if the price were several times higher, it wouldn't be enough to match the demand. The more something couldn't be bought, the more people would want to purchase it, and there were many more people making inquiries. Later on, when the personnel from Muzhou's Academy of Agricultural Sciences noticed, they wondered why this plaything had become so popular. The walnuts they cultivated weren't that great to eat, so they weren't mass-produced. In general, when growing new breeds, items without much commercial value were shelved. This variety of walnuts didn't have a high consumption value, so the personnel from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had never expected that it would become so popular all of a sudden. Now that the circumstances had changed, people started to have ideas. Grow. Since the demand was so high, then they would grow it again. Retirement facilities in the new era also knew how to keep up with the times. Playing with walnuts was indeed uncommon, and those that weren't able to obtain some would use other alternatives. However, they would feel that it couldn't compare with the authenticity of the real ones, so those that could use connections made orders with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Fang Zhao had no idea that all this was happening. After he settled his matters with great-grandfather Fang, he prepared to follow Professor Carter to Mazhou. Nanfeng and the other two tagged along as well. Nowadays, Nanfeng walked a little taller. Many people who had known Nanfeng in the past searched him out in hopes of a collaboration. However, Nanfeng didn't bother with them. It really verified that phrase, "Ignore me thou shalt, lick my ass you cannot." Nanfeng felt extremely pleased with himself. Nanfeng was putting on airs and chatting when he received news from Fang Zhao about heading to Mazhou. As Fang Zhao's assistant and given his boss's influence, Nanfeng still needed to put on airs at the right time, otherwise, others would assume he was easy to bully. But whatever the case, what was important were his boss's interests. Nanfeng needed to firmly guard this job of his. He knew very well what he should say and do when meeting others, as well as what sort of attitude to show. Having received notice that his boss would be heading to Mazhou for a music project, Nanfeng felt a little regret at leaving the entertainment circle so soon. However, he understood that Fang Zhao's main focus was on his own composing. As a capable assistant, Nanfeng would only give thumbs up to the decisions Fang Zhao came to. Suiyu also felt a little apprehension when he received the news. Will boss bring us along for his trip to Mazhou? Nanfeng rubbed his hands in glee and confidently said, he will definitely bring me. I have to take charge of boss's traveling and daily matters. Participating in a project is really tiring, and it is taxing on both the mind and body. Boss's appetite is also so big, I can't let boss go hungry, right? Suiyu wasn't willing to lag behind and added in, besides keeping boss safe, I can still drive cars and pilot flying transports. He will need a driver when traveling in Muzhou. Yen Biao chimed in, I can still help boss fend off entertainment reporters, and I teach the paparazzi a lesson. Nowadays, many entertainment reporters are keeping an eye on boss. As a bodyguard, I have a heavy responsibility. Although all three of them proclaimed their importance, inwardly, they felt weak. Fang Zhao could really do without them. During the period of the film festivals, he had even let the three of them have free time. This time around, he would be heading to Mazhou together with Professor Carter's team, so it was uncertain whether he would bring the three of them along. After waiting nervously for an hour, they finally received formal notification from Fang Zhao regarding their travel plans. The duties for the three were also issued, so they immediately felt peace of mind. While excitedly packing his luggage, Nanfeng thought of something and asked the other two. If the three of us leave, what will happen to boss's pets? Yen Biao had just ended a call with Fang Zhao. He replied, the rabbit has a self-feeding machine, and curly hair will be looked after by the neighbor. Still loaned to the neighbor. Nanfeng inwardly wondered why that neighbor was so strongly attached to curly hair, but he soon shoved those thoughts aside. He needed to concern himself with his boss's matters first. Nanfeng and the other two would head to Mar Sizu beforehand, while Fang Zhao would follow Professor Carter and his team. Mar Sizu, named after great General Mahorsi, was one of the 4 special continents out of the 12 continents in the new era. Mar Sizu was also known as Mazhou for short. Mahorsi was also the family name of the aristocratic Mahorsi family clan, which dominated Mazhou. It was said that people with the Mahorsi family's blood might not necessarily have this family name, but anyone that had this family name was someone that was recognized by the Mahorsi family. Therefore, people coming to Mazhou knew that they could offend first-rate clubs, but they absolutely could not offend anyone that possessed the Marcy family name. In Carter's opinion, he was more willing to interact with people who had the Marcy family name, at least those from the Marcy family clan wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. On the contrary, there were quite a few personnel from second- and third-rate clubs that loved causing trouble. Therefore, before arriving in Majo, Professor Carter emphasized to his team not to face it directly should they encounter any trouble. As people that dabbled in art, what advantage could they have when facing those athletes and competitors? They should avoid trouble whenever possible and look for the police if the situation couldn't be avoided. Although the competitive atmosphere there was thick, the law and order in the capital city of Savannah was still pretty good, and law enforcement was just and upright. Majo was known by everyone as the competition continent. Everywhere in Majo was filled with competitive elements. One could see competitive sporting clubs and guild halls everywhere on the streets, and many basketball stars, football stars, shooting celebrities, wrestling stars, and famed personalities from all sorts of sporting events frequently appeared on the suspended screens on buildings. Savannah, the capital city of Marsizu, was also the region where the competitive atmosphere was heaviest. Many large-scale sporting competitions were organized in Savannah, and the Spartacus Cup games were held here. After checking into the hotel and taking some time to rest, Carter held a small meeting for the group. The main point of the meeting was to explain the following arrangements as well as to introduce Fang Zhao to these other disciples. Carter's gaze swept across the room. Everyone, this is Fang Zhao, your junior disciple. This is his first time following the project team. Do take care of him. All Carter saw were smiles on the faces of the others, but inwardly, these people were very envious of Fang Zhao. They all knew that on the surface, Fang Zhao was said to be a disciple of Carter, but in actual fact, he was learning from great master Mo Long. However, regardless of who Fang Zhao was studying under, they all still greeted Fang Zhao as a little junior disciple. Carter had brought along more than 10 disciples to this project team. They were all older, and aside from Fang Zhao, the youngest one among them was in his 50s. Carter was someone who didn't like beating around the bush. After saying all that needed to be said, he took a look at the time and said, "Go and experience things a little, search for inspiration," before turning around and leaving. He still had to attend a meeting with personnel from the Spartacus Cup Games organizing committee to discuss some matters with the opening ceremony. After Carter left, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened. The others all gathered around Fang Zhao to chat with this extraordinary little junior disciple and exchange contact details. In the future, they would have a camaraderie from being one big family and would help each other out, so contact details were a must. An average-sized man with flowing white hair walked over and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, you can call me big senior brother." This man was Enan, Carter's first disciple. He was doing very well now. He had made quite a reputation for himself and had a niche within the circles. Enan was already in his 80s, but this was considered old in the new era. His white hair had been specially dyed and was kept at shoulder length with some floating curls. It let him give off quite the artistic vibe. "Big senior brother," Fang Zhao called out sincerely. "AI, that's right." Enan clapped his hands and his smile widened. "Since you called me big senior brother, I will definitely bring you to." Enan was about to say, "bring you to soar," when the conference door opened and Professor Carter came in hastily to take a file that was on the table. "Definitely bring you to properly investigate academic questions and teach you how to search for composing inspiration during the Spartacus Cup Games period. As your big senior brother, you can ask me if you have any questions. Whether you meet with a bottleneck when composing, an obstacle in your thesis, or so on, you can look for me," Enan said with a straight face. Professor Carter himself knew his own disciple's personality and conduct, so he shot Enan a warning gaze. Enan immediately promised Carter, "Teacher, don't you worry, I will definitely lead little junior disciple along well." Carter groaned and left hastily with the file. The smile returned to Enan's face when Carter left. Slightly impatient, he said to all the others, "It's rare for all of us from different continents to gather for a project. Today shall be my treat. I will bring everyone to have a taste of Majo." Carter's disciples all know that this big senior brother Enan was very talented but that he had a bad habit, drinking. At the start, Carter had advised him many times, but afterward, when Enan had produced works of sufficient quality, Carter had stopped warning him to give up the habit. Thus, everyone besides Fang Zhao knew what Enan meant by a taste of Majo. Big senior brother would be treating, so they had to give face and could not decline. As the little junior disciple, Fang Zhao was dragged along with everyone. Scarlet Ocean Flower Street was a consumer entertainment district in Majo's capital city of Savannah. It was a strip that bordered along the Scarlet Ocean. Originally, this street had been called Victory Street, but back during the founding era celebrations, the entire street had been littered with fresh flowers. Afterward, people had brought flowers over to this street during every year's Memorial Day, so people had started to call it Flower Street. The place Enan brought everyone was a rather stylish ball on Scarlet Ocean Flower Street. The place had an artsy design, but most importantly, the liquor here was good. With great liquor, nice ambience and decent food, the place was naturally packed. Clearly, Enan had been here more than once. He was familiar with the place and a group of more than 10 people found a place to sit. As they merrily enjoyed their food and drinks, Fang Zhao sat quietly, listening to these senior brothers and sisters boasting while also listening to the performance at the bar. The rather melancholy electronic blues tune didn't dampen Enan's high spirits. Although Enan didn't look too reliable, he did have the ability. His analysis of the performance in the bar was also incisive, and he was able to precisely point out the notes and instruments in the tune. After a few rounds of drinks, even those people that normally seemed rather composed had loosened up. They chatted about their respective composing paths as well as their successes and failures. These people that were viewed highly by Carter definitely had sufficient ability, and they had many experiences that Fang Zhao could learn from. After filtering out some of the stuff they said, Fang Zhao decided to take notes and tidy up his thoughts when he returned. 2 hours later, Fang Zhao was supporting Enan to the washroom. "Hey, there is no need to help me. Big senior brother can still recognize the road to the washroom." Enan refused Fang Zhao and pointed to his own head. "I might look like I have had a lot to drink, but my mind is still very clear." Fang Zhao wasn't comfortable letting Enan go in this state, so he followed a few steps behind. Indeed, although Enan's steps were slightly feeble, his direction was correct and he could differentiate the signboards. As Enan entered the washroom, someone from inside bumped into him. Luckily, Enan managed to evade quickly. Otherwise, he might have been thrown to the ground. However, the person who knocked into him had also had quite a bit to drink. His body reeked of alcohol, and he had an air of arrogance along with his robust body and rugged muscles. When he looked up, his bloodshot eyes made him seem like some sort of fierce animal as he glared at Enan. "Don't you have eyes?" the other party bellowed. Enan's anger sobered him up. Clearly, this person had drunk too much and knocked into him. Now the thief was crying thief. However, Enan was rather experienced in this sort of situation. When encountering such a conflict, Enan would consider what sort of person the other party was. If the other party was a pushover, naturally he would smoothen things out. But if it was some drunk fool or a lunatic that couldn't be reasoned with, Enan wouldn't bother, leaving a few parting words before running. In the current situation, trying to reason with this person might result in the other party speaking with his fists. If Enan stayed and didn't run, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Thus, Enan didn't even go to the bathroom but instead decided to leave immediately. However, he'd had too much to drink. Even though his mind had sobered up, his legs still felt weak. If not for Fang Zhao coming over to support him, he would probably have fallen to the ground. Enan glanced at Fang Zhao gratefully before shifting his eyes toward that drunk man, then toward the door, indicating they should hurry up and run rather than waste time talking to this fool. Fang Zhao concurred with Yinan's choice and supported Yinan as they made to leave. But them trying to keep away infuriated the other party even more. The drunkard had a dark expression as he gurgled with tightly clenched fists. What sort of look was that? Looking down on me? You people are King asking for a beating. Fang Zhao, The police administration for this region received a report. The silver medalist of today's Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing event, which had just concluded today, had been knocked out by someone in a certain bar's washroom. Yinan had a dazed expression on his face when he left the washroom. A while ago, he had expected that deranged drunkard to come over and hit him. Yet in the blink of an eye, before he'd had any time to react, that guy had fallen. Little junior brother, is leaving him there really all right? Yinan was worried. Fang Zhao calmly replied, it's fine. There are people headed for the washroom, they are the other party's friends. How do you know? I heard it. Yinan, all right. The others didn't notice any difference when Yinan returned. It was already getting late, and someone suggested that it was about time to return to the hotel. Coming out to have fun was fine, but it couldn't be too late. Professor Carter wouldn't restrict their personal activities as long as they didn't get out of hand. Otherwise, Carter would mercilessly kick them out of the project team. Yinan wasn't in the mood to continue drinking. Let's go. Have a good rest when we get back so that we will be in the right mind to look for inspiration. When the group exited the bar, a police car had just pulled up. Yinan tensed up and glanced at Fang Zhao. Noticing that Fang Zhao didn't have a single shred of panic on his face, he thought to himself, this little junior brother's mental strength is indeed rather impressive. Yinan's assistant didn't pay too much attention to Yinan's worried expression after they returned to the hotel. Yinan was always like this after having too much to drink. Perhaps he might even be consolidating his inspiration and composing in his heart. After his assistant left, Yinan immediately went to search the internet to see if there had been any news in the vicinity of the bar before heaving a sigh of relief. Thinking back, he felt that Fang Zhao was indeed a youngster. Fang Zhao was impulsive, but Yinan didn't think that Fang Zhao was wrong. After all, Fang Zhao had done so to protect him. Sigh, I must properly lead this little junior brother along in the future. Previously, Yinan had only decided to look out for Fang Zhao on account of Carter and Mo Lang. Now that Fang Zhao had helped him, Yinan was much more sincere about it. The next day, Yinan went to check the news after waking up. His unease finally dissipated when he saw that there still was no report of an incident at a bar. It seemed like, just as Fang Zhao had said, it wasn't anything big. There hadn't been a splash even after one night, so there was no longer any need to worry. But Yinan's smile had just appeared when it froze in place. He saw a push notification for sports news, and one of the articles showed the previous day's Spartacus Cup Games results, including the photographs of the top 3 in the heavyweight boxing competition, which had just concluded yesterday. Heavyweight boxing competition. Silver medalist. In disbelief, Yinan searched this silver medalist Danny's photograph on the internet. Recalling the deranged drunkard they had come across last night. They were too similar. If that was true, that would mean. On their first day after arriving in Majo, this little junior brother had knocked out the Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing silver medalist. He suddenly felt that this little junior brother would be hard to lead along and that the pressure was really great. At the same time, in a certain private hospital, the current Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing silver medalist Danny had just woken up in his hospital bed. Waiting on him were 2 police officers as well as his club's manager. Danny, do you still remember what happened yesterday? Was it someone trying to harm you? The club manager had already come up with quite a few rival names. Danny kneaded his forehead vacantly and shook his head. What happened? The club manager briefly recounted yesterday's incident. After losing the finals yesterday, Danny had been in a bad mood and went with a friend to drink. Danny had quite a lot to drink and went to the washroom midway. That friend of his waited for some time but felt that something was up, so he went to the washroom to check. He had never expected to find Danny lying on the ground. When the friend went over to ask what had happened, Danny only said, "Someone hit me," then lost consciousness. When that friend heard that someone had hit Danny, all sorts of conspiracy theories sprouted in his head, and he immediately made a police report. When he regained his senses, he felt that it had been a little inappropriate, so he contacted Danny's club manager. The club suppressed the news. This was also why Enan hadn't seen any news related to the incident. The checkup at the hospital discovered that Danny had injuries, but they were a result of the competition. Other than that, there weren't any other big issues. There weren't any cameras near the washroom, and nobody knew what had happened, as it hadn't caused a big disturbance. The police couldn't summon all the people that had been at the bar, so they could only wait for Danny to wake up before asking about the concrete details. Mahjong permitted competition, but it forbade malicious competition. Athletes that did such things in private would be punished severely when they were found out. This sort of thing was especially susceptible during the duration of the Spartacus Cup games, so the two police officers were here and couldn't be driven away even if the club manager wanted them to leave. "We have some questions to ask you regarding yesterday's incident. We hope that you will cooperate," one of the police officers said. They hoped that Danny could properly recall what exactly had happened yesterday. If this was a malicious revenge incident, they would have to intensify their investigation. But if it was a private matter, as long as Danny didn't pursue the matter, the police officers wouldn't need to do anything more. The club manager also wished to know who had hit Danny. Although Danny had drunk a lot yesterday, he still shouldn't have been knocked unconscious just like that. He was the club's trump card, after all, and a silver medalist at this year's Spartacus Cup games. The last person to try to strike Danny when he was drunk had spent an entire month lying in hospital. Danny picked up the wet towel at the side and wiped his face as he tried recalling the previous day's details. "I went to the bar for some drinks yesterday. Afterward, I went to the bathroom. When the others saw me, they ran away." When Danny had gone to the washroom, he had thrown quite the drunken fit inside. When the other people in the washroom had seen Danny acting this way, they had left immediately, since there wasn't only just one washroom in the bar. "So there weren't any others in the washroom at that time?" one of the police officers asked. "I guess so." "What happened after? Who did you meet?" "After that, I think I bumped into someone." The two officers and the club manager became more alert. "What did the other party look like?" "I don't remember. I think it was an oldie. There was quite a bit of white hair." The two police officers made eye contact. There were too many people that dyed their hair white. This point wouldn't pinpoint much. "You don't remember anything else about the other party's appearance?" the police officer queried. Danny shook his head. The police officer continued, "What happened next? Try to think hard, especially the minute details." "After that? I was lying on the ground." When he recalled this, Danny started to doubt his own existence. Had he actually been knocked down so easily yesterday? And to the extent where he couldn't remember how he had been knocked down. The club manager frowned. He couldn't think of anyone who could knock Danny out so easily. Even the champion of yesterday's boxing competition couldn't do it. However, the two police officers caught onto a detail in Danny's words. "Wait a minute, did you say lying? Were you lying on the ground when you were knocked out?" "I haven't finished yet," Danny said. "Continue, recall the small details. Don't skip anything. Emmimichum, he even helped flip me over. And then? It seemed like I vomited." One of the officers nodded. "You did. Furthermore, when your friend found you yesterday, you were lying face up." "Yes, I remember that the person flipped me over after I fell." The two officers continued probing for details, but Danny really didn't remember much. When he didn't think much of a person, he wouldn't really make an effort to remember the person's appearance. Regardless of whether he was drunk or sober, he was the same. If he didn't think the person was worthy of being remembered, he wouldn't waste any brain cells on it. Only afterward, when he had been knocked down and had started to doubt his existence, had his memory become more profound. However, it still wasn't clear, and the only impression he had was the white hair that had flashed past. Furthermore, the more he remembered, the more Danny's spirit took a beating. He had lost the match yesterday and had felt extremely indignant. He had nearly won the gold medal, so anyone in his situation wouldn't feel good. But now, the indignation in his heart had thoroughly been wiped clean. This sort of transformation was like blaming everyone but himself all the way before discovering that, it turns out that I am the failure. With such a huge drop in his mental state, what gold medal, what final loss, what indignation, all of these were chucked aside. Currently, there was only one line revolving continuously in Danny's head. So it turns out that I am lacking. The two police officers watched the crestfallen Danny lying on the bed and clutching his head. This huge man now looked as though he had been extremely wronged. Cough. We have a rough understanding of the situation already. According to what Mr. Danny has said, the other party didn't seem to have any strong malice. First, he didn't cause you any bodily harm. Second, the other party helped flip you over to prevent you from choking on your own vomit when you were lying face down. We will continue to investigate this matter, and if you remember any important clues, you can contact us. As long as it wasn't a malicious revenge case regarding competitive rivals, Danny's case wouldn't be considered a big deal in Majo. It was no different from some drunken brawl across the street. Furthermore, at first glance, this matter had been instigated by Danny, and him getting hit was normal. The two police officers left quickly after that. The club manager had similarly complicated feelings as he watched Danny lie in bed, hugging his head and contemplating his existence. So there wasn't any conspiracy theory? Then who exactly hit me? That white-haired and confused fellow? As Danny lay in the hospital, doubting his own existence, the one who had cast this shadow on his heart was accompanying his seniors to search for inspiration at the competition grounds. Enan had brought Fang Zhao and the others to watch a tennis match. To fully experience the atmosphere of the sporting competition, they didn't use a VIP box or special viewing terrace. Instead, they sat together with the ordinary spectators. Today was the finals of the Spartacus Cup Games men's singles tennis. This was a match that had a very high viewership. On one side was the old veteran Dummel, who was currently ranked 8th in the world. He had only rushed up explosively this year and had never entered the top 20 in the past. At this year's Spartacus Cup Games, he seemed to have performed exceeding well and had swept through the previous rounds of matches, defeating many strong opponents along the way and making it into the gold medal match. Today would also be the last match in his professional career. On the other side was a young tennis athlete who hadn't fallen out of the top 3 rankings in the past few years, Midas. He was a handsome lad and was nicknamed the Prince of Tennis. There were also fans who affectionately called him Xiaomi. Midas had won many championships. The only championship he lacked was the Spartacus Cup Games gold medal. After so many iterations, he had gotten a silver medal every time, and slowly during the Spartacus Cup Games, he had jokingly become referred to as the perennial runner-up. Among these two, one would retire after this match, while the other said that he would retire if he still couldn't get the gold medal this time. Thus, the attention placed by the media on this was especially high. Fang Zhao took deep breaths, experiencing the complicated mixture of smells consisting of sweat, odor, snacks, and fragrances when Enan turned to ask him, "Who do you think will win?" "I can't tell," Fang Zhao answered seriously. He had watched some previous competition videos of both parties and had analyzed the two competitors' states. Fang Zhao really couldn't say who would win. "Ha! That is only right." Enan chuckled. "You will never know when a miracle might occur, and you will never know what might happen next. I just love this sort of plot. Because every time a turnabout occurs, countless musical notes enter my head. This feeling of my head being filled with music is a magical feeling. As a composer, you should understand, right? Fang Zhao nodded. Mm. The symphony in his head had never stopped. Cheating was an utter disgrace in athletic competitions in Mahjong. Athletes involved in match fixing were banned for life. You want to keep competing? Sure, go ahead, on other continents. Mahjong no longer welcomes you. In some cases, athletes were even barred from entering Mahjong altogether. Quite a few pundits gave their 2 cents on the gold medal match, but no one could say definitely who the likely winner was. The way the match played out bore out the conflicting predictions. The gold medal match ended up taking 3 days, an average of more than 5 hours per day. The total length of the match was about 16 hours, which set the record for the longest championship match at the Spartacus Cup. This was a battle of 2 athletes at their peak that involved not the slightest iota of showmanship or fakery. Both players were in tip-top shape and were going head-to-head in terms of technique, tactics, endurance, and mental toughness. It was the very definition of athletic competition. They both went all out. Ian marveled. He was a casual tennis player too. But half an hour was tiring enough for him, let alone more than 5 hours. These 2 are certainly athletes worthy of respect, Fang Zhao said. Fans of the 2 players went crazy cheering for their respective idols. Even folks who weren't interested in either player began paying attention to the match. One could dislike these 2 athletes, but one still had to give respect where respect was due. Media coverage of the match also increased. Taking in the match that seemed to be sapping the life out of the players, Fang Zhao realized that the 2 athletes probably hadn't been kidding when they had spoken of retirement to the media before the match. They were playing their hearts out. It was impossible to play at this level if they were holding back. The 3rd day of play took more than 7 hours. When the match ended, the veteran Dummel glanced at the score on the big screen. He let out a huge bellow as he circled the court, tears rolling down his cheek, as if he had forgotten about his utter exhaustion. In stark contrast was the silent Midacy. Midacy was flat on his back, racket in hand. His other hand covered his eyes. He removed the hand after some time to reveal bloodshot, tearful eyes, and he gazed at the sky. He got up, jogged over to Dummel, and hugged the man, then bowed to all 4 sides of the grass court and raised his hands in applause. The applause was for himself, his opponent, and the audience. He had given it his all. He was at peace with the outcome. A melancholic rock song suggestive of farewell began playing. The hoarse vocals of the male lead seemed to speak to the passion and dedication the audience had just witnessed. At this point, many members of the audience recovered their composure. Dummel should have had no regrets about retirement. He is starting to go downhill, after all. He mustered every last bit of energy he had for this match. I'm guessing it will take him at least 5 years to recover. But Midacy is a different story. Is he really going to retire? Really? Midacy is so young, only 36. In an era when life expectancy had doubled, 36 was truly quite young. It's the peak of Midacy's career now, his golden years. He has plenty more shots at glory after this match. He is quite young, after all. He could play another 40 years if he wanted to. Impulsive talk. It was definitely impulsive talk. Let's see what Midacy's club says. They're not going to give up on a cash cow like Midacy that easily. Even though he's missing a Spartacus Cup gold medal, Midacy has won plenty of other important titles. His popularity is only going to increase after this 3-day match. Regardless of whether Midacy retired, the gold medal match was a great deal for the audience. A 3-day match for a single ticket. Totally worth it. Got my fix. And as far as the journalists were concerned, there was plenty to write about. An even better deal. Perennial runner-up loses again. Prince of Tennis misses out on gold again. Another brand ends collaboration with Midacy, perennial runner-up loses another deal. In Majo, this hub of athletic competition, the major brands preferred champions. Even though Midasi had won quite a few titles, his lack of a Spartacus Cup gold was a missing link one couldn't ignore. Add to that the saturated media coverage, and the absence of a Spartacus title became a major, indelible black mark on his career. Journalists loved to pour salt on a wound. After the prize presentation ceremony, amid all the talk about Midasi's possible retirement, Midasi's club announced he would be holding a press conference soon. Is he really going to retire? I don't get it. I really don't. It's just a Spartacus gold medal, after all. He can go after it again. He's only been playing for 20 years. Maybe he's lost his spirit. He's played professionally for 20 years already, after all. Come Spartacus Cup time, he always finishes second. And it's not that he's a bad player. He always gives his all. What could he do after he retires? He'll be discriminated against as a coach. It's too hard to shed the perennial runner-up reputation. What if the perennial runner-up can only produce perennial runner-ups? Plus, he's still relatively young. If top clubs want to hire him, they'll skimp on his pay. It's not worth it. He might as well join the entertainment industry, then. Quite a few retired athletes in Majo became entertainers. Considering Midasi's good looks and popularity, following in that tradition was a likely move. Back in his hotel room, Inan watched the highlights of the gold medal match repeatedly. He wiped the tears on his face and said, "We should compose a song for them." Sigh, what a pity, Xiaomi. Midasi has grown on Inan. You can't blame him for the outcome. He tried his best. After reading the online speculation about Midasi's next move after retirement, Inan looked up Fang Zhao. Lots of folks are saying that Xiaomi will likely become an entertainer after retiring. Junior disciple, you have a background in the entertainment industry. See if you can lend him a helping hand. This man has suffered enough, losing the gold medal and all these endorsement deals. And he's getting dissed and teased online left and right. Fang Zhao pondered the request and responded, I actually don't think he needs my help. Given his temperament, I'm sure he's decided on his next move. Aha. Anyway, give him some help if you can, Inan said. He thought Fang Zhao was just making excuses, but then he realized that Mo Lang and Carter might not want Fang Zhao to have anything to do with the entertainment industry. Inan swallowed the comment he had been about to blurt out. Fang Zhao glanced at Inan and continued, regardless of what the media is saying now, I think Midasi's career going forward won't be that bad. As for the journalists knifing him now, it will backfire eventually. Inan didn't take Fang Zhao's comments seriously. He just started sighing non-stop. Inan was quite sensitive. The thought of Midasi's performance in the gold medal match, coupled with all the facetious comments online, made him awfully upset. I feel like crap. I'm gonna go compose to make myself feel better. Even though Fang Zhao lamented Midasi's loss, he didn't think Midasi was someone who made rash decisions. He was someone with a clear head and a clear plan. That night, Midasi held a press conference at his home club. Images of Midasi crying after the gold medal match dominated front-page news and newscasts. His fans were heartbroken. Now, both fan and foe alike were glued to this press conference, which was being broadcast live. They could see in the live feed that journalists from many leading sports publications were in attendance. Midasi's eyes were still bloodshot. His voice broke up as he started speaking. He continued after recovering his composure. Looking back on my 20-year professional career, I don't have a whole lot of complaints or anger. What I feel more is gratitude. I've never let down my guard in the past 20 years. Even today, I can stand proudly before you. Every step I have taken has been forceful and purposeful. In the past 20 years, I've borne witness to the beauty of competition as well as its cruelty. Retirement isn't a decision I made hastily, and it's not a compromise. I have my own private life and responsibilities. After retiring, regardless of where I end up, I'll always be an optimist. I'd like to thank my club and my fans for their support these past 20 years. I also want to thank my coach. I'm sorry I couldn't bring home a Spartacus gold medal for him. Midas's coach, who was sitting next to him, also turned teary-eyed. His eyes were filled with sadness. When it was his turn to speak, he talked about Midas's difficult journey. I still remember that 16-year-old showing up all alone at my doorstep, bag in hand, 20 years ago. And he stayed for 2 decades. At the beginning of this year, he told me, "Coach, this is my last shot." He was under huge pressure. I can only imagine what he was going through. All I can say is that he has always worked his ass off. He's as good a player as anyone out there. How brightly Midas's star had shone back in the day, his surreal rise to the top of the world rankings, his good looks, and his amazing talent. Soon, he had become one of Mahjou's most popular sports stars, and the endorsement deals had started pouring in. Subsequently, Midas had taken part in all sorts of tournaments and had won quite a few of them. The Spartacus Cup was the only exception. He had always come second. Even if he had managed to survive tough group competition in round robin, he had always ended up with silver. He had beaten every Spartacus Cup gold medalist on many occasions, but the gold medal had simply eluded him. Eventually, the endorsement deals had dwindled. The naysayers and comics had come out of the woodwork. They hadn't cared whether they broke Midas's heart. All they had cared about was web traffic and attention. Midas's fans and critics had already engaged in several rounds of verbal combat in the early minutes of the press conference. Taking in Midas's comments at the press conference and rewatching highlights of the gold medal match, Midas's tearful fans were devastated. They felt like they couldn't breathe. They were also extremely worried about their idol's post-retirement plans. Meanwhile, the critics kept hitting where it hurt most. So he's incompetent and we can't even talk about it. He has only himself to blame for never landing gold. It's his destiny. Who else can he blame for throwing in the towel now? If you can't handle the pressure, if you don't have mental toughness, why bother becoming a professional athlete? Focus on the entertainment industry after retirement. Make some money so you can enjoy your twilight years. As far as Mahjou natives were concerned, only failed or retired athletes joined the entertainment industry. In Mahjou, the most popular celebrities were athletes. Award-winning actors and actresses paled in comparison. After Midas and company spoke, they took questions. What are your plans for after retirement? Will you become an entertainer? What line of work will you go into? Will it be tennis-related? Midas responded, I will move to working behind the scenes. The reporters were intrigued. There was more than met the years. Are you going to start your own tennis club? A reporter asked. Midas flashed an embarrassed smile. I don't think I ever told everyone what my last name is. The press pack. Even Midas's coach cast him a confused glance. All these years, Midas had never mentioned his surname. It wasn't printed on his ID card, so no one had ever brought up the issue. As far as most folks were concerned, his last name was irrelevant. Midas cleared his throat and said, my full name is Midas Mercy. Dead silence. Dead silence in the online discussion forums. The fans, the critics, the journalists, everyone at the tennis club. What the F***ck did you say? What is your last name again? The Mercis were Mahjou's most prominent family. Jaw dropped, Midas's coach was in a daze, his expression the picture of disbelief. Journalists that had dissed Midas in the past started shivering. This kid from the Mercy family is quite something, Fang Zhao thought to himself. The news pertaining to Midas astonished the extensive online audiences. It was as though they had always been pitying this person, but it turned out that he had such a strong background. His family was really strong. Not only that, they were like kings. Although they were no longer monarchs, the position the Maharishi family held in Mahjong was supreme, and the characteristics were more or less the same. Fans of Maharishi who had shed tears when he regrettably retired from the sport no longer cried. Those who had publicly bashed Maharishi were racking their brains thinking about how to retract their words. Junior editor M.O., who had been writing a piece titled "The Unspeakable Truth Behind the Perennial Second Place," nimbly deleted his nearly complete article, leaving not a single trace, before starting to write another, "The Struggles of the Prince of Tennis and His Hidden Family Name." Many people were grumbling that Maharishi had deceived them, but a portion of people who understand the Maharishi family could understand why he had done so. Not every person that possessed the Maharishi bloodline could have this family name. Mahari's ID didn't have this family name written on it. Perhaps it was deliberate, or perhaps he hadn't possessed the family name at that time. The truth was that Maharishi had only obtained the Maharishi family name later on, and he had never gone and gotten an updated copy of his ID. However, the internal family clan had already recognized that after he retired, he would start his new life with his new identity. In the future, his ID would carry the glorious Maharishi family name. The news conference was still underway. Maharishi wasn't being pleased because of this family name. He expressed that this family name was glorious, but it also signified even greater responsibilities. In the past, he had been the tennis player Maharishi, but after today, he would be Maharishi of the Maharishi family and would make Maharishi better together with the others of the Maharishi family clan. At the same time, at a press conference for the launch of a certain commercial good in another part of Mahjong, a Maharishi family clan elder was asked by a reporter about the matter with Maharishi. With a smile, he replied, "We consider ability, character, moral standing, and other comprehensive qualities. Our requirements for the younger generations of our family clan are rather stringent. Even if Maharishi hadn't achieved the Spartacus Cup Games championship, he has already proven himself and passed the family clan's test." The thoughts of others were unknown regarding the Maharishi elder's words, but far away in Lijo, Zero's father felt that the words of these people were extremely prickly, and they pricked where it hurt the most. Take a look at the kids of another's family, then take a look at his own family's idiot, who lacked awareness and was terribly annoying. If you don't work hard, you will just drag the family clan down. Zero had recently been wanting to speculate on walnuts because walnuts had suddenly come into vogue, giving Zero all sorts of ideas. He had sent over a pair of walnuts to his grandfather, the governor, making his partially biased grandfather pleased. Thus, his grandfather had not stopped Zero from speculating on walnuts, only strongly urging him to not underpay his taxes. Zero's grandfather was rather strict in this aspect. Zero knew his grandfather's bottom line, and after sounding out his grandfather's attitude, Zero rubbed his hands in glee and decided to go out. However, just as Zero and his agent were making plans together, the news of Mahjong's Maharishi raised his father's vigilance. This blockhead couldn't be allowed to continue with his wanton ways. Children had to be put in their place once in a while or they would get out of hand. However, Zero's father couldn't spend every single moment watching his son, and he didn't have that much time. He had given Zero a beating the previous time he had returned and had been called over by his own father for a talking to. That made him livid. What should he let this blockhead do? Zero wasn't accomplished in academics or the military, he lacked IQ and talent, and he had a short attention span. Zero's father decided that he should kick this blockhead out to go assist the poor. Mahari's retirement press conference not only caused a storm in Mahjong but also affected other continents. Maharishi himself didn't know all of this. After the press conference, he vanished from the public eye. Some people were saying that he was participating in the family clan's business, while others joked that Maharishi was receiving grooming to succeed the throne. However, everyone's various guesses were taken with a sprinkle of humor because everyone knew that there were many people in the Maharishi family and that Maharishi wasn't the only one that people would joke about succeeding the throne. However, because of the Maharishi family name, no matter how people joked, nobody would blatantly show any malice, because nobody dared to. None of this affected people from other continents that much. At the start, perhaps there had been a little interest, but it was just treated as news and forgotten after a quick browse. For instance, the team of Fang Zhao and others still had assignments. They didn't have the time to follow the Majo people and their gossip. In the days that followed, they went over every day. They sought inspiration, composed, and had meetings every 2 to 3 days. The team had about half a year to produce a collection of music, with sports competition being the main theme. Right now, what was most important was taking advantage of the Spartacus Cup Games period to experience the charm, intrinsic spirit and radiance of sporting competition. Today, Fang Zhao had gone out with a few seniors to seek inspiration. After having dinner together, the others either returned to the hotel or had other activities planned. Fang Zhao didn't follow them. Instead, he went to a small park a short distance away from the hotel for a run. There were too many people at the hotel gym and it was noisy. Fang Zhao preferred running in places like parks and such. However, the park was only quiet at night, so Fang Zhao had chosen this time to run. There were many hotels around, so the number of foreigners was rather high. At night, there were fewer people jogging in the park. Most people were used to gyms and didn't really like running outdoors. Furthermore, at this time of night, even natives weren't willing to run in the park. Fang Zhao ran 2 laps around the park and came across someone. The other person was very young, seemingly a student who had yet to graduate. He was wearing what seemed to be a retro punk-style sweatshirt, and he ran over to strike a conversation. "Hey, brother, running? How many laps have you done?" that person asked. 2 laps, Fang Zhao replied. "Just started, huh? There aren't too many people out running at this time. Are you a professional athlete?" "No. Me neither. But I will become one soon. For now, I'm still a little insignificant fellow, not worth mentioning, just stranger A. What about you?" "Stranger B." The other party guffawed. "Ha ha ha, brother, you are really amusing." Fang Zhao. "Being alone is rather boring. Let me accompany you on your run," the other party requested. "No need. You really don't have to be polite. Really, there is no need. All right, then you run first." After Fang Zhao had run off for a bit, the other person, still standing on the spot, loosened his hands and legs before starting to run. He followed behind, leaving a set distance between him and Fang Zhao, and he decided to maintain this gap. Because he was in a rather good mood, he even hummed a little tune. His coach would surely give him a scolding if he heard. However, his coach wasn't present right now. Today was the first time he had been in Majo. He had personally been scouted by the manager of a certain club. In the past, he hadn't had much understanding of sporting competitions and hadn't paid much attention to anything but his family's business. This time, he had come over to start a new life in Majo and become a professional athlete. He had already looked up some famous athletes in Majo, and this person in front of him had seemed a little familiar. Perhaps due to the lowered visibility in the darkness, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but he was certain that this person hadn't been on the list in the file he had received. If he couldn't remember, then so be it. After all, this man surely wasn't some important person anyway. He had told Fang Zhao that he was still a little insignificant fellow, not worth mentioning. That was just him being modest, he actually had rather high aspirations. His hometown had lots of mountains and a thriving tourism industry. Every day, he had climbed up and down the mountains, leading tourists and helping run errands. He had practically spent every day running. The locals there could really run, and he had been the best runner in the town. Today, he had gotten to meet a few of his fellow club members, and he felt that their abilities were just as so. It was no wonder the manager had needed to scout for talent elsewhere. The legends about Marcy sporting competitions were indeed exaggerated. He had been unable to sleep tonight, perhaps due to the jet lag from traveling. Without any intention to sleep and being unused to the gym, he had looked at a map and run over from his apartment. Anyway, since there aren't other people running, I will accompany the person ahead of me. After I am all warmed up and the other person leaves, I will continue running for another hour. Then I will return to the club. Maybe it's better to run 2 hours instead. 1 hour is too short, no different from a warm-up. Perhaps 3 hours. After all, I have nothing to do. It's better to exhaust more physical strength. When I'm tired, perhaps I will be able to sleep better. Amuchim. It's decided then. After accompanying that brother for a run, I will run for another 3 hours before returning back to the apartment to sleep. Fang Zhao only paid a little attention to the person following him before tossing the matter aside. He didn't sense any menace from the other party and so let the man do as he pleased. It was late at night, and the tall hotels all around continued to shine splendidly. The number of people in this little park continued to decrease until there were only 2 figures that remained running. Fang Zhao ran laps in the park. This sort of peaceful environment made it easier for him to think about issues. He had gained a lot during this period in Mar Sizu. Not only had he come to understand the cooperative styles of this sort of project team, but he had also gained a lot of experience and had learned even more composition techniques from the others. The sporting arenas in Mar Sizu were much more intense than those of other continents, especially the atmosphere, which couldn't be experienced on any other continent. For the members of the project team, these were a precious source of inspiration, and it was an experience that images had no way of providing. Fang Zhao didn't know the progress of the others. On his end, he had already come up with an outline. Even though Fang Zhao had only been at the viewing terrace, recalling the scenes at the sporting arenas made him able to feel his racing heart, his perspiration and the merriment of progress, the radiance of physical capability and fighting spirit, and the countless sounds erupting and brushing past him at the venue. Intense, relaxing, high, downcast sections of a melody appeared in his mind. The melody's tempo was quick at times yet slow at others. Fang Zhao's legs moved along to the beat of the floating melody playing in his head. Fang Zhao didn't have any clear-cut objective in coming here to run. At this sort of time when inspiration was overflowing, his body would move along to that inspiration. However, while Fang Zhao was doing as he wished, the person behind him was perplexed. At the start, that young fellow had even been humming a tune as he studied Fang Zhao's running technique. In the past, he had neither known nor paid attention to long-distance running techniques. But after signing a contract with the club, he had received some brief specialized coaching, although he wasn't considered a professional athlete yet. TSK, one look and I can tell that he's an amateur. That person came to this conclusion as he observed Fang Zhao's running style for a while. 3 laps later, he saw that Fang Zhao was starting to pick up the pace. His somewhat disorganized state of mind was stirred, and he felt somewhat excited. He increased his speed. Is he simulating a last spurt to the finish? With these thoughts, he also increased his speed. This sort of experience when accompanying a passerby on a run wasn't too bad. However, after a short period, he felt that something was amiss. Isn't this simulation of one last spurt a little too long? After a few laps, Fang Zhao started to slow down. That person heaved a sigh of relief. His sprint is over. Is he slowing down for a bit before leaving? However, after a few unhurried laps, Fang Zhao started to speed up again. That person. Again. He watched as Fang Zhao ran lap after lap, sometimes fast, other times slow. Sometimes, his quick pace lasted a long time, while other times, it only briefly lasted half a lap. Is he toying with me? He really wanted to call out to the person in front and tell him, "Brother, this isn't how your pace should be. You won't last very long running this way." However, an hour passed, then 2 hours later, and Fang Zhao was still persisting. For Fang Zhao, who housed a symphony orchestra in his head, he was like this when his mind was lively. A section of tunes passed. This section isn't bad, but there are still some areas that need to be amended. A moment later, the amended tune played in his head, once more, and again. There are still some small areas that need to be worked on. The third edition played in his head twice. Good, the back. Hey, this area isn't right. Amend, for the nth time. Amend again, for the nth time. This led to Fang Zhao's pace, which was following the beat. It was fast and slow at various times with varying durations. At the same time, the thought process of the person running behind him was like this. A pleasant and floating state of mind. Strange. Speechless. Bad feeling about this. I feel pressured. Starting to feel tired. Last stand of obstinance. Crazy. The fellow up there is still running. King started to increase his speed. Slow down again. There's a complete lack of logic in his running. What exactly does he want? Trying to slip away or toying with me? Later on, he didn't even have the strength to be impetuous. Feels like my heart and lungs are about to go on strike. Heart rate on the rise, body weary. Every single muscle in my body is going on strike. I can't do it, I can't run any longer. My legs can no longer be ordered around. Watching himself being left further behind, the person lagging behind finally gave up on chasing after Fang Zhao. He dragged his heavy feet to a long bench and sat down. He had an extremely perplexed look in his eyes and seemed to be at a total loss. He considered himself to have a body condition blessed by heaven, and he had reserves from all his years of running. However, at this time, he felt like he was just a piece of trash. He just sat there like a stone statue, his lifeless eyes following Fang Zhao's silhouette as Fang Zhao continued to run lap after lap after lap. At this time, he suddenly understood the words his manager had said when he had first signed, "You still have a long way to go." Indeed, it was as everyone said, Marsizu is the apex of competition, and it isn't that easy to break into. There are many talented athletes. Ultimately, how many of them can truly break into the top? In this whole wide world, there are always people more talented than oneself. Among the strong, there is always someone stronger. He had merely come out for a night run, yet a passerby he had come across possessed such monstrous physical ability. And this person still wasn't someone on the rankings list he had seen. Then wouldn't that mean that those godly professional athletes were geniuses among geniuses, the monsters among monsters? As he sat on the long bench in the small park, the person carried a serious attitude for the first time. It was as though he was about to embark on a pilgrimage to examine the route taken by this professional athlete. Time passed by slowly, and Fang Zhao's pace finally slowed down for real, all the way until he stopped. Fang Zhao took deep breaths as he gazed at the sky, which had already turned hazy. He took in the sounds of seeds breaking through the earth and the rustling of wind through tree branches. The beauty of this world was really captivating. There were only 2 people in this small park at this moment. Besides Fang Zhao, the other was the passerby seated on the bench beside the grass. Fang Zhao knew that this passerby had run behind him for some time before stopping and sitting on the bench to rest. He had remained seated there without leaving, as though he was a lost puppy. Kids these days, Fang Zhao thought as he flashed a smile in that direction. The lost little puppy, seating on the bench, woke up from his deep pondering. His expression changed and he stared at Fang Zhao as though he was facing a terrifying creature. After hesitating for a bit, he spoke. How are you feeling right now? Still okay, Fang Zhao replied. The lost little puppy felt as though his chest was being stabbed by a knife, as though his world was crumbling apart. How is this still okay? Fang Zhao looked as though he was simply refreshed. Fang Zhao decided to show some concern for this little friend. No, I don't wish to speak with you now. The other party got up and ran away. In a certain club, the manager stood ashen-faced at the door. The newly signed young talent was a prick. This was a good young talent with an innate aptitude and much stronger basics than many people. With 2 years of training. No, perhaps he could be allowed to compete next year. The club was planning to nurture this young talent and use him as a secret weapon. He had already known about the matter of this newcomer having won a little contest with the other members of the club. A genius would have the pride of a genius. The more this was so, the more they needed to be polished. Before that, this young talent with loads of potential couldn't be allowed to be cocky. Even saying that he was going out for a night run. A night run that lasted the whole night. *T. As the manager contemplated how to teach the young talent a lesson, someone dressed in a retro-punk-style sweatshirt appeared in his field of vision, but before he could say anything, the other party lamented with all his strength, as though he had witnessed great vicissitudes. The competition really has a fully justified reputation. There are hidden talents everywhere. The manager, who had originally wanted to give him a harsh admonishing. In the space of one night, how had this pompous newcomer gained such a profound understanding? The newcomer spoke agitatedly. I feel that my spirit has taken a beating that cannot be erased. I finally understand what manager meant by those words. You were right. Manager. What did I say? Although the manager couldn't remember what he had said, when he saw that this newly signed talent looked like he had received a huge blow, he showed some affirmation and said, You are really an extremely talented and capable athlete. The newcomer was already on the verge of tears. No. Manager, you don't have to console me, I know that I am actually very lacking. I am below average. Manager. Have you given any thought to those club members you beat on the first day? The clearly stirred-up newcomer informed the manager and made a call to his family. Mahjong is really too scary. It's no wonder that it is called the competition. Right, I always thought that the people of Mahjong were just exaggerating, but after personally experiencing it for myself, I discovered that am I still too young. I only went out for a night run because I couldn't sleep, and guess who I ran into? That simply wasn't a person, he was a monster. You know what a monster is? The sort that you wouldn't wish to run into a second time. A monster. I totally couldn't find myself capable of having any intention of challenging it. The club manager beside him. Nonsense. Since when has our Mahjong been that terrifying? Don't make us Mahjong people out to be demons and monsters. However, which world champion did this kid run into last night? That is really quite some luck. However, the lost little puppy simply didn't take note of the manager's expression. He shared a whole bunch of thoughts with his family. Originally, he had thought himself sufficiently outstanding regardless of whatever impressive people he faced. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too horribly. However, reality was just an appalling scene. Now every time he closed his eyes, that person's back appeared in his mind. No, that could no longer be considered his back, that was simply psychological trauma. His professional career hadn't even formally started. Psychological trauma had already been imprinted in him at the starting line. I feel that I will have to at least train for a decade or two to have the power to fight. The little lost puppy felt that he had found the right place. His physical ability, which he had been proud of, had taken a beating, and whatever pride he'd had been completely wiped clean. People who only found out about Mahjong's competitions through word of mouth or through online files would never understand what rationality was. Now he felt that all that exaggerated bragging by others in the past was normal. Hadn't that just been a stranger bee? Then there would surely be even more impressive strangers, or perhaps the person had been keeping a low profile and wasn't used to competition, and thus he didn't belong to the competing category. A harsh reality was indeed the most painful, and Fang Zhao, the one who had given him the harsh wake-up call, simply didn't know that when the symphony orchestra in his head had been surging with momentum, someone had been beaten into submission in the chilly night. After Fang Zhao had finished his run, he had returned to the hotel to do a simple wash-up but hadn't gone to sleep right away. Although he hadn't slept the whole night, his mental state was stirred up and inspiration was overflowing in his brain. He had already amended the score in his head many times, and it was almost done. Now what he would do was to write out what was in his mind. When the draft was sorted out, the sun was already high up in the sky. When Nanfeng saw Fang Zhao come out, he quickly got someone to send over the prepared breakfast. When the hotel staff had seen Nanfeng ordering a table's worth of food, they had naturally thought that it was for a number of people and had specially prepared extra utensils. Nanfeng hadn't bothered explaining, just flashed a sheepish smile. Nanfeng and the others were already used to their boss having a huge appetite. Fang Zhao had disappeared for a night and had shut himself in his room after returning. They had asked randomly, but they had only received a simple reply of, "Night run." All right, if boss says that it is a night run, then it's a night run. However, Nanfeng and the other two didn't believe it one bit. Naturally, Fang Zhao could see the three's unconvinced looks, but he didn't bother explaining. After running for an entire night, his body and brain had consumed a lot of energy and he was very hungry. While having his meal, Fang Zhao received news from Will. Will was going to go to an art exhibition and wanted to bring Curly Hair along. During this period, Will had been taking care of Curly Hair in a bid to nurture his inspiration, and he was unwilling to leave Curly Hair's side. He was also unwilling to waste any time. If not for his father personally calling Will to attend on his behalf, Will wouldn't have wanted to leave the campus. He already had no time to mull over his own works, how could he have the energy to ponder others? Besides, the style of this person's works wasn't to his liking. Fang Zhao listened to what Will had to say and thought about it. He then turned on video mode to check on Curly Hair's condition. This little thing could already understand words. When Will had made the call, Curly Hair had been by his side. His tail was wagging vigorously and it was obvious that he wished to go out and have fun. Fang Zhao pondered, then asked, "Can you bring a dog to an art exhibition?" Will explained, "It's a private exhibition of works. It is handled by a friend of my father's. The exhibition is being held at his own personal manor. Only some people from the industry have been invited, and it isn't open to the public. I have asked already and there are quite a number of people bringing dogs." It was rare for the reticent Will to say so much. Since this was the case, Fang Zhao didn't reject it. Will also had bodyguards when traveling, so it should be safe. Besides, Curly Hair spent every day absorbed in gaming. Going out to stretch his legs would be good too. All right, let him have more interaction with his kind and get to know some new friends, Fang Zhao said. After ending the call with Fang Zhao, Will immediately went to prepare. Previously, Will's father had told Will, "I know that you don't really like the paintings there. You don't have to stay long, just go over and express your thoughts. I have matters that I can't drag myself away from, so I can only send you over on my behalf. Of course, don't leave the art exhibition too early. At least stay for an hour before leaving, at least show some face to the host, got it?" Will could accept an hour. Since his father had requested it, Will had agreed. However, he wanted to bring the dog with him. Will's father knew he couldn't change Will's mind. Thus, he had helplessly said, "All right, as long as you have the dog's owner's approval, you can do as you wish. After all, it will be fine as long as your bodyguards attend the exhibition as well." When Will's father had been making that call, a certain relative beside him had heard the conversation and later brought it up in a chat with friends. "Do you know that nephew of mine? The one who got into Huang Art's 12 tones. I don't know if he has gone mad from painting so much, but he is actually keeping a dog." "Keeping a dog, sigh. The sort that smells if you don't give it a bath every day, digs up the floorboards, and destroys flower vases. The sort that barks at the slightest movement, a devil." After ridiculing the dog, he continued, "That nephew of mine is surely being kicked around by the dog. Today he actually said that he wants to bring the dog to an art exhibition. Goodness, how unimaginable is that? That is really a disaster. Having to be in the same space as a dog during an art exhibition. Are there places solely designated for dogs? That won't do. I get goosebumps all over my body just imagining a dog being close. Will was oblivious to his relative ridiculing him. He was delighted to have gotten permission from Fang Zhao and no longer hated the idea of attending this private art exhibition that he didn't really like. He felt that this could be a way of cultivating new inspiration, and he was looking forward to bringing the dog to take part in the exhibition. However, Will's good spirits didn't persist long. After bringing the dog over to the manor where the art exhibition was being held, he found out that dogs couldn't be brought inside the exhibition hall. Will wanted to have his driver turn the car around immediately, but ultimately, he alighted the car while pulling a long face. Will personally carried Curly Hair out of the car. Other people wanted to come over and pet Curly Hair, but Will didn't allow them to do so. This was his source of inspiration. He couldn't allow others to touch Curly Hair, in case the dog was damaged as a result. A friend of Will strode over. Wow! Isn't that the dog worth 200 million? He didn't own dogs, but he followed the pet periodical and knew about Curly Hair's valuation of 200 million. How did this dog land in your hands? The friend asked. Borrowed it, Will said. Are dogs really not allowed inside the exhibition hall? Definitely not. Dogs can be allowed to run elsewhere in the manor, but they can't be brought into the exhibition hall. Why are you still holding on to this dog? Are you rearing a dog or an ancestor? Although I don't keep dogs, I know that dogs cannot be pampered this much. Dogs need to exercise too, the friend said as he eyed Curly Hair covetously. Can I hold him? He especially wanted to touch the dog with a value of 200 million, hoping to have a change in fortunes. Will rejected him mercilessly. All right, so be it. Oh, let me bring you to the place designated for dogs. Will's friend excitedly led the way and sneakily touched Curly Hair when Will wasn't paying attention. When they arrived at the designated location for dogs, Will saw others who had brought their dogs. A few dog owners were gathered together and were discussing whether dogs with long legs or those with short stubby paws were more appealing. Will didn't have any interest in these things. He felt that long legs and chubby paws were all transient. He was only interested in one. The designated area was like a large warehouse filled with large cages. There were already 7 or 8 dogs inside. There were 2 that were rather lively, raising their heads in revolt as they howled at the other dogs and people. Before Will even had time to consider, Curly Hair tugged on the leash and walked over to an empty cage, pawing the door before entering. Will's friend laughed when he saw this. What great foresight, this cage was just tidied up and is the neatest. The lighting here is great as well. Will studied the place designated for dogs fussily and saw Curly Hair enter the cage. The cages were all very big. Even large dogs would have a lot of space to move around. The allocated facilities were comprehensive, so there wasn't any need to worry about the dog going hungry or thirsty. What worried Will was the large dog that was as round as a ball in the cage beside Curly Hair. It was one of the most energetic dogs here. It was rather large to begin with, and its fluffy fur made it appear even more sturdy. When compared with Curly Hair, it made Curly Hair seem like a miserable pocket-sized mutt. Will watched Curly Hair lie on the soft cushion in the cage, and he could only sigh helplessly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have attended the exhibition. Will decided that he would only stay for an hour before leaving with the dog. He still needed to make the most of his time with Curly Hair to foster inspiration. Don't worry, the supervision here is not bad. The dogs here are fed natural dog feed produced in Muzhou. There aren't any preservatives, it's expensive stuff. The dogs have even better food than me, said a dog owner beside Will. Another dog owner chimed in, it's true. There are also cameras on the sides and men in charge of watching over the area. You don't have to worry about losing your dog. Every dog here is easily worth millions, especially so for the one you brought. With a value of 200 million, won't they watch it even more carefully? As he spoke, he pointed out the cameras to Will. Nobody noticed that Curly Hair, who was quietly lying in his cage, pricked his ears and raised his head to glance in the direction of the surveillance cameras before lying back down again. After assigning a place for curly hair and registering, Will looked back as he was leaving with his friend. Compared to that majestic and imposing dog, curly hair was so small and so obedient. Barely 5 minutes had passed since they'd left when Will came back. He was worried that curly hair wouldn't be used to the food here, so he had specifically brought over a can of the dog food that curly hair normally had. The moment Will stepped in, he realized that the designated area had become much quieter. The previously clamorous barking had stopped, and when Will looked at the 2 large dogs that had been barking the most, he saw that they were making low whimpers in the corners of their cages and that their eyes were making sneaky glances at him. Will didn't really pay much attention to it. As before, he still had a limited understanding of dogs. He felt that this place had become a lot quieter, but he didn't think anything was abnormal. After putting down the can, Will checked curly hair's condition and didn't notice anything wrong. Will didn't really feel like leaving, but the exhibition had already started and he needed to rush over. When Will left, the place once again fell silent. Only the sounds of curly hair eating from the can could be heard. When the large dog next door smelled the fragrance, it inched 2 steps closer to check it out. Curly hair raised his head from the bowl and bared his teeth. The large round dog retreated toward the corner furthest from curly hair with all its strength, whimpering in fear. Inside the manor's exhibition hall, the organizer of the exhibition, who was also the owner of the manor, was laughing happily as he introduced his art pieces. The evaluation of those within the circles was that his style was too utilitarian but that it would still be popular in the market and that his ability was equal to a veteran within the painting circles. Will counted the time as he viewed the paintings. Although he didn't like this person's paintings, he had to admit that their painting techniques were worth learning from. Of course, he was even more willing to bring curly hair out and foster some inspiration. That was what he thirsted for the most. Many times he had felt that he was close to achieving his goal, but whenever he picked up the brush, he was at a loss. After browsing through all the paintings in the exhibition hall, Will glanced at the time. Only 30 minutes had passed. He needed to continue listening to the host's exaggerated bragging, but it was simply contaminating his mind. Will didn't continue listening. Instead, he went upstairs alone to check out the host's private collection. The owner of the manor loved to flaunt. Besides his own works, he also displayed his own collection, which was comprised of artistic treasures. There were fewer people upstairs, so it was quieter. Will decided to kill time here and endure for 1 hour before leaving with the dog. As he viewed these items, a loud boom shocked him to his core. Afterward, some flames rushed up and ignited the large paintings in the exhibition hall in an instant. Some people were at a loss, faced with these sudden unforeseen circumstances. The exhibition hall suddenly descended into chaos as some people tried to flee and others searched for people they knew. Will was a genius when it came to painting but was a noob in other aspects. For example, the ability to flee for his life. When the accident occurred, Will stood rooted to the spot in a daze at a time when every second counted toward being able to escape with his life. Will only reacted when people that were viewing the art pieces reminded him. His first reaction was to run after the people ahead of him. He had completely forgotten where the exits were. Inside the chaotic exhibition hall, people who were cultured and graceful most of the time no longer gave a sh*t now that their lives were threatened. They ran for their lives. Will, who was an artist that stayed shut in most of the time and didn't pay any attention to training, was gently squeezed out and knocked down by the people behind him, like a weak chicken. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up, his leg was sprained. There had originally been fewer people upstairs, and in a flash, Will was the only one left. The smart fire control facilities had become ornaments. And his own personal terminal bracelet wasn't working properly. Will had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation. He was caught off guard. He hadn't been least bit mentally prepared. People would only understand true despair when they reached such a state. Will was coughing. His throat felt as though it was being choked by something sharp. Breathing became difficult, and his cries for help were drowned out by the surrounding sounds. His eyes were uncomfortable and watery. In his narrow and warped field of vision, the columns of thick smoke were like a terrible monster reaching toward him. For Will, who placed painting above everything else, right now, his mind was actually overflowing with inspiration. His strongest thoughts right now were actually about painting. While Will's line of thought was caught up in the confusion between fleeing, inspiration, and painting, the back of his hand brushed against a moist nose. Woof, woof, woof. Will's mind sobered up, and he turned his head. Curly Hair rubbed his nose into Will's arm once more. Woof, 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 woof. Will didn't wonder why Curly Hair, who was supposed to be locked up in his cage, had appeared here. Right now, he was filled with a deluge of thoughts. He was touched, rueful, and immeasurably regretful. Curly Hair had actually found him before his own bodyguards. Oh, right, and painting. He still hadn't achieved the target he had set himself for this period of advanced studies. When he thought about this, Will tossed all other complicated thoughts from his mind. Hurry up and get out. Cough, cough, cough. Saying just a few words was extremely difficult. Curly Hair barked loudly a few times, then bit into his sleeves and pulled him toward the exit. SSSS. His sleeves tore. Will was even more touched. Run, cough, cough, cough. Go find someone. You can't move me. He had not yet finished speaking when Curly Hair gave up on his sleeves and instead grabbed Will's collar and ran like the wind. It wasn't any different from running with a stick in his mouth. Will, who was being dragged along easily. Crash. A row of display cabinets came crashing down where Will had been lying just moments ago. Will watched the rapidly falling ceiling and the continuously collapsing objects. There were concentrated sparks flying in the distance. In this instant, Will finally comprehended. When Curly Hair dragged Will over to the top of the flight of stairs, the bodyguards that had rushed into and were searching the exhibition hall heard the sound of barking and came over. They hurriedly placed a breathing mask on Will's face and carried him to the exit. Curly Hair followed by their side. Outside the exhibition hall, emergency rescue had already rushed over and were treating the injured. Will, who was being carried, only felt the temperature around his body becoming much cooler. The light had also become much brighter. He could faintly hear the sound of dogs barking in the distance, as well as some ladies' high-pitched shouting. Having reached a safe place, the bodyguard put Will down. Seeing Will's dazed manner, he was worried and thought to himself, is he in shock? Sir. Mr. Will Jr., the bodyguard called out. Will, who was drowning in his own thoughts, snapped out of it. He raised his hand, indicating that he was fine, before returning to his dazed state and muttering, wrong. I was wrong before. Seeing Will in this state, the bodyguard was even more worried. He has really suffered a severe shock. Hurry up and inform Mr. Will Sr. During the video call, Will Sr., who was attending some other event, turned pale until he learned that Will was safe. Currently, Will was in a sorry state. His entire body was gray and sooty, and his hair had a burnt smell. One side of his sleeves was torn and his eyes were blank. When Will Sr. saw this, he was no longer in the mood to continue with his current activity. He placed all matters aside to rush over. At the same time, he arranged for a private medical team and even more bodyguards to rush over as well. He also made an appointment with a psychiatrist. How much of a mental shadow had been cast on his son, having encountered such an accident? At this time, ambulances, fire engines, and police cars were gathered at this manor away from the city, making quite a din. The only good news was that there were no casualties as of yet. Even the dogs from the designated location were safe, though they had run out, so some people had been sent to catch them. There was no need for Will to say anything. The bodyguards brought the curly-haired dog with a value of 200 million with them as they left. Seeing the bodyguards taking Will away, some of the people gathered there started to discuss what had happened now that their lives were no longer in danger. "I heard that Will was dragged out of the exhibition hall," someone said. The person beside him was astonished. "Eh? Didn't the bodyguard bring him out?" Yet another person chimed in. "I know. I just heard a bodyguard from that side say that Will was found by the dog. The bodyguard heard the dog's barks, then found and brought out Will. Heh, I really never expected that such a small dog could actually drag a grown man. Explosive power? Otherwise, why would the dog have a value of 200 million? I wonder if the dog's owner insured it. I saw that its fur was all curled up from the fire. No, its fur is naturally curly. It appeared quite lively when it came out. It shouldn't be hurt, otherwise, the compensation would have to be quite high. Will didn't leave the dog at the designated location." Someone else joined the discussion. "You still don't know? The dog cages at the location were all opened and the dogs all ran out." "What? There's still such a thing? Didn't I say that I saw dogs running outside? Who did it? Perhaps they were trying to steal some of the dogs." "No idea. I heard that the surveillance cameras were damaged. Some special pliers or equipment were definitely used, to have been able to break the cage's metal locks that easily. Forget about the dogs for now. How did all this happen in the first place? What else could it be? The manor owner must have offended someone, and this was revenge. We were all caught up in this grudge. I wonder what sort of trivial matter it was." Will didn't know about the follow-up about the matter at the manor. After leaving the manor, he was sent to a hospital ward. Because he was entranced by his own thoughts, during the doctor's questioning, his reactions were sluggish. He appeared as though he was in a daze and he didn't know what he was saying. By the time the medical examination was completed, Will's parents had arrived. Seeing the miserable state of their son lying in the bed, their hearts ached and their eyes welled up with tears. Upon hearing from the doctor that Will's mental state seemed abnormal, the old couple were even more depressed. Indeed, their child had been traumatized. No one knew how long a mental scar would take to vanish. If Will Sr. had known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have forced Will to attend the art exhibition. But before the old couple could say anything, with great difficulty, Will lifted his hands toward a bodyguard by his side. There was an unprecedented glow in his eyes. "Lift me up. I want to paint." After that, Will's desire was firmly suppressed by his father. "Still thinking of painting at this time? Paint, my *SS. Don't think about touching a brush till you get better." Before Will Sr. had arrived at the hospital, he had gotten someone to inform Fang Zhao. After all, that dog was valued at 200 million. It was best for the owner of this precious item to be in the know. Having received the news, Fang Zhao hurriedly applied for leave from the project team and rushed over. Fang Zhao hadn't expected such an incident to occur when Will had just brought Curly Hair along to an art exhibition. Will's parents hadn't been there for long when Fang Zhao arrived. Will Sr. shook Fang Zhao's hand and expressed his thanks. He had already heard that if it hasn't been for Curly Hair's barking, the bodyguards might not have found Will so quickly and Will might have died. However, Curly Hair wasn't cooperating and wouldn't let the vet near him. Curly Hair was being looked after well. The dust and soot on his body had been cleaned off. He looked like he hadn't experienced this whole incident at all. When Fang Zhao saw Curly Hair, the dog was currently gnawing on a bone. Clearly, Curly Hair simply hadn't been affected by this whole incident. His appetite was great, and his tail wagged vigorously as he whined when he saw Fang Zhao. As the savior dog that had saved Will's life, the gazes of Will's parents toward Curly Hair were full of appreciation, as though they were looking at a glowing little angel. The glowing little angel was brought away from the hospital by Fang Zhao, and they returned to the dormitory at Huang Art. Fang Zhao gave Curly Hair a checkup and then fell silent as he stared at the metal fragments he had pulled out from Curly Hair's teeth. Generally, when Curly Hair didn't cooperate for a checkup, that meant he had done something. Thus, when Fang Zhao brought Curly Hair home, he gave Curly Hair a checkup. Curly Hair didn't have any external injuries. He hadn't even shed a strand of fur when escaping the exhibition hall. Other people thought that Curly Hair had been fortunate, escaping the blaze and avoiding being crushed by falling objects, but Fang Zhao knew that might not have been the case. When Fang Zhao extracted the bits of metal lodged between Curly Hair's teeth, he knew that the matter was indeed not that simple. Fang Zhao had already gained understanding of the matter at the manor from others. He knew that the cages in the designated area for dogs had been broken and, until now, the culprit hadn't been found. Fang Zhao sighed. "Where are you injured this time?" Curly Hair lifted up one of his front paws. Fang Zhao pinched the paw and took a meticulous look. He found an extremely fine scratch on one of the little pads of Curly Hair's paw. The skin hadn't even been broken. It would be all right in just a bit. As for the fragments of metal lodged between Curly Hair's teeth, Fang Zhao saw that the edges of the bits of metal had signs of dissolution. Even if they weren't extracted, they would dissolve completely. After dealing with the metal bits and washing them, Fang Zhao applied some medicine to Curly Hair's paw just for show. "All right, go elsewhere and play." Fang Zhao hadn't found out all the information. He needed to know more details about the scene. Having obtained permission, Curly Hair let loose and ran to play his games. Fang Zhao used his identity as the dog's owner and a good friend of Will Jr. to find out more about the incident. The police had been rather efficient. Given the clues they had and the pressure placed on them by furious artists and entrepreneurs, they had already found the primary culprit. Indeed, the incident at the exhibition hall had been man-made, and it was an act of revenge. The culprit behind it had already been apprehended. The person behind this incident was an antique dealer who had old grievances with the manor owner. Not too long ago, the manor owner had employed some methods to snatch an art piece from the antique dealer, thus incurring his wrath. This time, the manor owner had made announcements for this private exhibition beforehand, and the antique dealer had set his sights on them. According to the antique dealer's account, his act of revenge this time had been purely targeted at the manor owner's private collection. He hadn't wanted to cause any deaths and had made considerations regarding where to set off the bomb and ignition devices. As long as one wasn't too weak or unlucky, those at the exhibition should have had ample time to escape. However, a physically weak and unfortunate individual, Will, whose brain circuitry was different from most, had been there. This time, he had sprained his leg and was all bruised and battered. Many people who had seen Will being sent to the hospital had been stunned. Inside the police post, the furious manor owner and the downcast antique dealer had been verbally sparring for close to half an hour already. The manor owner, "You deranged crackpot." The antique dealer, "You backstabbing *****. The manor owner, "You extremely wicked and sinister fellow. Bribing my manor staff to hatch a plot together. Destroying my collection and at the same time coming up with a plan to steal dogs." Traces of fury showed on the antique dealer's overcast face. "You are making false accusations. IMF * king allergic to dogs." The police officer to the side watched as the two went at each other without hitting any important points, so he interrupted them. "Who disrupted the surveillance systems at the designated location for the dogs and the few storehouses beside it?" The antique dealer erupted. "I already said. I admit to everything else, but the storehouse surveillance had nothing to do with me. I have been wrongly accused. Perhaps it was the people of their manor trying to take advantage and profit themselves. Since the manor owner is such a self-seeking son of ****, the staff of the manor can't be any better." Hearing the other party continuing to vilify him even though he was in this state, the manor owner slammed his hands down on the table and stood up. "You still dare to argue? Didn't you blow up the exhibition hall? Didn't you get someone to set the fire? Those, I admit. Then who else but you could have caused the incident in the storehouse? Trying to steal dogs was definitely you. Stealing dogs to sell for money. At that time, there was a dog valued at 200 million. The antique dealer rushed over, wanting to hit someone, but he was held back by the handcuffs and quickly restrained by the police officer. Seeing the two engaging in a verbal spar once again, the policemen's heads ached. They had found clues about everything else, but they hadn't found a single lead regarding the malfunctioning surveillance system where the dogs were being kept or at the storehouse. After asking the manor owner a few more questions, he was allowed to leave. Although no lives had been lost and few people had been hurt, injuries were still injuries, serious or light, physical or mental. Many of the people attending the exhibition had been scared, and they placed the blame on the manor owner. Why were we implicated in a grudge against you? You clearly knew that you would incur the wrath of others, so why didn't you have adequate security for such an important event as an art exhibition? In short, the manor owner had a responsibility that he couldn't shirk. In the next few years, there wouldn't be many people willing to attend his private art exhibitions. Even if he increased his security by tenfold, those invited to participate would take some time to consider it. Art exhibitions were aplenty, whereas everyone only had one life. Even if the antique dealer wouldn't do anything next time, what if another lunatic appeared? The manor owner had suffered a disastrous loss. Even though he had insurance, the works that he had painstakingly painted, as well as his collections, would never return. When he returned, the manor owner got his men to meticulously check out the goods in the warehouses. He actually believed the antique dealer's words. Since the antique dealer had already admitted to setting fire to and blowing up the exhibition hall, there wasn't any reason for him to lie about the warehouses. There wasn't really anything of value in the warehouses. The most expensive objects were the surveillance installations for the dogs, especially Fang Zhao's dog, which was worth 200 million. However, not a single dog had been lost. The manor owner's head was swimming with all sorts of plots. For example, perhaps someone had placed an extremely valuable object in his warehouse and used the confusion to shift it somewhere else. Didn't such things happen in movies? The manor owner searched through a few warehouses but still didn't find anything. Or perhaps the items had been taken away in the chaos. Since he couldn't find any useful information, the manor owner decided not to pursue the matter further. He still had other matters to attend to. All of the people he had invited were reputable artists or entrepreneurs, and he would have to apologize to each of them in turn, especially the unfortunate Will Jr. had been the one to suffer the worst injuries, and it was rumored that he had suffered psychological damage. As the manor owner was busy handling matters, Fang Zhao came over. The manor owner interacted with him for a bit before having the housekeeper bring Fang Zhao to take a look at where the dogs had been kept. The manor's housekeeper told Fang Zhao that two of the dogs that had run out of the allocated area had helped apprehend a suspicious character, and it had been proven that the person had participated in the arson. However, no clues had been found as to how the dogs had escaped the cages, nor had the appliance used for breaking the cages' locks been found. It is too difficult to determine how the cages were broken into. I reckon it was some sort of rarely seen pliers, the housekeeper said. Can I take a look at the surveillance footage? Asked Fang Zhao. Sure. The housekeeper transferred to him the surveillance footage of this area. On the surveillance feed, everything was normal at the start. Fang Zhao witnessed Curly Hair's show of authority towards the other dogs, as well as him eating happily. When the incident in the exhibition hall occurred, a loud explosion startled all the dogs in the area and they started barking, after which the screen flickered. There was nothing else. Everything afterward is just like that. The surveillance installations failed. The housekeeper continued, it wasn't just here. All the surrounding warehouses had the same situation. Can I take a look at the surveillance footage from the surrounding warehouses? Fang Zhao asked. The housekeeper hesitated for a bit before replying, yes. All of the warehouses were filled with junk anyway, there wasn't anything to hide. The beginnings of the footage from the warehouses were all the same. At a certain point, they all encountered the same problem, and after flickering for about a second, they all failed. In the area that had been allocated for the dogs, the surveillance footage flickered the most intensely. Nothing could be seen in that 1 second, as though the whole system had malfunctioned. As for the footage of the area outside the warehouses, although the footage flickered at the same time, some blurry silhouettes could still be seen. Although Fang Zhao didn't show it, his heart pounded. He had seen something similar before. That point that had only lasted about a second. Back then, Fang Zhao had obtained surveillance footage from when he'd returned to the Black Street. During the period where he was reborn, he had seen that point in all the surveillance footage. But the point hadn't affected the surveillance instruments afterward. However, here, after the point, the surveillance equipment at the designated location, as well as the nearby warehouses, had all failed. Fang Zhao took a look at the area that had been allocated for the dogs. It was a mess. Fang Zhao could picture the chaotic scene from when those dogs were released. "Where is the door?" Fang Zhao asked. "The door here is locked by a passcode, and identity verification is required." However, at that time, it also malfunctioned. Afterward, the doors opened automatically. The housekeeper felt that these sorts of locks weren't reliable. So be it if it malfunctioned, the door should still remain shut. How could it open on its own? Fang Zhao asked about some other stuff, then left the manor. After he returned to his Huangzhou dormitory, Fang Zhao called out Curly Hair, who was in the midst of a gaming session. Having been interrupted midway, Curly Hair whined and tried to curry favor as he rubbed himself against Fang Zhao's leg. When he saw Fang Zhao's stern expression, his wagging tail stopped and his ears drooped as he lay on the ground. Fang Zhao stared at Curly Hair and asked, "Did you spoil the surveillance system?" Curly Hair tilted his head and glanced at Fang Zhao, puzzled. His gaze was cautious and confused. Fang Zhao paused for a bit before asking, "Did you bite off the cage's locks?" "Woof." Curly Hair raised his head and wagged his tail, pleased, as if trying to get Fang Zhao to shower him with praise. Seeing Curly Hair this way, Fang Zhao wondered. The strange occurrence with the allocated location and the surrounding warehouses might have had something to do with Curly Hair, but Curly Hair himself wasn't too clear about it, or perhaps he didn't understand it. Of course, this was just Fang Zhao's own guess. During the incident at the exhibition hall, Curly Hair had bitten the lock off his own cage. Then he had quickly broken the other cages and released all the other dogs. With these obscure facts, Curly Hair was very delighted and wanted to show Fang Zhao, "Look at how clever I am." As for everything else, Fang Zhao couldn't ask. Curly Hair was clever, but he couldn't explain things clearly. Fang Zhao just couldn't ask a dog to speak human words. Luckily, there wasn't any evidence pointing at Curly Hair. From Fang Zhao's own observations, if the manor owner couldn't investigate what had gone on in the warehouses, he would place the blame on the antique dealer. Compared to the matter with the exhibition hall, the area that had been allocated for the dogs and the surrounding warehouses weren't so important. Curly Hair fell silent when he saw Fang Zhao quietly pondering. He remained crouched and glanced at Fang Zhao from time to time before gazing at the gaming helmet a short distance away and whining. Fang Zhao waved his hand. "Go play." Curly Hair rushed over in delight, buried himself in the helmet like a pro, and started to game. Fang Zhao rubbed his face with all his strength. "What exactly am I rearing?" There was a limit to how much leave Fang Zhao could apply for. The manor owner had speedily requested that the matter at the manor be allowed to die down. Since there wasn't any evidence pointing to Curly Hair and the crisis had passed, Fang Zhao decided to bring Curly Hair along with him to Mar Sizu after he had more or less settled matters in Huangzhou. He didn't feel at ease leaving the dog here. Before leaving, Fang Zhao went to the hospital to see Will once again, and he ran into Will's parents and wife, who were advising Will to stay at the hospital for further observation. Many people felt that Will had been really unlucky this time, but Will himself didn't think so. He reckoned that he had been incredibly lucky this time. This was not mockery but what he truly felt. Because of this incident, he felt that he had finally broken through the wall and could pick his brush up and paint. It was just a pity that his family wasn't allowing him to leave the hospital. They had even locked up all his painting materials. Will could only paint in his head. Because of this, he spoke less, and thus, everyone was thinking, this person's psychological trauma must be serious. Will Sr. was currently full of regret. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made him attend the exhibition. This was the 30th time he had sighed. He only felt better when he saw Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao asked about Will's condition and discovered that the foot injury wasn't serious. Will was recovering well. Besides his foot, Will's back also hurt slightly from being dragged on the ground, but it was minor. After Fang Zhao told Will that he would be bringing curly hair with him, Will watched with sad eyes as Fang Zhao left. Will wanted curly hair to stay, but Fang Zhao didn't allow it this time. Upon returning to Mazhou, Fang Zhao quickly threw himself into the project team's workload. As for curly hair, his appetite was as voracious as ever in a new place. Nanfeng was worried that curly hair might have received a huge scare or that he wouldn't acclimate properly. He even wanted to get a veterinarian to take a look, but that was rejected by Fang Zhao. Dogs were just idle, curly hair was just a little unhappy about being unable to game, and Fang Zhao felt that curly hair should go out a little more. Thus, the two-man idol group picked up dog walking duties once again. However, dog walking was done at night. The little park near the hotel had a restriction that dogs weren't allowed in before 10 p.m. Only after 10, when there was basically nobody in the park, were pets permitted inside. Today, Suiyu saw that it was about time and brought curly hair for a walk. Indeed, there weren't many people in the park after 10. It was very cold and cheerless. Fang Zhao let them run with curly hair on a leash, and Suiyu specifically changed into exercise clothing before coming out. While walking the dog, Suiyu noticed a strange young fellow. This youth wore a retro-punk sweatshirt and sat on the bench beside the grass as though he was waiting for someone. The kid's gaze swept over Suiyu upon seeing him, but the kid's gaze very quickly turned into disappointment as he looked away. Suiyu didn't really care too much and walked the dog conscientiously. Curly hair probably heard the activity of some mice that had come out at night or something, so he got excited and wanted to chase after them. Thus, Suiyu was dragged along. You are a dog, not a cat. Why do you want to catch mice? Good boy, let's go run a little before heading back. I will get you support once we return. Seeing curly hair nibbling on some grass, Suiyu hurriedly stopped him. Don't eat random things. This was a $200 million dog, what would happen if he got an upset stomach? Do you know that the park cherishes the flowers and plants? Suiyu said. Fang Zhao had said not to let curly hair do as he pleased. Otherwise, later on it would be curly hair walking Suiyu instead of the other way around. The guy seated on the bench sneered when he heard what Suiyu said. Talking to a dog about protecting the plants. It would be good enough if the dog didn't dig a hole. The guy in the sweatshirt on the bench was the little lost puppy that had been dealt a blow by Fang Zhao previously. He had felt gloomy when he returned to the club that day, but 2 days later, his previously lost confidence had come flying back. He had realized that the others in the club totally didn't pose a challenge. After looking up all sorts of data about the sporting circles, the spirits of the little lost puppy had risen once more, and he had felt that he was still rather awesome. He even reckoned that the illogical person he had encountered running in the park that night might be a robot clad in human skin. Or perhaps, he had seen a ghost. He shuddered as he thought of that, but he was curious. He wanted to confirm for himself, was he really too weak, or was the other party an abnormal being? Thus, he had sneaked out at night to stand guard. He hadn't met anyone on the first day, nor had he caught sight of his target the following 2 days. He had told himself that if he didn't see that person today, he would temporarily stop coming over and just treat what had happened that day as a nightmare. Let it pass and forget about it. He warmed himself up as he surveyed the cold and cheerless park. He had already come here, so if he didn't run, he would be letting himself down. While running, he saw Zhuyu leading the dog on the jog, then glanced at the curly-haired dog and scoffed. Little short legs. Strictly speaking, Curly Hair didn't possess that variety of short legs, but he was really too short when compared to other large dogs, so it seemed like he had short legs. Zhuyu hadn't yet expressed anything when he felt the leash in his hand tighten. Curly Hair, who had been running at an unhurried pace, suddenly rushed forward. Zhuyu was startled. You can't bite people. Luckily, Curly Hair only increased his pace and ran behind the other person. He maintained a 2-meter gap. When the guy in the sweatshirt picked up his pace, so did Curly Hair. When he slowed, Curly Hair slowed down as well. In any case, the gap was always maintained. His little dog paws even made swishing sounds as they rubbed against the ground while he ran. Zhuyu noted that Curly Hair's paws didn't normally make such sounds when they ran. Half an hour passed, yet the situation was still the same. An hour passed without any changes. The guy in the sweatshirt was dripping with perspiration. The swishing sounds behind his back seemed to be urging him on, making his heart flustered. However, though the guy in the sweatshirt could still run, Zhuyu couldn't go on any longer. He wasn't an athlete and had never received professional training in this aspect. He had never wanted to exert himself to his fullest. Seeing Curly Hair's exuberant manner and then scanning the park and realizing that the park was fenced up and there were no other people, Zhuyu unleashed Curly Hair, as he didn't have to worry about losing Curly Hair or the dog disturbing other guests. Zhuyu would stand to the side and rest while letting Curly Hair get his fill of running. He could even see that Curly Hair was calling out. Yet another hour passed. Not only was there swishing behind the youth in the sweatshirt, there was also the huffing sounds of a dog panting. As if mocking him. He couldn't shake the dog no matter how he ran. As Zhuyu recounted the situation here to Fang Zhao and the others back in the hotel, he was smiling as though he had heard a joke. This young fellow even mockingly called Curly Hair little short legs. I bet he is on the verge of tears now. Zhuyu delighted in that little fellow's misfortune. However, he hadn't expected that Curly Hair could actually run so well. It was no wonder he was the gold medal dog that had defeated all the shepherd dogs in Muzhou. That's enough, bring him back, Fang Zhao said. Ah. Return just like this? He looks like he can still continue running. It's enough, Fang Zhao said. If this went on, that young fellow would crumble. All right. Even if Zhuyu wanted to continue watching that guy in the sweatshirt, but his boss's orders were more important. Zhuyu whistled, then shouted, let's head back. Boss's orders. Curly Hair pouted before changing his direction and heading over to Zhuyu. They left the park and returned to the hotel. The next morning, the club manager of a certain club discovered that his fresh talent, whose spirits had started to pick up in the past 2 days, had gone out last night and returned emotionally drained in the morning. Wasn't it a nightly run? What sort of blow had he again suffered? Muzhou dogs are really too frightening, the talented newcomer said gloomily. The manager. Elsewhere, to ensure that Curly Hair did not upset other people when running, Fang Zhao rented a treadmill for Curly Hair. While Fang Zhao was composing and observing Curly Hair, the program team of a certain variety program was gearing themselves for battle. This variety program dealt with poverty alleviation. In this sort of era, these sorts of non-mainstream poverty alleviation programs headed to tough places. Normally, they simply couldn't invite any big-name celebrities. However, with the backing of some charity funds and the Poverty Alleviation Office, this program was able to go on. This time, the program team had actually been able to invite a celebrity from Lijiu's aristocratic family, Zero Renault. Zero had been forcefully chucked into the program team by his father. This time, his father had steeled his heart with the intention of making Zero suffering some so that he would live a little less aimlessly, do more meaningful things, and learn to appreciate life. When Zero saw that he had no hope of being saved, he took on an "if I go down to hell, you people can forget about ascending to heaven" attitude and dragged Wu Tianhao and Barbara into it as well. The program team was delighted, gaining personages of this level one after another. If not because there was a limit to how many people they could accept, the program team would really hope to trick everyone in Zero's contact list into joining as well. These people had background, financial muscle, and the support of Zero's father, General Renault. With such strong backing, their program team would see a change in fortune. The program team contacted the commanding officer of a certain planet near the tail end of the development sequence and discussed a collaboration. At the time, that commanding officer was happily deciding how to allocate the military funding and resources they had fought so hard to achieve in the past year. He was considering whether to upgrade some of the base's facilities when he received the information from the program team. Poverty Alleviation Variety Program. Very good, very good. It will be even better if it can pull in some developmental funding. However, when he saw the program team's guest list and the proposed plan, his face turned green. Are you F***King kidding me? Look at the sort of people they are. Are they to alleviate poverty or flaunt? What poverty alleviation team? More like a team of fools. The project team negotiated again and tried to paint their most beautiful vision. The base commander sneered. To hell with you. Do you think this sort of little trick can befuddle me? They didn't wish to wait upon a bunch of spoiled and pampered young masters and mistresses. Inconveniences. And if they accidentally stirred up some trouble, the losses would outweigh the gains. The program team didn't give up, and the people from the Poverty Alleviation Office came forward and offered advice as well. The base's top brass held a meeting and ultimately came to a decision. We can collaborate, but we request the addition of another person. We will accept the collaboration if you are able to bring him on board. Who? The program team was curious. Fang Zhao. Professor Carter's eyelids twitched violently. He felt like he didn't seem to have any peace of mind. But when he had gone through each and every one of his important matters, he hadn't discovered anything out of his control. He had just reported to Mo Lang about work a while back. Mo Lang had told him to guard against fire, theft, and the entertainment circles, and he had agreed. Carter really didn't think much about guarding against the permeation of the entertainment circles. This was Majo. There was lots of news about athletes, competitions, and all sorts of sporting gossip. Who would even take notice of Fang Zhao, who spent most of his time composing in the hotel? Wasn't keeping his distance from the entertainment circles just fine? Fang Zhao didn't know about any of these developments regarding himself. While in Majo, in addition to collaborating with the other members of the project team, he made preparations for his advanced studies completion concert. The completion concert was similar to a graduation thesis. If the quality was insufficient or the total credits didn't clear the passing grade, then he would have to continue studying. Thus, some could graduate early, but others would have to remain and continue to study over and over. Fang Zhao had already recorded some works in his little notebook, but he didn't have enough yet. After submitting some of the stuff to the project team, Fang Zhao had just decided to go out for a walk when he heard Yan Biao laughing at Suiyu. Aren't you useless? You can't even beat curly hair. Yan Biao ridiculed Suiyu's half-dead appearance on the treadmill. I last even longer than you with one leg. Would it kill you not to brag? That leg of yours has F***king power propulsion function. Suiyu jumped off the treadmill he was running on, grabbed a towel, and wiped his sweat off frantically. He glanced at Curly Hair, who on a treadmill and running along to a game's musical tune. While running, Curly Hair was even stepping to the beat. Suiyu immediately swallowed the words he wanted to rebut Yan Biao with. He really couldn't even be compared to a dog. Of the two treadmills Fang Zhao had rented, one was specifically for Curly Hair. This dog wasn't ordinary. Fang Zhao didn't want to have Curly Hair run outside continuously for long periods of time, but he didn't want curly hair to get lazy either, so he was making curly hair run when with their own people. He didn't want curly hair to think about gaming all the time. However, curly hair had learned to play truant. When Fang Zhao wasn't around, Suiyu and Yen Biao couldn't manage this little thing. Because of his extraordinary value, Yen Bian and Suiyu were very cautious and were even afraid to clutch his fur when they played with him. As for training and disciplining curly hair, they didn't have the guts to do so. After Fang Zhao knew about this, he downloaded a number of gaming songs onto the treadmill machine. These were all from games that curly hair had played before, and they were played on loop, ending automatically after 3 hours. Thus, every day, curly hair would run for 3 hours. Today's Suiyu had decided to try running at the same pace, but he'd had to get off the treadmill after 2 hours and ended up being ridiculed by Yen Biao. Wiping his sweat off and tossing the towel aside, Suiyu raised his head backward and lamented, "To think that back then, before I was discharged from the military." "Forget about the past," Yen Biao interrupted. "It was just as easy for me before I was discharged. For just this distance, we would even have had strength training simultaneously." The two took turns looking down on the other and bragging while reminiscing about their pasts. Although they had worked out regularly since being discharged, working out was like primary training and could be considered a form of entertainment. When they were still serving in the army, they had been forced to train, and for long periods at that. They hadn't been able to rest just because they were tired, the entire thing was like a sort of work. Suiyu sighed. "Indeed, the easy life really wastes people. I have degenerated much from before, and now I can't even beat a no-name athlete from Majo." He had already given up on comparing himself to the special curly hair, who was worth 200 million. "After hearing your recounting, perhaps he was a hidden top-notch athlete? Don't look down on the top professional athletes from Majo. Those long-distance runners run a minimum of 40 kilometers whenever they start, and they have all sorts of tricks and patterns. They can start running again before your muscles have even had enough rest. They are all talented people with natural aptitude. People doing what we do really cannot be compared with them," Yen Biao reasoned. "Right, back then, besides physical training, we still had technical and skills training, not just running." Suiyu was a little comforted. "Our garrison was much more arduous than what yours. Our training intensity was even greater," said Yen Biao. "Continue blowing your horn. Regardless, I have never seen it." Although Suiyu said this, deep down, he largely acknowledged it. A garrison somewhere like Planet Y might be slightly better, but he knew what sort of place Planet Baiji was, even if he had never been there. The danger level there was indeed high, and the planet's native organisms were really terrible. However, after Planet Baiji discovered new ore, it had become a paradise. Now, the competition for Planet Baiji's mineral resources was intense and it was a very difficult place to enter in the short term. You will understand if you experience life at Planet Y's garrison. You don't need to experience the sort of difficulty at Planet Baiji. Those bases on planets near the end of the developmental sequence are more or less the same. You will suffer if you go there. Aren't you underestimating me? It's not like I haven't suffered before." When this was said, the mood became a little gloomy. They felt that this couldn't go on. After being discharged, they would only feel melancholic in the future if they ran into their old comrades. They had started new lives after being discharged from the military, but their past experiences in the forces still left a deep impression. They didn't wish to admit that they had become weaker. The two saw Fang Zhao come out as they were reminiscing, and they hurriedly tossed aside their thoughts. Whatever it was, they couldn't lose this job. They absolutely could not lose his job. Suiyu and Yen Biao were worried that their conversation had been overheard by Fang Zhao. They knew that Fang Zhao's ears were very impressive. But Fang Zhao didn't show any expression. He took a look at curly hair's condition and run time as he stepped out. This little thing treated this like he was playing a game. He had drived the moment he heard the game music, and he looked very happy running to the beat. "Where is Nan Feng?" asked Fang Zhao. "He just went out to take a call. I think someone was looking for him." "He looked surprised when he took the call," replied Zhuyu. As he said that, Nan Feng rushed in hurriedly from outside. He appeared delighted when he saw Fang Zhao. "Boss, the director of Up Close Contact just contacted me. He wants to invite you onto the next edition of the program as a special guest." "What sort of thing is Up Close Contact?" Yan Biao and Zhuyu had puzzled looks on their faces. Although they had already learned a lot about the entertainment circles, they really had no impression of this program. It's a government-supported variety program with a social theme. Nanfeng's understanding of all sorts of variety programs was much deeper than Zhuyu and Yan Biao's. To put it simply, it's an entertainment variety program with poverty alleviation as its objective. Poverty alleviation? Where? Is there still a need for such a thing now? Aren't there rather large foundations? Zhuyu was curious. Nanfeng pointed his finger to the sky. Planets. Zhuyu's and Yan Biao's eyebrows rose up, but they didn't say anything. No matter what their opinion was, they still had to follow after their boss. Whatever decision their boss made, they would follow after him. Fang Zhao took the materials from Nanfeng, browsed through them quickly, and said, "Explain it simply." "It's like this." Nanfeng told Fang Zhao everything he knew about it. Fang Zhao had been on a variety program before. Back then, he had taken part in Project Starlight during his military service. It was unlike Project Starlight, which had been a joint project by the Ministry of Education and various military district leaders. The main target of Project Starlight had been youngsters who wanted to evade military service, whereas this program was aimed at alleviating poverty. There were many governmental media groups behind this poverty alleviation program, but it was still an entertainment variety program. However, the program had never been able to invite any popular or big-name celebrities. The ones they could get were either not very popular or were semi-retired. Some internet broadcasting platforms were unwilling to buy the broadcasting rights, so the majority of people didn't know about this. The program was slightly non-mainstream, but because it touched upon public welfare and poverty alleviation, and also because of the number of influential governmental media groups backing it, the program had been able to survive till now. Nanfeng saw that the production aspect of it was rather ordinary. The special guests of these programs would go to places that were really arduous, so it was no wonder that many popular celebrities didn't want to go. If they got hurt by accident, then the losses would be great. "I will take a look at some of their previous editions." "Nanfeng, did they say where the next edition would be going?" asked Fang Zhao. Nanfeng shook his head. "The planet they are headed to hasn't been decided yet. In any case, it will surely be those toward the tail end of the developmental sequence. That won't change. In short, it would be a poor place with harsh conditions, somewhere there wouldn't be much internet and even daily living would be rather inconvenient. Also, because this program has a public welfare nature." Nanfeng checked Fang Zhao's expression. "The director requested that you give them a friend's discount." Nanfeng's lips had twitched when he'd heard this from the project team. There wasn't any friendship between them, let alone a friendship price. Could the boss really go there just to suffer? Because boss was previously composing in isolation, they went to speak with Professor Carter first. "In a bit, they will contact you." When Nanfeng was explaining all this to Fang Zhao, the program team had already spoken with Professor Carter's side. The program team also had it tough. Speaking to people from the entertainment circles was still fine, but when facing this bunch of academic professors, they really couldn't be forceful, nor could they speak gently and appear weak. Ultimately, their objective wouldn't change. They had even requested a few big shots of the Poverty Alleviation Office speak out on their behalf. Actually, it wasn't that had to seek out Fang Zhao, but this was requested by the garrison on the planet they had planned for. Fang Zhao was their only appointed guest. Changing, adding to, or removing the other special guests was fine as long as Fang Zhao was brought along. That bunch garrisoned on the planet were all elites. Circumstances on a planet without many resources were already difficult enough as it was, so who was willing to be a nanny? It wasn't that they looked down on the descendants of the great generals. The majority of great generals' descendants were all very impressive, but Li Zhou's Zero, Li Zhou's Barbara, and Tong Zhou's Wu Tianhao. What sort of bunch were they? Even if one didn't pay any attention to the entertainment circles or watch other programs, just a quick check on the internet would provide a simple understanding. Because many foreign planets' bases had internal regulations on communications, there was a limit to the entertainment programs that the garrison troops could see. Thus, the internal personnel in charge of culture and art would select suitable entertainment programs from time to time and transmit them to every base and military district, including songs, movies, TV series, sporting events, variety programs, news from various continents, and so on. A short while back, Founding Era had been packaged and transmitted in its entirety to all the bases and military districts, including the soundtrack. Having a series to watch, and a massive, top-notch production at that, had delighted those garrisoned on bases on foreign planets. Many people had become fans of Fang Zhao. A number of Fang Zhao's songs had been well received. Fang Zhao was also a reserve duty major, and many unlucky people who were sent out for military service viewed Fang Zhao as their idol. Of course, the top brass didn't just look at Fang Zhao's popularity and his status as a reserve duty major. There was also Planet Baiji and Planet Wise Rise. Fortunately, the program team had come seeking them out, looking for a collaboration for one season. Therefore, they had put in this request. The actual effectiveness of up-close contact wasn't huge, otherwise, those garrison bases at the tail end of the development sequence would have soared up long ago. A reality show was just a show. An entertainment program made for people to watch. Even with its focus on poverty alleviation, the officers of many garrisons rejected it. It wasn't because they didn't despise the program, they thanked those people for their help, but at the same time, special guests would bring their own set of troubles. There was once a celebrity with a weak immune system who fell really ill at a certain garrison base. Luckily, medical attention had been prompt. It would have been a lot of trouble if something bad had happened. Thus, sometimes the officers of garrison bases would hope for big-name celebrities, but they were worried something might happen on their domain, resulting in an unsavory public opinion, which gave them conflicted thoughts. But if Fang Zhao was used, they would be much more relieved. Fang Zhao had fought off terrorists while undergoing military service on planet Baiji. His character was strong enough. He could withstand hardship. And he still had the nickname of a mythical beast. A mythical beast. Didn't the legends from the old era say that they warded off evil? The three invited special guests on the program team were too evil. They needed to add one more to balance it out. Because of that garrison base's request, the program team tried their hardest to persuade the relevant parties. After speaking with Carter for close to an hour, the program team sought out Fang Zhao. While the other party sought out Fang Zhao, Carter hurriedly made a call to Mo Lang. Carter lowered his head and didn't look at Mo Lang's expression upon informing him of the situation. It made one tremble in silence. Carter steeled himself as he met Mo Lang's deathly stare. "Teacher, regarding this matter. I can explain." Mo Lang was breathing heavily. He was pissed. He had just told Carter to have Fang Zhao stay away from the entertainment circles during his advanced studies period, but in the blink of an eye, he learned that a certain entertainment variety program had come digging. Carter was indeed unreliable. He couldn't even look after one person. The might of the entertainment circles was all that was evil. Mo Lang was furious that this bunch from the entertainment circles loved picking fights and wouldn't even let Fang Zhao off when he was pursuing advanced studies. They had even used the excuse of poverty alleviation to try to dupe him. Did they think that an old man like him had never collaborated with the Poverty Alleviation Office before? When all was said and done, Up Close Contact was still an entertainment variety program that didn't have much effect. Just look where the program had gone. Were there any huge changes up till now? Weren't they still the same? They really are seizing every opportunity. It's impossible to guard against them. After speaking to Carter, Mo Lang decided on what to say later on. Elsewhere, the program team contacted Fang Zhao and spoke in more detail about this program. At the same time, they emphasized that Fang Zhao was the first ever special guest appointed by the base garrison. If Fang Zhao didn't agree to participate, then this season's location would have to shift. Nanfeng sat at the side, listening the director and everyone else's words in disdain. Treacherous. Bemoaning their hard-pressed situation was fine. According to Nanfeng's understanding of Fang Zhao, his boss really wouldn't care about how much he was paid for this sort of program that had a public welfare theme. But the program team were actually pretending to be pitiful before Fang Zhao. With the director as the head of this group, they said a lot to Fang Zhao which could be summarized as: "We are bitter deep down. We are also being forced to do this. We are benefiting the soldiers garrisoned on foreign planets, letting even more people see their suffering." Fang Zhao was no stranger to bases on other planets. He would definitely understand, right? It was said that his great-grandfather served aboard the spaceship Sirius during his military service and had gone through many hardships. Your great-grandfather would surely support your decision to participate in this program. At Yenzhou's Yanbei retirement facility, great-grandfather Fang sneezed for no apparent reason. Rubbing his itchy nose, great-grandfather Fang put on an extra jacket and continued to twirl the 2 walnuts as he calmly bragged to the other old fellas in the retirement facility. However, no matter how sincerely the program team put it, Fang Zhao wasn't really a youngster and wouldn't be easily deceived by their words. He understood well what this bunch in the program team were thinking about. Fang Zhao calmly considered for some time and asked, "Can I bring a dog?" The bunch that had been eagerly awaiting Fang Zhao's decision. What? Bringing a dog and alleviating poverty? This isn't a Muzhou farmland or pasture where pets could be simply brought over to play. Pets are so weak and feeble, a moment of carelessness could result in them losing their lives. I can't. Then never mind, Fang Zhao said. The director studied Fang Zhao and probed, what does never mind mean? Fang Zhao also stared at the other party but didn't say anything. The director remained silent for quite a while before saying, although we call ourselves a variety program, but we carry the objective of poverty alleviation. The place we are headed to will surely be arduous. His ability to adapt is very high, Fang Zhao said. It can still be done if you really have such a request. However, an agreement has to be signed. Sure. The director's facial muscles relaxed. In any case, as long as Fang Zhao didn't pose a request that was too demanding, he would do his utmost to meet Fang Zhao's needs. After all, it was the other side who had requested for Fang Zhao. In comparison to that, what was a pet dog? If he wanted to bring it along, then so be it. Everything would be fine as long as its owner was well taken care of. The two sides progressed to more detailed negotiations regarding the other aspects of the program and recording. Nanfeng assumed the role of an interim manager and helped to settle the even finer details and issues. After discussions were complete, Fang Zhao didn't sign immediately but said instead, I still have to speak to the teacher in charge and get his approval. Yes, you should. The director's face had the vigor of having just solved a difficult question. He knew that Fang Zhao was still undergoing advanced studies and still had to undergo a procedure, thus he showed an understanding to Fang Zhao's situation. We have already spoken with Professor Carter. You don't have to worry, the director said. I know, I was talking about another teacher. Fang Zhao smiled. Whom are you talking about? If it is needed, we can send someone to speak with him, the director said immediately. Old Mr. Mo Lang. You can speak to Venerable Mo first. If it can't be resolved, then we will step forward. They had of course heard of Mo Lang's grand reputation. This old master had also collaborated many times with the Poverty Alleviation Office and was a highly respected old artist. At the same time, they also didn't dare look for him straight away. The old master had quite the temper. One should be terrified when it was time to be terrified. After the people from the program team left, Fang Zhao had a video call with Mo Lang and shared his own views. Fang Zhao had already prepared a portion of his graduation works. As for the remaining part, he still needed time and some catalysts. This program, Up Close Contact, seemed like a decent catalyst. Mo Lang believed Fang Zhao's words. During the period in Mazhou where he had followed Carter and his team on assignment, Mo Lang was very pleased with the works and thesis that Fang Zhao submitted. Of course, Mo Lang also knew that just staying at one place without any experience to challenge one's thoughts would make it difficult to produce and obtain inspiration. In turn, that would make it difficult for someone to produce breathtaking works. Since Fang Zhao had pledged, Mo Lang also wouldn't go as far as to forcefully obstruct him. Fang Zhao was a very special person and his works had never failed to leave Mo Lang pleasantly surprised. Mo Lang also eagerly anticipated what sort of graduation works Fang Zhao would submit. Of course, this was what he had decided, but Mo Lang was still displeased deep down. He respected all sorts of art of various forms. He had also collaborated with many film and TV programs before, but he really didn't like that sort of unconcealed pragmatism of the entertainment industry. Fang Zhao was a student he thought very highly of, and this bunch had come knocking during a very crucial moment in Fang Zhao's advanced studies. They are just asking for a scolding. But whatever opinion he had of the program team, Mo Lang still wasn't too strict with Fang Zhao, even if he didn't smile. Remember what you said. I will leave you some assignments. Don't forget to do them. Also, submit a 1,000-word explanation to request for absence. Not a single word less, or I won't approve it. After the call ended, Fang Zhao did as Mo Lang requested and wrote a 1,000-word essay with the title being, Heading Out to Gather Materials, as a request for absence. When Mo Lang went through the, Heading Out to Gather Materials, request for assistance, he turned around and spoke to a few, good friends, who managed departments of which included the Poverty Alleviation Office. Although he couldn't change the outcome, he wouldn't let this bunch treat this too lightly. Who knew when they would hoist such a noble banner to dupe people again? At the other end, Fang Zhao started making preparations after signing the contract with the program team. The sporting events at Mazhou were about to conclude soon. Professor Carter and the others would also be leaving shortly. Fang Zhao left Mazhou a day before them and returned to Huangart to handle his leave application. After that, he headed to Yenzhou's Yanbei retirement facility to visit the two old Fangs. After learning that Fang Zhao would be taking part in this program, great-grandfather Fang viciously criticized the program team behind their backs. There were so many variety programs, and the number with the theme of public welfare couldn't even be counted with the fingers on one's hands. Why did such a variety program that was heading to such a distant and tough place look for Fang Zhao? I've said it before, these people in the entertainment industry are just too cunning. Our little Zhao is just too honest. Just too soft-hearted. He agrees to help the moment other people come running over with tears in their eyes. Great-grandfather Fang twirled the walnuts in his palm vigorously as his heart ached tenderly. And when he went online to search for previous editions of the program and watched them, his eyes turned red. My family's little Zhao is going to suffer hardships again. Regardless of how Fang Zhao explained, in his heart, great-grandfather Fang had already believed firmly that it was this sinister and crafty bunch who were trying to latch on to Fang Zhao's popularity and dupe him into suffering hardships. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang insisted on sending off Fang Zhao this time. Before setting off with the project team, Fang Zhao still needed to go for a medical examination at the program team's designated location. This was a necessary procedure for this sort of program. People whose constitutions were too weak couldn't take part. It was too dangerous and the place's arduous conditions could result in loss of life if one wasn't careful. The program team didn't wish to see this sort of situation. The program team was still rather at ease on Fang Zhao's end, just that these procedures had to be down to a T. During the time when Fang Zhao went for his medical examination, great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang left the retirement facility and disappeared for a day before heading to Huangzhou and meeting with Fang Zhao. When they met, great-grandfather carefully handed a small pouch over to Fang Zhao. Your great-grandmother and I went over to the cemetery to get this. Make sure to wear it at all times and don't lose it. This is highly sought after nowadays and it's very effective. If only they had the time, great-grandfather would have dragged Fang Zhao over to pay his respects. Fang Zhao, right. After bringing the two old Fangs into a room to rest, Fang Zhao moved to the side and removed the paper wrapped around the item inside the pouch. On it was the common saying, "May the martyrs bless you," which Fang Zhao automatically interpreted as, "Rely on yourself rather than on others." Sigh. The program team's time constraints were rather tight. For this season, there would be 5 special guests. Besides Fang Zhao, Zero, Barbara, and Wu Tianhao, there was also Midasi. Indeed, Mersizhao's former tennis athlete Midasi, who had just recently retired, was also a special guest. This was a surprise since the program team hadn't even considered inviting this fellow. Rather, he had voluntarily contacted them. Past editions of this program had struggled to even invite 2 satisfactory special guests, yet this time, so many heavyweights had appeared. The program team had a rare confidence due to this edition's lineup. They stood a little straighter and wished to shout it out. However, because of the restrictions of the confidentiality agreement, they couldn't leak it in private nor public. After the 5 special guests had signed on the dotted line, the program team immediately started early publicity. Firstly, they wanted to attract even more attention so that there would be topics from pre-production all the way until filming concluded. Just as the program team had anticipated, the news release of the special guests garnered all sorts of attention. Most reactions were, "What the heck is this? Up close contact? What sort of program is this? I've never heard of this before." Upon further searching, they found it was a variety program with the nature of poverty alleviation. 4 out of 5 special guests are from big and powerful families. They are all from family clans of the great generals. Such a powerful array of special guests, seemingly bathed in a golden glow, is forming a team to alleviate poverty. It was reasonable to say that if these 4 young masters and mistresses from top aristocratic families went to provide poverty alleviation, even a dried-up and barren place could flourish. However, this lineup gave off an extremely unreliable vibe. Poverty alleviation isn't as simple as donating. Would this idiot Zero straightaway start throwing money at them? How does Barbara all decked out in luxury goods seem as though she is going to provide aid? Isn't this just going on a vacation? Didn't Wu Tianhao say when publicizing his new film that the sequel was in the works? Isn't he just jumping on the bandwagon to promote the sequel? Mazhou's Prince of Tennis Midasi's first stop after retiring is poverty alleviation. Is he carrying out an assignment for his family clan? It feels like a large game of chess. Am I neglecting any recent important activity? There is still Fang Zhao. Don't forget about Fang Zhao. 4 out of the 5 special guests are nouveau riche. I just don't believe that the last one would have a background beneath any of the others. Indeed. Renault's Zero, Lacalina family's Barbara, Tongzhou Wu's families Wu Tianhao and Midasi Merci, who recently created waves in Mersizhao, are all descendants of great generals. With this in mind, Fang Zhao definitely wouldn't have an ordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragged in together with this bunch. Wasn't this clarified before? Fang Zhao doesn't originate from an aristocratic family. The past doesn't represent the future. Take a look at Mazhou's Midasi. He just had the great general's family name added in during the press conference. Who would have expected that? Makes sense. Perhaps that means Fang Zhao concealed his aristocratic family status. Agreed. Even if he isn't a great general, he definitely wouldn't be that much lower. More and more people online started to believe that Fang Zhao had a hidden aristocratic family background. As for the explanation that Fang Zhao had given out before, we won't listen to it. Surely someone is up to something. Don't think about deceiving us. Because of Midas's situation, your background has long been seen through by us. Even Yanzhou's Silver Wings media affairs manager hurriedly went through Fang Zhao's information a few times when he saw this but wasn't able to discover any evidence. Unless Fang Zhao had the most important information hidden, otherwise, it was netizens having a hyperactive imagination. In a certain Huangzhou hotel, great-grandfather Fang flew into a fit of rage and nearly smashed the walnuts in his hand when he saw the online discussions. Great-grandmother Fang hurriedly snatched the walnuts over and stuffed a slipper into his hands. Great-grandfather stared quietly at the slipper in his hand for 2 seconds before using all his strength and threw it to the ground, creating a loud slapping sound. Nonsense. Our little Zhao has not a damn relation to a great general's family clan. Great-grandfather Fang was vexed. Why was it that regardless of whatever explanations were given, that bunch just wouldn't believe it? Aristocratic family. In another 50, no, in another 20 years, our little Zhao himself would be an aristocrat. And a big one at that. Great-grandfather Fang had this much confidence. In his eyes, Fang Zhao was a genius among geniuses that was all-powerful in all aspects. No one could compare to him. Up Close Contact had just released this news coupled with a little operation on their side. It quickly became hotly discussed by the entire internet. A portion of people discussed whether the few aristocrats were plotting a certain something, another portion guessed whether Fang Zhao had an aristocratic family background, while the remaining people delighted in following the excitement. Of course, there were also some celebrities who started having ideas when they saw this news. Before Zero was thrown into this program by General Renault, Up Close Contact's program team had approached quite a few celebrities with quite some reputation, but they all had rejected them. Now, regardless of whether it was that bunch that were approached for this season or for previous seasons, every one of them automatically contacted the program team, trying to get in. Every season's headcount was more or less around 5, but it wasn't set in stone. At times when they were short, there would be around 2 or 3 guests. Other times, there could be about 6 or 7 guests. Now, 5 had been officially announced, so 2 more would still be fine. That was what many people assumed, but the program team had decided to have only 5 special guests this time around. The program team attached high importance to this season and had no intention of letting other celebrities on board. These few alone would make the program team very busy as it was. The program team tactfully declined those celebrities that had voluntarily approached them and expressed that they were caught in the crossfire. Firstly, they didn't dare offend the special guests, and secondly, they didn't dare cause trouble at the side of the military garrison, so they could only leave it as that. Their tone was very polite and expressed that they had no other way. Facing big names, they pretended to be apologetic to the fullest extent and didn't put on any airs. When they encountered more minor celebrities, they still laughed along together with these celebrities. This was the first time they experienced such a situation, and it delighted them to no end. Their intent to rise from the ashes with this season became even more intense. While this was all being hotly discussed online, people from the Poverty Alleviation Office were speaking with Zero's father, General Renault. Are you really sure? This time it has been really hyped up, and the process of recording the program would be even more strict and be slightly tough. A certain head in the Poverty Alleviation Office said. General Renault didn't really care. No problem, just let him go over and suffer some hardship. Since he loves the entertainment circles so much, and since it happens that you have a program related to the entertainment, I will just throw him in. I wouldn't dare let him get involved in other programs. In his opinion, this sort of entertainment variety program that was all about selling foolish behavior to achieve the objective was most suitable for his son. This was a person who was merciless when tricking his own son. The Poverty Alleviation Office head laughed before retracting his smile and saying solemnly, "Let me emphasize this once again. Poverty alleviation is a very serious matter. Even if it is an entertainment variety, it also isn't a place for them to play around and have fun. Don't worry. I have already spoken to Zero. If he creates a fuss, I will smack his bottom." General Renault guaranteed. Zero felt really wronged after being tricked by his own father. Does he know how difficult it is to film this sort of entertainment program? Does he think that top variety programs don't require acting skills? This day was also the appointed day set by the project team to leave. This time, Fang Zhao brought along Nan Feng, Sui Yu, and Yen Biao, as well as curly hair. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang insisted on sending Fang Zhao to the spaceport before leaving. Great-grandfather had his own ideas. He wanted to see how the program team was like and what sort of allocations the other special guests had. Fang Zhao felt that he had brought along enough people this time, but great-grandfather Fang didn't think so. Given Fang Zhao's current fame, 1 assistant and 2 bodyguards were still too little. However, the program team was headed to a military base on a foreign planet, so they couldn't be too casual. He would see the situation first before saying more. The program team had set a designated gathering spot near Huangzhou spaceport. When Fang Zhao arrived, only the people from the program team were there. The other special guests were nowhere to be seen. A staffer explained to Fang Zhao, "The other 4 will arrive shortly." A short while later, Midasi arrived in casual attire with a backpack and shades. He entered the lounge and took off his shades, revealing dark eye circles. He yawned when he took a seat. Midasi had been confident and relaxed when he spoke about his retirement during the press conference. However, after really retiring, he hadn't slept well at all. This time when the family elders heard Lizhou, Lizhou, and Tongzhou were all sending people to participate in this poverty alleviation entertainment program, they also kicked him in, saying that it would surely improve his insomnia and that he should treat it as a post-retirement adaptation process. After, Midasi, Wu Tianhao, Zero, and Barbara arrived in succession, each besting the other in a show of extravagance. Great-grandfather Fang stifled his anger when he saw the others bringing along a whole horde of bodyguards and assistants. In order not to falsely accuse anyone, he still specially went to verify it with the program team staff to check how many men each of the other 4 special guests brought. With one look, great-grandfather Fang had discovered that the 4 special guests all brought more people than Fang Zhao. Midasi had 2 assistants and 4 bodyguards. Wu Tianhao had brought along a 7-man entourage. As for Zero and Barbara, each of them brought a team of 10. If not for the fact that the program team had limited them to a maximum of 10 people, they would have wanted to bring along 10 cars worth of people. Great-grandfather Fang was so angry his face turned purple. Were they going to provide poverty alleviation or to take a vacation? How outrageous! Especially that Zero. But after hearing Zero and the others chatting, great-grandfather Fang suddenly felt that his anger had subsided considerably. It had turned into consolation. The way Zero was, wanting to let others be at ease, bringing a whole contingent wasn't enough. Great-grandfather even felt some sympathy towards their parents. Forget it, not every family's children are as smart and lovable as my little Zhao. Great-grandfather Fang thought to himself. Before Fang Zhao set off, great-grandfather Fang pulled him to the side and exhorted. Make sure to pay more attention when you are on a foreign planet. Although the location hasn't been revealed yet, it would surely be a tough and desolate place. Little Zhao, your own safety is paramount. Great-grandfather particularly emphasized your own safety is paramount to make sure Fang Zhao looked out for himself first. As for the others, that would come later. After which he increased his volume and let more people hear his words. Film the program properly and take care of the young kids. Cherishing the young is an important virtue. The reason he had said this was because great-grandfather Fang had already checked. Among the 5 special guests, Fang Zhao was the youngest. Looking after the younger ones in the cast and crew was correct. The others should look out for Fang Zhao more. Fang Zhao was silent for a few seconds before nodding his head. I understand. That's good. Great-grandfather Fang's smile deepened. He felt more relaxed having gotten this answer from Fang Zhao. This time around, Fang Zhao didn't request for absolute secrecy. There were so many people within the program team, and it would be impossible to have complete confidentiality. Being secretive and trying to cover things up would only make others suspicious. However, Fang Zhao requested for the program team to minimize Curly Hair's screen time and film presence as much as possible. The program team readily agreed to Fang Zhao's request and added it into the contract. In any case, they saw it as just a dog, not an important issue. The main focus was the process of 5 special guests embarking onto an arduous foreign planet and experiencing its hardships and tough lifestyle. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang watched as the shuttle carrying Fang Zhao and the film group left before leaving the spaceport with the others that had come to see them off. Fang Zhao had already made arrangements for personnel to look after them and send the 2 elders back to Yenzhou. Upon returning to Yenzhou, great-grandfather Fang started to recommend this program to others. Although it was still some time before production would be complete and the program broadcasted, official publicity had already begun. How could he lag behind himself? At the other side, after the shuttle left Earth, the program team changed to a spacecraft at the space station before heading to their destination. This wasn't Fang Zhao's first time leaving Earth, but it was a surreal and wonderful experience each time. The steps of humankind were still ceaselessly progressing. Having gone through that 100 years of calamity, humankind now knew to plan ahead. Their footsteps and sights could be set even further now. Fang Zhao also didn't count on this poverty alleviation program to be able to massively change the fortunes of these impoverished planets. However, it was better than nothing. They would take a look at the situation first and help whatever little they could. We are already so far along. You all ought to be able to tell us where we are headed now, right? Wu Tianhao said huffily. The program team staff didn't take offense with Wu Tianhao's tone. They themselves wouldn't be able to keep their calm if they were placed in his shoes. Director? A staff member glanced at the program team's director. The director coughed lightly and nodded his head. Planet Boo. As he spoke, he got someone to turn on a projection and introduced the circumstances of Planet Boo. What sort of place was Planet Boo? Barren, desolate, and a mediocre planet that didn't have much of a presence when placed amongst a multitude of planets waiting to be developed. Although its position on the development sequence wasn't right at the tail end, it was still sufficiently towards the back. Some time ago, it had still been placed before planet Baiji on the development sequence until Baiji charged forward due to the discovery of power or stores. As a result, planet Boo was pushed further behind. From the map, 70 to 80% of the planet's surface was filled with deserts and oceans. In terms of natural resources and landscape, it was a far cry away from planet Baiji and planet Y. Furthermore, compared to other planets that were even more suited for human habitation, many areas of planet Boo had low pressure and low oxygen. Many people who came over would develop symptoms similar to altitude sickness or be unable to adapt well. This was also why the program team cared so much about the special guests' physical conditions. All guests that were contracted would have to go through medical examinations and would only be able to come upon meeting all the requirements. Planet Boo wasn't given the treatment a planet suitable for emigration would receive. Although its living conditions were slightly worse when compared to planet Baiji and planet Y, it was better in some regards because it was safe and simple. Away from those places with vile climates, the base's safe zone offered sufficient freedom and space. But at the same time, because they were near the back of the development sequence, major enhancements had yet to begin. The current conditions were still really arduous, and it was impossible to go online as one pleased. The cost of constructing communications facilities were even higher than Planet Baiji's, so the program team had said at the start that there would be only recording but no live broadcasts. The 5 guests who had just seen Planet Bu's introduction and videos. Wu Tianhao, who had been prepared to display his skills, fight monsters, and act pretentious during live broadcasts, the program team scammed me. Barbara, who had anticipated being able to shoot many beautiful photos and videos, the program team scammed me. Midasi, who had listened to the suggestions of his family elders that coming over for a vacation would help in curing insomnia, the people in my family scammed me. Zero, who had long been mentally prepared, wrote an electronic message to the Liezhou governor, my father scammed me again. Your cute and lovable smiling angel of a grandson is about to suffer a hellish torture. Fang Zhao, who didn't have much expectation towards where they would go, the introduction says that the base has a high degree of freedom. Should be a good place for dog walking. After learning about the overall situation at Planet Bu, among the 5 guests, 4 appeared dispirited. Only Fang Zhao was going through the data of Planet Bu meticulously. Each guest had brought along some supplies for the military garrison on Bu base. However, they wouldn't be sending it over personally, and the spaceport had personnel specially in charge to do so. Isn't this spaceport a little too small? Zero used his pinky finger to emphasize it. It's just a dot. They are indeed poor. The base is also small. Their total manpower isn't even half of Planet Baiji's in their early days. Midasi sounded disappointed but was a little curious. This could be considered the first time he had truly come to a faraway place. Are there really no hunting conditions? Wu Tianhao was also unresigned. The program team replied with slight smiles. First-timers here will probably require 3 to 7 days to adapt. We have set aside 7 days of preparation time for everyone, a staff member in the program team said. An officer from the base, Colonel Song Ping, received them. He could still be considered young and was tanned. His attitude was amiable, but he was still slightly stern. On the shuttle to the base's airport, Zero twitched his nose, sniffing all around. Barbara painted her nails absent-mindedly. What does your dog nose smell this time? A strange scent. Zero responded. Who are you calling a dog? Seeing that they were going to bicker again, the program team staff diverted their attention. The base has already prepared rooms for everyone. Bring all your stuff and don't forget any important items. Nanfeng hurriedly grabbed curly hair and stayed at Fang Zhao's side. In his opinion, besides his boss, the most valuable object was curly hair. He absolutely needed to watch this dog properly. If curly hair got lost, who knew if someone would catch and eat him up? Upon entering the base, Colonel Song Ping provided them an electronic map. The map displayed the areas where they could move about. Generally, just following the base's protocol and going about their own stuff wouldn't pose any danger. The degree of freedom here was very high. This was also the reason why the program team had chosen Bu base. If it were elsewhere, although conditions would be better, their activities would encounter too many restrictions and filming wouldn't be so carefree. Fang Zhao moved into the room the base had prepared for them. Every special guest had a suite, and their assistants and bodyguards stayed nearby. These had all been settled during negotiations between the program team and the base to prevent a situation where people couldn't react in time if an accident occurred. Nothing could be allowed to happen to any of these special guests. Fang Zhao's side had the least men. Nanfeng directed Zuiyu and Yen Biao to tidy up the things in the room and install the various equipments that improved the living conditions in the room. He had heard that the difference in temperature between day and night here was huge. The resources at the base were limited, and the base might not be able to look after them the entire time. As someone who had undergone military service, Fang Zhao himself had said that he didn't have high requirements for the place he stayed in. Nanfeng hadn't been nitpicky about all this originally. However, when he saw the areas of the other 4 special guests buzzing with activity, Nanfeng couldn't stand by and watch. If those areas are luxurious, then our side can't be worse. Install all modifications. In any case, the base didn't say that they couldn't install their own facilities and equipment. On the first day of arriving at base, many people in the program team weren't adapting well until base personnel sent over breathing masks. Those with more severe reactions were sent for treatment. This wasn't much of a problem, they just needed some more time than others to adapt. The base's breathing masks were made according to the conditions of the environment and would aid newcomers in adapting to Planet Boo. Breathing masks were also delivered to the 5 special guests and their parties. Somewhere in the base, Colonel Song Ping, who had received the program team, was called up to report on the situation. Base Commander Flemington, who had just returned to the base, rotated his shoulders and stretched his back. He shut his weary eyes and asked grudgingly, "How are things there? Have the breathing masks been delivered?" "They have been delivered. The others are still okay, but the 5 special guests aren't using masks." Song Ping delivered his report as it was. Flemington's eyes flashed open and asked with an interested expression. "Go on." Former professional athlete Midasi is still adapting fine. After he settled down, he didn't react too poorly. Instead, he went to the exercise ground to play tennis for 10 minutes before returning to lie down. Flemington's lips curled up into a grin. That kid from the Mercy family is rather impressive, even daring to do intensive exercise when the adaptation period isn't over. Wu Tianhao also adapted quite similarly to Midasi. He said he wanted to test the limits of his body and went outside to practice his martial arts without wearing a breathing mask. He is currently sitting down. Flemington's grin became wider. A little of the Tongzhou's family's martial arts specialty. What about the others? Zero's adaptability isn't comparable to the first 2. He went to receive treatment after entering the base. Song Ping paused for a bit and said with a sort of complicated expression on his face. He's pretty riled up from cursing his father with his breathing mask tossed to the side. Oh. Flemington was happy. Great spirit. This kid's rebellious phase isn't over yet. Continue. Barbara, although she says she didn't feel so well, she bluntly rejected the breathing masks when they were sent over. Reason? Flemington asked. Song Ping opened his mouth and said sheepishly, "It's ugly." Flemington, this pretentious kid even rejected them because they doesn't look great. If she dislikes them, then forget about it. Collect all the masks back. Right, what about Fang Zhao? He is the main focus. He should be adapting fine, right? Song Ping's expression turned strange. Fang Zhao has gone out to walk his dog. Flemington. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Actually being in the mood to walk a dog after arriving here. Wait, wasn't the primary issue that Fang Zhao brought along a dog in the first place? Did that dog not have the slightest bit of adverse reaction either? And then? Flemington. The soldiers on patrol there says that he seems to be in a cheerful mood while dog walking and has no intention to return yet. Fang Zhao also didn't bring curly hair too far. According to the map provided, he brought curly hair to walk around the area where they could move about freely to first understand the topography and lifestyle of this place. The area which Bubase covered was huge, and the area for activity was also broad. Occasionally, they would run into soldiers on patrol. However, the atmosphere here was more relaxed, unlike the tensed vibe of the soldiers at Planet Baiji's outposts. This place was very dry and barren, but it was also peaceful. Curly Hair's adaptability was very strong. An environment with low pressure and low oxygen didn't appear to cause any changes in him. The barren sand also didn't make his spirits fall, and he seemed to really like it here. There weren't any other people around, so Fang Zhao also didn't keep Curly Hair leashed. Currently Curly was running about on the sand without a care in the world. He was also very interested in the various bugs and animals beneath the soil, and regardless of whether they were big or small, Curly Hair would capture and play with them for a while before devouring them. Fang Zhao observed for a bit, and since Curly Hair seemed content, Fang Zhao just let him be. After strolling around outside, Fang Zhao leashed Curly Hair and returned back to base. On the second day, Fang Zhao woke up and headed to the base's dining hall to eat, when he ran into Wu Tianhao and Midacy. Having gone through a day of getting accustomed to the new environment, the two had gotten stronger, just that Midacy still appeared like he lacked sleep. It wasn't just Wu Tianhao and Midacy. Zero and Barbara also came out to walk about today. However, these two didn't eat at the dining hall. Instead, they ate their own food which they brought along. The program team all lamented as they watched the 5 guests become active and lively. Genes are really something powerful. They are the descendants of the great generals after all. Their adaptability ability is really strong. Genes implied potential. As long as this sort of potential wasn't wasted, they would be superior to others. Wasting them was another matter. Let's not compare with the other 4. After all, they are members of the great general's family clans. They have impressive genes, but what about Fang Zhao? Isn't he still of an artistic background? We can't compete with the other 4, but we also should learn from Fang Zhao. The director started to deliver chicken soup for the other staffers in the program team. Actually, the director felt helpless deep down. This was the first time all the invited guests had a stronger adaptability than the staffers. He reckoned that the special guests could start filming already, but the staff couldn't keep up. As he thought about this problem, the director revised his arrangements. Their own end could not officially start work, but the special guests could be mobilized first. The director gathered the 5 special guests together and started to mobilize them. The guide manual sent to you all contains a lot of important information including edible and poisonous food stuff you might see outside. If you see something that isn't shown, it is best not to touch it. Therefore, if you see something that is unknown, it is best to leave it to the professionals. At the start, Zero was still listening attentively, but as he listened on, he started to daydream. On the surface it couldn't be seen, but deep down it was like this. Previously I have earned quite a bit endorsing wild ginger, but the sustainability isn't there. Fresh ginger is fine, but it is still best to endorse garlic. Fang Zhao has already brought a dog. I will also bring one next time. I don't like these kinds of small dog. Big dogs are way more impressive. When will we be able to have internet connection here? I want to complain. In 2 minutes, the thoughts in Zero's brain had completely jumped from wild ginger to dogs to something else altogether. After emphasizing the stuff that needed to be taken care of, the director then explained to everyone about the main point of poverty alleviation. In the old era, there was this saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Poverty alleviation nowadays was generally about discovering an impoverished region's bright spots and magnifying it. Following which, the next step would be to try and raise the quality of life at these impoverished regions. However easy it might sound, how many could actually achieve this? Furthermore, theirs was a program which had an entertainment nature. They didn't really pin too much hope on discovering any bright spots, however, they would bank on the program to let people know how arduous this place was so that they would consider this place when they made donations. Of course, regardless of what he thought deep down or how cruel reality was, the director wouldn't explain things too realistically when trying to mobilize them. See more, listen more, walk around more, understand more. Given everyone's experienced and wise mind, you all should probably be able to discover this place's bright spot, the director concluded. Wu Tianhao, see more, listen more. Definitely. Just rely on my observant and alert senses. Midacy, walk around more, understand more. Seems like a rather large amount of exercise. Zero, my wise mind. Barbara, bright spot. Fang Zhao, slightly difficult. The director felt satisfied seeing all 5 special guests apparently deep in thought. It seemed like these 5 special guests already understood his words. Clapping his hand to rouse everyone, the director then continued, as some of our program team staffers still haven't fully adapted and are unable to formally start work, today we will let Colonel Song Ping bring everyone out to look around. The personnel turnover on Planet Boo was much higher than on Planet Baiji and Planet Y. After all, the environment here wasn't suitable for ordinary living. A few years were fine, but if it was too long, there would be some people unable to endure it. Thus, most soldiers generally wouldn't stay for more than 10 years before being transferred to other locations. Song Ping had served on the Explorer-class spaceship Fomalhaut previously. After that, he had been transferred here for an interim period. He had already achieved enough military merits, and he would be able to get promoted again just by staying here and gaining experience. This was the 2nd year since he had been transferred to Planet Boo, and he would be transferred elsewhere after at most 3 years to some other planet that would basically be higher up in the development sequence. Although he had no intention of staying long on Planet Boo, Song Ping was still rather cordial with the few special guests. Even if they couldn't change the development outlook of Planet Boo, at least these special guests could bring along some financial support. This was only the 2nd day since the program team had arrived. After considering that some people were still in the preliminary stages of adapting and weren't in prime condition, some cars were specially brought out to bring these people along as Song Ping introduced the various areas and their uses on the wayside. Noticing the deserts in the distance, Midasi pointed beneath his feet and asked, "Isn't there oil below the deserts? I have seen some records from during the old era mentioning about this." In the old era, oil was considered a very important resource. Song Ping nodded his head. Oil has been detected in many areas of Planet Boo, but it isn't necessary. For daily usage, the thermal radiation provided by the fixed star is enough. It is even more convenient and lower cost. Our base mainly uses solar energy. As for even higher level power consumption, we use power ores that are sent over here. Afterwards, Song Ping brought them to see the cultivated fields. Every year, those sent over for military service are allocated to work in these fields, either growing crops or improving the soil quality. What sort of things can be grown in this place? Zero asked in disbelief as he pointed at the barren patch of sand. Things can be grown as long as there is water. The piping layout was completed a long time ago. The water supply is able to meet the requirements, Song Ping replied. Very quickly, they reached the agricultural district. Crops of varying heights grew sparsely on the modified land. They don't look to be growing too well. Midasi didn't know much about farming, but at least he could tell that the crops weren't doing well. Song Ping said, "The output isn't too high, but at least we won't let everyone die." Wu Tianhao appeared to think of something and asked in a hurry. "Brother Ping, then do you all eat bugs?" Planet Baiji also had bugs in the past. Bugs this, large. Bugs? We eat them too, but less. There aren't too many bugs that are edible here. They are either too small, too difficult to catch, or too expensive to catch. Those funds would be better appropriated for agriculture. We mainly have agricultural produce here, all grown by ourselves. Sometimes we capture some edible items from the ocean to improve our diet, but those are rare. There are also large animals on dry land, but because their numbers are low and aren't a threat to the base, most of them have been placed on the protected species list. Not only are we not allowed to eat them, but if we see these animals encountering any difficulties on the outside, we still have to lend them a hand. Therefore, in our base, we tend to eat vegetarian more often than not. Other times, we would just have the nutritional dose to replenish our energy and the required nutrients. Song Ping was saying all these to tell them that over here, don't think about eating lavish meats and extravagant stuff. When you are here, you follow everyone and eat vegetables. Zero rubbed his chin and nodded. I understand what you are trying to say. The old era had a saying, rest in peace. Song Ping. Wu Tianhao was indeed someone who had interacted with Zero the most, and immediately understood what Zero was trying to say. You probably wanted to say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Zero clapped his hand. Right. That's the one. Song Ping. For a second, I thought that there was a problem with my ability to understand. More better suited crops for this place could be cultivated, Midas said. Find some researchers and they would surely be able to look into it. Song Ping shook his head. Researchers? We can't bring any over. The salary would be too low and the conditions are too poor, the land isn't fertile enough for abundant crop cultivation, and we aren't able to attract any research talent. Look at Planet Baiji. They were able to attract quite a number of researchers over, but this is an aspect we cannot compete with. Of course, if you all are willing to help out, you could send some people over. Those that aren't looking for fame are genuinely knowledgeable and capable people. It is fine even if their personalities aren't the best. Song Ping had only made an offhand remark. He didn't pin his hopes on an entertainment program being able to bring capable researchers over. Let me bring you over to the plot. Song Ping deactivated a region's defensive net and brought Fang Zhao and the others in. He wasn't going to forget to speak about Bubase's strong point. Our students here on military service do not have to mine. Although farming might be a little more tiring, it is still safer than on planet Baiji. Just solely this point makes recruits more willing to come here. As he spoke, Song Ping glanced at Fang Zhao. He had been transferred over from the Explorer-class spaceship Fomalhaut and had heard about Fang Zhao's application to serve his military service on board the Fomalhaut and Arcturus. Unfortunately, the applications were rejected, and Fang Zhao chose to serve on the planet Baiji that had arduous conditions. Sometime later, unexpectedly, planet Baiji discovered deposits of high-grade power ores as it took off and flourished. Many people knew that it was Fang Zhao who had discovered the new power ore, but many people also knew that even without Fang Zhao, other people would also be able to discover it, just that it might take slightly longer. As such, there were still many people who considered Fang Zhao to have an element of luck. Base Commander Flemington had taken this into account when he had agreed to collaborate with the program team. Otherwise, Flemington wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. He would be in line for a good promotion if he guarded this planet smoothly for another 1 or 2 years. He wasn't willing to meet any hiccups during this period. Song Ping didn't think about that stuff. He introduced Fang Zhao and the others to the crops here. We are such a big planet and we cannot always rely on supplies. Only through self-reliance can we truly establish ourselves. We can't let ourselves starve to death if something unexpected happens to our supplies. Pests have to be prevented in the fields, but the effects of pesticides are limited. We also can't poison ourselves just trying to kill pests. Song Ping sent a few images to Fang Zhao and the others, introducing them to some of the commonly seen bugs and animals that were harmful to their crops. Especially this sort. Song Ping pointed at one of the images and gritted his teeth. These are one of the largest pests here. A large reason for our low output is because of them. They can eat a lot, and just a moment of inattention can allow them to destroy a large patch, with everyone's hard efforts going to waste. The animal that Song Ping was talking about had a long, narrow body with developed claws and a tail. Its body appeared to be covered with segments of scales, and an adult one was about the size of a human palm. These things are highly resistant to drugs and are very nimble in the earth. It is very difficult to catch them without relying on traps. This type of animal is a big headache for the base. Luckily, it isn't too poisonous and doesn't pose too much danger to humans. To protect the crops, we have deployed the defensive net, however, the net isn't always sealed at all times. The fields require large amounts of manpower to tend to them, and each time we open up the defensive net, a few sneak in. We also have assigned personnel to exterminate pests regularly, but trying to get rid of them completely is simply impossible. These animals bury too quickly into the ground. Even when the pest exterminators do discover traces of them, there's always the concern about collateral crop damage. With their hands tied, the difficulty of pest extermination is rather high. Fang Zhao studied the image. It's like a lizard. It only looks a little similar, but its internal structure is completely different. There are specimens in the base. I will show them to you all when we get back. If the pest exterminators are able to catch one next time, I will dissect it to let you all see, Song Ping said. You can't catch one now. Wu Tianhao cracked his knuckles, eager to give it a try. They aren't easy to catch. You will probably need guidance from a professional if you want to catch one, as well as equipment. Also, you mustn't damage the crops as well. In short, catching them isn't as easy as you think. Song Ping had just said this when he saw curly hair running like the wind. He bit at something in the soil and dragged it out before hitting it against the ground for a few times. He then raised his head and tossed it into the air. Curly hair leapt up and caught it in his mouth before hitting it twice and tossing it into the air again. Is this the pest you were talking about? Fang Zhao pointed at the thing that was tossed into the air. Song Ping, seems so. Curly hair held it in his mouth while playing with it excitedly before swaggering over to Fang Zhao as though he was trying to take credit. Fang Zhao took a look at the animal held in curly hair's mouth and then glanced at Song Ping. Song Ping's voice was tart. Indeed. Curly hair placed the thing between his teeth beside Fang Zhao's feet before scampering back off to the fields. In the blink of an eye, he came back with another. Fang Zhao put on a pair of gloves, picked up the thing beside his leg, and examined it. Seems like it is really a little different. After studying them, Fang Zhao placed the two animals that curly hair had caught on the ground. Even if these two hadn't been smashed dead by curly hair, they were probably dazed and half dead. Song Ping was also standing watch at the side holding some equipment and stomped on them once more. Song Ping definitely wouldn't go easy on these sorts of pests. Midasi squatted down and examined this new species curiously. Wu Tianhao watched as curly hair went off to catch pests again. He itched to give it a try too, so he followed after. Seeing that everyone wouldn't be resigned unless they gave it a try, Song Ping said, "Go on, just pay attention to not damage the crops." Understood. Wu Tianhao even specially ran over to a warehouse at the side and rummaged through it for a tool he felt was useful before heading to the fields. It was Monkey See, Monkey Do for Zero, and he grabbed a farming tool which he had no idea of how it functioned before running over to the field and joining in the fun. Barbara got herself a stool and wiped it over 10 times before gracefully sitting on it. Getting down in the dirt and hunting pests wasn't something for a noble young lady like her. Half an hour later, Wu Tianhao did a few tumbles before catching one with some difficulty and damaged some crops in the process. Midasi took more caution around the crops and wasn't able to let loose. As a result, he wasn't able to catch any. On the other hand, Zero didn't care about the crops in the field either. However, he lacked Wu Tianhao's experience, and it seemed more like he was a pest rather than a pest exterminator. Upon seeing the situation, Song Ping hurriedly called the few of them back. If this went on, he didn't know how many of these crops that had been so painstakingly cultivated would be damaged. Compared to Wu Tianhao's performance, curly hair brought over pest after pest as Song Ping watched on. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, Song Ping would have thought that these pests were easy to catch. Wu Tianhao glanced at the one he caught, then eyed the bunch laid out by curly hair on the ground and felt as if he had been dealt a blow. He couldn't help but admit the reality that he couldn't be compared to a dog. However, when he saw Midasi and Zero, ha, they still can't be compared with me. Wu Tianhao immediately felt much better. Such an impressive dog has definitely got to be from Muzhou. Song Ping eyed Fang Zhao enviously. Song Ping had eyed those work dogs bred in Muzhou for some time already. He had heard that these dogs were especially impressive. Unfortunately, the application difficulty to get them here was too high, and they also couldn't compete with the people from larger military districts who wanted them. Ha 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 ha, you guessed wrong. Wu Tianhao roared with laughter. It's a Yenzhou dog. Wu Tianhao then raised 2 fingers. It's worth 200 million. Song Ping shuddered. He had thought of borrowing the dog from Fang Zhao but quickly gave up the idea. He couldn't afford to borrow it. What if he damaged it by accident? How much would he have to compensate? In less than half an hour, the ground before Fang Zhao was littered with the field pests that Curly Hair had brought back. After coming back once more, Curly Hair no longer went scampering off. This is all for the time being, Fang Zhao said while diverting the others' attention to the corpses on the ground. He casually pushed a remnant of a pest's tail that was hanging by Curly Hair's mouth in. Eating on the sly yet not knowing how to cover your tracks. Song Ping's attention was completely absorbed by these pests laid out on the ground and didn't notice Fang Zhao's actions. Right now he felt like he had received a blow, yet he was also pleasantly surprised. This already isn't easy. As he gazed at the row of creatures that had wrecked their fields every day, Song Ping wondered whether to issue Curly Hair a little pest exterminator award. Song Ping went back to the warehouse to bring some instruments out. He picked a fat specimen out to dissect and showed their body structures to Fang Zhao and the others. He explained how these things were able to be so nimble within the soil because of their body structures. Catching them under normal circumstances was really difficult. Curly Hair was a special case. After the demonstration, Song Ping heeded Zero and Wu Tianhao's suggestions about not wasting resources and making the most of what they had, so he roasted these pests. There was little meat and it didn't taste good. They only tried it for the novelty. Eating was secondary. Photos were the main point. Wu Tianhao and the others took a number of photographs and looked forward to showing them off on their social media when they received internet access. Afterwards, Song Ping still showed Fang Zhao and the others around some small factories. Of course, Planet Boo's factories weren't limited to these, and there were surely a few that weren't for their eyes. A lot of the things that Song Ping said might not have been entirely true either. Fang Zhao was well aware of all of this. Take for example the cars and other mechanical equipment at the base that didn't require crude oil as power. But what about other stuff? What about the chemical industry aspect? When Zero had first arrived on the base, he had asked questions regarding these. However, when Fang Zhao saw that the Planet Boo personnel hadn't bothered to explain further, Fang Zhao just treated it as nothing. Things that were too confidential such as the chemical industry, military affairs, and others couldn't be revealed to external people. Planet Boo was no exception. Every single base was just like this and would only let guests see the most basic things. Other aspects weren't something outsiders could come into contact with. How could a planet that was garrisoned for so long have just the few things that Song Ping had shown? Wah! What is that? Wu Tianhao's eyes lit up as he pointed at a car parked inside a warehouse. The car is used by soldiers nearby for transporting small-scale goods, Song Ping explained. It looks like the dune buggies we toyed with at the beach some time back, right Zero? Wu Tianhao said. A little, but there are weapons attached on top of it. Zero scanned the installations on the car and touched the broad tires. The tires are a little different from the ones we used back then. It looks even more impressive. Brother Ping, what is this sort of car called? In Wu Tianhao's opinion, this sort of car ought to have a name like Wild Dog, Wild Bull, T-Rex, or something else wild and ferocious. We call it Little Electric Donkey, Song Ping said. An electric-powered car. Little Electric Donkey then, so be it. Can I try it? Wu Tianhao rubbed his hands together. Sure. There were 5 cars in the warehouse. Song Ping locked the weapon systems on these vehicles before letting them use it. Wu Tianhao and Zero were all old hands. Upon getting on, they sped off into the desert. After consulting Song Ping, Midasi slowly drove the car out of the warehouse. Fang Zhao, you. Song Ping had just seen Midasi drive out and turned around, preparing to ask Fang Zhao when he saw Curly Hair hop on. "Hick, you have no qualms bringing the dog along. There wasn't any form of protection on the car. What would happen if the car flipped and squashed the dog? 200 million. Fang Zhao glanced at Curly Hair squatting in the storage seat and wagging his tail before turning to reply at Song Ping, "No problem, he isn't afraid." Song Ping. "But I am afraid." Song Ping felt his heart rising up into his mouth as he watched Fang Zhao drive out. Sighing, Song Ping turned to the last special guest inside the warehouse. Barbara extended her hand adorned with jewels and neatened her flowery summer hat, put on a pair of shades, and smiled elegantly. "I will be taking a walk nearby. A young lady of nobility doesn't ride this sort of coarse car." Song Ping sighed once again as he watched Barbara lift the hems of her skirt and leave with her assistants and bodyguards. Song Ping then got soldiers to follow and protect these 5 guests. Fang Zhao didn't drift like Wu Tianhao and Zero when he drove out. He kept a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow as he surveyed the surroundings. Moving further ahead, he couldn't see a single plant anywhere. Gusts of wind blew, sweeping up huge sheets of sand. Curly Hair stuck his tongue out as if playfully licking the golden sand all around. Approximately 20 minutes later, they received a notice from Song Ping. "Urgent warning, we have to return. There's a storm nearby." Fang Zhao didn't delay upon receiving the notice. He turned the car around and headed back. Zero and Wu Tianhao had driven far out, but because of their speed, they managed to return quickly, even before Fang Zhao. However, Zero tried to show off his drifting when coming to a stop. After a beautiful arc, Song Ping, Barbara, and her entourage were hit with a spray of sand. Song Ping was still fine. He had long gotten used to it, and his body was always full of sand every time he went out. Barbara couldn't stand it and shouted while patting away the sand on her body. There was no place to shower here, and she hadn't brought along any clean clothes. She could only make do with glaring as if she wanted to kill Zero. Noticing that a situation was going to occur, Song Ping hurriedly drew everyone's attention away. "The wind is getting strong. Let us hurry up and leave. Get on the car." The little electric donkeys were parked and the warehouse was locked. The party hurriedly got on the car and left. After a while in the car, Barbara had finally gotten rid of all the dirt on her face. She was admiring herself in the mirror when she realized her ring was missing from her finger. "My diamond ring!" Barbara wailed. Every accessory Barbara wore on her body was specially custom-made. The value of the gems on them weren't ordinary either. What Barbara loved the most was the design of the ring, and nothing could compare to it. She anxiously searched on the car and didn't find it. "I definitely lost it while patting away the sand on my body. It was definitely still there before that." Barbara shot Zero a murderous look. Song Ping felt his head hurting more. The things these little brats wore definitely wasn't cheap. Should I send men to search for it? Getting the car to turn around to everyone's search for it was impossible. They could only roughly estimate the changes to the desert atmosphere, but it wasn't too precise. All along, they had always needed to make the necessary preparations beforehand. If they were to return now, what would happen if they were to encounter any unforeseen events? Barbara took a look at the screen displaying the weather conditions and said with a gloomy look. "No need, let's return to the base first. Turning back now was too risky." Her heart ached from losing the ring, but not to the point where she would let the soldiers risk their safety to help her look for it. "If I lost it, then so be it. Zero will compensate me." Barbara glared coldly and stared more daggers at him. Zero was so angry he nearly leaped down from his seat. "You lost it yourself. What has it got to do with me? Look at yourself for wearing so many accessories. Unreasonable demon. If you had eyes on your head and didn't spray me with sand, would my precious ring have gone missing? Ha! Surely that ring of yours was sick of you and took the opportunity to escape. Look, why haven't you lost your other rings? Song Ping's head hurt as the two bickered. Luckily, Barbara didn't insist they turn around to search for it, and everyone returned to the base safely. The two were still arguing when they got back to base. How about this? After the storm subsides, we'll return to search for it, Song Ping said. Actually, deep down he knew that in such a place, the odds of finding a tiny ring after the storm subsided would be extremely low. Tisk, it's just a tiny ring. Look at how miserly you are. The corners of Zero's mouth curled upwards. Diamond ring. The only one of its kind in the world. A large, diamond, ring. Barbara emphasized. Zero seemed to think of something and his tone changed. Only one of its kind in the world. Wait here. After that, Zero returned to his room for a bit. When he came out, he threw a box at Barbara. Compensation. After tossing the box at Barbara, Zero quickly returned to his room and locked the door. Barbara was apprehensive of the box that Zero tossed over. She stood a distance away and got an assistant to open it. Inside the room, Zero's agent asked curiously. What was in the box? A real diamond ring? Zero replied gleefully, she wanted a large diamond ring. I gave her a large ring. A special variant of Planet Y's garlic. In the entire world, this species exists only on Planet Y. It's one of a kind too, even I couldn't bear to eat it. One that the Chinese characters for diamond and garlic sound similar. Diamond is swan, while garlic is swan. Agent. Are you courting death? Program team staff resting area. The director was holding on to a cup of hot tea as he discussed the script. He didn't think that these high-profile special guests would follow their script entirely. Neither did he hope to assign any special roles to these guests. All he hoped for was that these few would follow the general outline. Didn't General Renault say this already? Let Zero suffer some hardship. Endure some sandstorms, be vegetarian for a period, and experience an arduous and dull life. This should be considered tough for these bunch of aristocratic young masters. How are things going on at that side? The director asked a staff member. It seems, still fine, the person said weakly. What sort of reply is that? Say, alright if it's alright and say, no if it isn't. What is, seems still fine? The director was displeased with the staff member giving him this sort of reply. That staff member also didn't bother to explain and showed the director the messages he received today. What he saw was a series of photographs. In the first photo, the 5 special guests were surrounding a simple platform as they watched Song Ping dissect a creature. Apparently that creature was a pest. In the second photograph, the 5 special guests were gathered around a grill. On it were a number of pests that had been gutted and cleaned. It was as if the director could hear the sizzling of oil and the fragrance of roasted meat. Everyone in the program team that spent the day as vegetarians started salivating. Further on were photographs of Zero and the others drifting joyfully in the desert. They even made victory signs towards the camera. Even that dog by Fang Zhao's side seemed to be happily sticking out its tongue and playing in the sand. The members of the program team whose bodies hadn't yet fully adapted and were cooped up in the base for the entire day. They felt so envious. Does this count as enjoying in spite of suffering? A staff member muttered. Director, hee hee. How is this suffering? At a glance, it really seemed like a vacation. Every one of them were happily having so much fun. If this went on, the mission General Renault gave him would not be completed. The director slapped the script in his hands and regained his self-confidence. Just let them have fun while they can. From tomorrow onwards, we will follow the arrangements made by the program team. Those that can move, move. We will be starting to film ahead of schedule. After he completed issuing his instructions, the director sat down beaming as he looked at the script with a cup of hot tea. Aha, that's right. I am the one who controls everything. After sending Fang Zhao and the others back to base, Song Ping went and reported to Commanding Officer Flemington. Fang Zhao didn't hear anything useful. This was what Flemington was most concerned with. No, Song Ping replied. Flemington immediately looked disappointed, however, he had already anticipated this outcome. Seems like these rumors were all exaggerated, Flemington sighed and waved his hands dismissively. Never mind, just bring this bunch to have fun. If they have fun, they will be willing to spend. Are they easy to bring along? Song Ping recalled the few special guests' behavior today and reported honestly, they are still alright. A little squeamish, but they don't behave that much worse than others. Zero and Wu Tianhao were really happy while driving the cars and said that they would donate a fleet to us. That's good. The disappointment in Flemington's heart disappeared in an instant. As long as the special guests didn't cause trouble and were willing to donate more stuff, they would definitely benefit with this collaboration with this project team. Carry out Plan A, Flemington said in a relaxed manner. When the program team came calling, Commanding Officer Flemington had discussed with the other high-level officers of the base and came up with 2 sets of response plans. If the special guests performed well, they would cooperate to the greatest extent, which was their aforementioned Plan A. If the guests threw their weight around and caused trouble, the base would be forceful and let this bunch suffer some hardship in Plan B. Now that everything seemed to be going smoothly, Flemington also chose to take the path of Plan A. This way, the program team could film in peace, and they would all be relaxed as well. Everyone would get what they needed and both sides would benefit. After Song Ping left, Flemington was in a good mood as he browsed through the photos and videos of the 5 special guests that Song Ping had submitted. They had all been taken today. But somehow, as Flemington flipped through them, he felt that something seemed a little off. Weren't the bunch of creatures being laid out like salted fish on the ground the hardest pests to exterminate at the base? Flemington thought that he had seen wrong. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look at the photograph. There was nothing wrong with his eyes, those really were the things that caused him so much headache. Just now, Song Ping had said that Fang Zhao's dog that was worth 200 million was a little helper at catching pests. He had thought that Song Ping said it as a joke and was exaggerating, but it was really true. Nightfall descended on the base. Outside, sand and dust filled the sky, and the raging storm had yet to pass. However, the inside of the base was rather peaceful. There were very few entertainment facilities and enriching entertainment activities at the base. There wasn't free internet access either, so many people slept early. Fang Zhao had great pickings today. He had gained quite some inspiration when they were out today and wrote down some musical scores before lying down to rest. Instead of sleeping, he quietly listened to the various sorts of sounds. Although the base had decent soundproofing, as long as Fang Zhao concentrated, he could also hear the wind and sand blowing against the base. That was a natural rhythm that was impossible for a person to create. Wind, sand, rocks, land, and the solid barrier that man had created. This was the sound of all those things interacting with each other. All of these sounds formed individual musical notes in Fang Zhao's mind, forming a score that specifically belonged to Planet Boo. Suddenly, Fang Zhao distantly heard some unfamiliar notes and tones that were difficult to catch. That little bit of sound was feeble, like the activity of ants beneath the feet of humans. It could be extinguished at any moment, yet it still struggled and fortunately could still rush out. The beat that was both strong and weak had intervals that seemed to have been measured by the world's most accurate metronome. It didn't get tired and continued over and over like a beckon, yet also like a plea. What exactly was that? Just as Fang Zhao was pondering, Curly Hair groaned and ran over to the side of Fang Zhao's bed. Fang Zhao opened his eyes and glanced at Curly Hair. Curly Hair whimpered, staring at Fang Zhao with innocent eyes. He was so serious that his tail wasn't wagging. This sort of behavior by Curly Hair was seeking permission. Back when they were at home, this meant that he wanted to game. But now, Fang Zhao didn't think that Curly Hair had called him in the middle of night because he wanted to game. Wouldn't Curly Hair be asking for a beating for making a fuss and wanting to game in the middle of the night? You also hear it? That sound, Fang Zhao asked. He didn't know why, but he felt that Curly Hair had surely heard that sound. Woof! Curly Hair wagged his tail and spun around before running a few steps towards the door, then turning to face Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao didn't move and remained seated on the bed. He was pondering. He didn't know what that sound was, but it probably wasn't a threat. If it had been other important information, the base would have probably have caught the message. If even the base couldn't catch it, yet he heard it. Fang Zhao also couldn't determine whether it was a good or bad thing. After that time on planet Baiji, it might have seemed impressive, but Fang Zhao knew that he was being eyed by a lot of people. Many scientists wished to study his ears, and there were people who even discussed about whether they could get a hold of Fang Zhao's body should he pass away, whether naturally or by accident. This time, he could pretend as if nothing had happened and follow the program team as well as the base's arrangements. He'd complete the season of filming before returning back and continuing with his life. When Curly Hair noticed that Fang Zhao was unmoving, he ran over, raised his dog paws to tug at Fang Zhao's pants, and whimpered. Fang Zhao suddenly laughed as he watched Curly Hair. He got up and straightened his clothes before patting Curly Hair's head. Hide it well. Song Ping was currently watching Founding Era. He took a look at the time, realized it was already getting late, and decided to go to bed after this episode. Just that before this episode finished broadcasting, Song Ping received Fang Zhao's call. Sound? What sound? Wait a minute. Explain it in detail. Song Ping couldn't care less about the series and questioned hurriedly. He was full of anticipation and anxiety. Elsewhere, Flemington was in good spirits after handling today's matters and had rested early. He was currently in a deep slumber when he was jolted awake by a call. It was rare for Flemington to be sleeping so well, so his mood darkened when he was roused. However, he knew that a call at this time would surely mean an urgent matter, so he had no time to be angry and quickly put it through. What? Flemington was so startled he tumbled off the bed. On the other end, Song Ping said rather hurriedly, Fang Zhao said he heard some sounds. However, I asked some specialists about the sorts of sounds he was hearing and they couldn't provide any conclusive answers. It is possible that it has nothing to do with our base, and the instruments aren't able to detect it as well. That's the way. Would it still be significant if the instruments could detect it? Flemington could hardly hold back his excitement. Back then, Planet Baiji's instruments couldn't detect the ore, but Fang Zhao could hear it. Flemington's breathing became heavier when he recalled the history of Planet Baiji's rise to prominence. Ha ha ha, I never expected that I would also see such a day. Every cloud really has a silver lining. Without caring about anything else, Flemington put on clothes as fast he could and rushed out of the bedroom. Fang Zhao was led by Song Ping to Flemington's office, and in no time, Planet Bu's most authoritative figure came striding over. Ha ha ha. Fang Zhao, I have heard about you for a long time. I finally get to see you today. Flemington was brimming with enthusiasm as he took Fang Zhao's hand in two of his own and shook them vigorously. He eyed Fang Zhao as though he had seen his own father. Beside him, Song Ping thought to himself, Sir, restrain yourself a little. Don't scare him away. Flemington didn't care about what others thought and hurriedly asked Fang Zhao, You said you heard a sound our base's instruments couldn't detect. Is it or? No, Fang Zhao replied. Flemington's mood seemed to take a sharp nosedive. Song Ping coughed lightly. Fang Zhao said the sound seems like something emitted from electrical equipment. Electrical equipment? Flemington calmed down. It isn't the sound emitted from our outpost or equipment scattered at other areas? Probably not. Song Ping explained, We don't have many outposts here, and there are only so many equipment we use at the nearby outposts which are all available at the base. I have already let Fang Zhao listen to them, and he says it isn't from one of those. Song Ping wasn't an impulsive person, and he would only report it to Flemington after confirming the details. If it isn't equipment we use at the base or outposts. Flemington quashed the disappointment in his heart. His face stiffened as the first thing he thought was, spy. As though he could guess Song Ping and Flemington's thoughts, Fang Zhao replied, it probably isn't a spy. It doesn't seem to have invasive properties. Reason? Flemington frowned and stared at Fang Zhao. Feeling, Fang Zhao replied. Flemington was at a loss for words. Curly hair was lying by Fang Zhao's feet. He raised his head to look at Flemington before turning to Fang Zhao. Those innocent-looking eyes appeared as though he completely didn't understand what these people were saying. Flemington pondered for a bit. Regardless whether this sound has any invasive properties or not, we must get to the bottom of this matter. Flemington brought up the weather forecast, studying it before asking Fang Zhao. Can you determine which direction it is coming from? Yes. Fang Zhao pointed at a direction. How far? Flemington asked again. I can't say for certain, but it isn't within the scope of the base. Then is that sound still emitting? Did you hear it last night? Flemington continued his questioning. I didn't hear it last night, but it is still sounding now, Fang Zhao replied truthfully. Fang Zhao was certain he didn't hear it last night, and curly hair hadn't acted out of the ordinary either. That sound definitely wasn't being emitted last night. Of course, there was the possibility that the sound had been further away so they hadn't heard it. Fang Zhao, could you help out tonight? I will dispatch men to follow you out of the base to trace the source of the sound. The storm outside is starting to weaken. There shouldn't be any storms that cannot be handled in the direction you pointed out in the next 20 hours. Alright, but the program team starts filming tomorrow, Fang Zhao said. Don't worry, I will handle it. After thinking about it, Flemington added himself to the group he arranged to escort Fang Zhao. He couldn't sit still in the base. Whether this was good or bad, he still had to get to the bottom of it. The base was very efficient, and Flemington very quickly dispatched men, cars, and flying transports to bring Fang Zhao out of the base. A whole squad of people headed out in the direction where Fang Zhao had pointed out. In the base, Barbara was painting her nails. After today's trip out, the designs on her nails were messed up. Because of Barbara's high standards, she spent 2 to 3 hours removing the nail polish before applying a manicure. Only the last bit was left. Barbara's attendant was painting a design an artist had constructed personally for her. She had originally wanted the design to be embedded, but when she thought about how she had lost her diamond ring today, she changed her plans and at the same time pondered how to get her revenge on Zero. For example, conning him of 100 million. As she was deep in thought, a bodyguard who accompanied her over to Planet Boo rushed over and said some words to Barbara in a low soft voice. Barbara's finger trembled and the design on her nails that was almost completed ruined. By her side, her attendant hung her head and didn't dare let out a squeak. However, this time Barbara didn't care about her nails and only asked the bodyguard solemnly, "Is the news verified?" Verified. Flemington has already brought Fang Zhao out of the base. Chase after them. Yes. I will dispatch someone to trail them in secret. The side of Barbara's lip curled upwards. No need. Just go follow them openly. I will personally bring people over. It's too dangerous. Would Flemington try to do anything funny to us outside? Another bodyguard replied worriedly. They wouldn't dare. Barbara didn't want to continue explaining and arranged for her men to borrow a car from the base. She called over another bodyguard and told him, leave Zero's side a message. Let him know that Fang Zhao heard something. Flemington is currently bringing him along to search. What about the others? Do we tell them too? The bodyguard asked. No need. Once Zero learns about it, the other two will also know, Barbara said assuredly. At Zero's side. Zero was currently writing out a message at a tremendous speed. His mind was filled with stuff he wanted to grumble and complain to his grandfather about. After he was finished with the draft, he set it to send automatically when internet access became available. Zero's agent couldn't sleep from worry either. He was thinking about how to face Barbara's wrath tomorrow. An accompanying bodyguard came over hurriedly and told Zero the information he had just received. For real. Zero had a look of pleasant surprise. He had been thoroughly engrossed in drafting his message and hadn't completely stepped out from the spoiled and adorable character he used with the Lijo governor. The information is verified. Great. Zero tossed aside all other thoughts and immediately called Wu Tianhao over to conspire and cause trouble. This wasn't an obligation of friendship. Zero also didn't analyze things as incisively as Barbara. However, he knew that pulling an extra person along meant more guarantees. It was just like finding someone to share the blame when causing trouble. At the end of the day, if everything went wrong, he wouldn't have to suffer alone. Could it be that he discovered Oregon? This was Zero's first thought. Probably not. This planet doesn't seem to be the sort that has power ores. And even if it did, the ores wouldn't be of a high grade and wouldn't have any extracting value. Then could it be aliens? Zero made another guess. To be precise, we are the aliens to the native organisms of this planet, Wu Tianhao retorted. Then it must surely be some other important matter. I know this fellow Fang Zhao. Although he isn't as handsome as me, his ears are even sharper than a dog's. Perhaps what he heard will be a startling discovery. We mustn't miss out on it. Zero thought that Wu Tianhao was afraid. Wu Tianhao wasn't afraid, he was weighing the pros and cons, yet his brain had some areas that worked in a similar manner to Zero's. After the conspiring, he realized that there was still too much pressure on the two of them. Therefore, they got a hold of Midasi, who couldn't sleep and was preparing to head to the exercise hall. Midasi froze when he heard what the other two said. He then handed his tennis racket over to a bodyguard and made a subtle hand gesture. That bodyguard left with the tennis racket and returned a short while later whispering something to Midasi. After, Midasi joined Zero and Wu Tianhao in their covert activities. How about we first secretly? Just when this was suggested, they found out that Barbara had already brought a whole bunch of people and left the base with great fanfare. The three. What is there to sneak about? Hurry up. Gather men and set out. The three didn't tarry, and just like Barbara, they borrowed vehicles and flying transports from the base with their entourage in tow. At the area of the other program team members. The director was studying the script intently. He had just discussed it with the screenwriter and added in a few topics to emphasize which could make the entire program better. Full marks. A godly masterpiece. Breathtaking plot, dramatic ups and downs, how thrilling. With 5 high-level special guests alongside such a script, the program would definitely make a comeback. Calling on a few other program team members who couldn't sleep from excitement, the director said confidently, "This time we will definitely soar." The other members were ecstatic. A pay raise was before them. Tomorrow, we will first. The beaming director hadn't even finished speaking when he received a notice from Bubase. Program filming is to be postponed and Fang Zhao will be borrowed. Director. He was pissed. The director didn't know the reason why Fang Zhao had been borrowed by the military. However, he felt that he should first placate the other special guests. Who knew if they would have any grievances? The director made a call to Zero's agent. He had yet to say anything when he heard the sound of wind whistling as a motorcade drove across sand. There were also the excited whoops of Zero and Wu Tianhao beside. Director. Forget about everything else first. His heart was tired. On the sand dunes, a motorcade was currently moving. There were still a number of flying transports following after in the air. The storm above the sand dunes had yet to subside, but it had clearly weakened. Flemington looked through the weather forecast that was sent over and noticed Fang Zhao staring continuously into the distance. He thought that Fang Zhao was worried about the storm outside, so he reassured, "This storm has already passed and will start to subside rapidly. It's no longer powerful enough to pose a threat to us. Normally, we will still do missions in this sort of weather." Fang Zhao was seated in the back holding on to curly hair. He smiled upon hearing what Flemington said but declined to comment. He had been thinking about other stuff rather than worrying about the storm. It wasn't a threat to the motorcade. Instead, he had been trying to analyze what exactly that sound could be. As they got closer to that sound, Fang Zhao could hear it even clearer. Fang Zhao had no way of explaining the beckoning and crying for help meanings he heard from this sound. Even he himself didn't know why he knew this. Is it really in this direction? Flemington scrutinized the map as well as the projected path of the motorcade with a doubtful look. Yes, Fang Zhao said decisively. Flemington's brows furrowed even more, but he didn't let the motorcade slow down. How much further? Flemington asked. With this speed, another half an hour would suffice, Fang Zhao replied. If the direction is right, after half an hour, the place we will be at is part of the outer region. Where the base was at, the areas which were frequently patrolled and areas with installations were classified as the inner region. The so-called outer region was the area outside of this inner region. In layman's terms, it was the area which the military personnel at the base least understood and seldom went to. The sand dunes in that area change rapidly, and there is also quicksand. We have to be careful. Flemington picked up his communications devices and got the other vehicles in the motorcade to follow tightly. The lead car was large, but there were less people inside. On it were all sorts of equipment and devices to avoid danger zones. "Sir, there is someone following us." An officer reported on the situation at the base as well as the people following the motorcade. Flemington heaved a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't keep it from those people. In any case, they were still descendants of great generals. Were all the kids groomed by these super families all blockheads? Furthermore, even if he kept this from Zero and the others, there would be other people in the base who would pass on this information. Bu base wasn't just run by Flemington alone. This Fang Zhao person was just too unusual. Because of his previous incidents at Planet Baiji, this time other people were also actively alert. After a short moment of pondering, Flemington said, "Contact the cars behind and get them to return to base. Advise them first. If they can't be persuaded, then forget about it." At least by announcing his stance, if something really did happen, Flemington had already done his part to warn them. If anything happened later on, it would be because those people behind insisted on following. After the call, Flemington laughed and patted Fang Zhao on his shoulder. "If this time we find something important, I will definitely help you apply for military merits. Perhaps your reserve duty rank might even rise again." Although this was said, if it wasn't an especially huge contribution, getting a promotion of his reserve duty rank was really impossible. There were many people who were honestly striving to achieve merits in the military before they could get promoted. Fang Zhao had already been discharged. In the past, reserve duty wasn't subjected to the same rules and regulations. However, new rules had been set a few years back to further motivate reserve duty military personnel. For people like Fang Zhao who were still under reserve duty, if they could earn a large merit, perhaps he could still be promoted. But that was on the premise of a large contribution and influence. The group tightly following behind the motorcade. Will we really be alright following them? This is base military after all, and we aren't familiar with them. Would they forcefully send us back? Midasi asked worriedly. Definitely not, even if they object, we can donate more stuff. I will throw in an extra truckload of garlic. Zero didn't even think about how the base military would stop them. Right now, all he wanted to know was what Fang Zhao had discovered and how to mess around following that. He was already getting bored of this period. Hearing Zero speak about donating garlic, Midasi scratched his head. That isn't too good, right? How isn't it good? What's wrong with garlic? Are you looking down on garlic? Do you know how valuable farm produce is? Furthermore, in this sort of poor and barren place, garlic is even more of a rare commodity. Midasi thought about it. That made sense. Ordinarily, the soldiers at Bu base couldn't consume garlic. There were limited seasonings over at the dining hall, and the condiments available were mostly native species. The flavor wasn't much, and it was fine as long as it was edible. They couldn't be picky in this place. If one couldn't stomach it, they would go hungry. With the garlic that Zero donated, the soldiers would have improved lives in any case. Then I will donate a gymnasium. The base's exercise facilities aren't good enough, Midasi said. Wu Tianhao wasn't willing to be left behind. I wonder if they would take a dojo. 15 minutes later. In the motorcade at the front, Flemington received a report from a subordinate. Signal detected. Flemington immediately shot straight up. His hand holding on to the communications device was shaking. Fang Zhao's ears hadn't heard wrongly. Has the source of the signal been confirmed? It's a foreign signal. Although it is weak and we can't confirm what exactly it is, the signal grows stronger as we move forward. It should probably be at the place where Fang Zhao said it is. We have yet to construct any monitoring installations in the area. There is no way the signal comes from the equipment. Very good. Continue to analyze the source of the signal and find out what it is. Teams, increase speed and move forward. No, maintain original speed, we must be cautious. All of you raise your guard up. Flemington bellowed. Flemington also couldn't be bothered about Fang Zhao right now. After issuing the order, he quickly contacted the base and made arrangements. Although Fang Zhao said that the signal wasn't threatening, he didn't dare take any risks and arranged for teams at the base to be on standby. Moving forward, they no longer needed Fang Zhao to point the way. The motorcade had already caught the signal. When the signal became clear, the team arrived at their destination. Flemington studied the map, then glanced at the sand dunes not too far away before pointing. There. Take readings again. Depth probing. Flemington was itching to immediately dig out whatever was beneath the sand. However, the signal source was buried too deep. Since they also didn't understand the region too well, they also needed to check that the place was stable and that there wasn't any quicksand. As the surveying crew got busy, Fang Zhao also studied the area as well as the markings on the map Flemington had given him. The large expanse ahead was a large pit. The pit was completely filled with sand. If this sand were replaced by water, it would become a large lake that was over 100 meters deep. The source of the signal was inside the pit. Before Bu base was constructed, a preliminary exploration of the entire planet was done. The deepest this region had been explored to was only 100 meters. After it had been classified as the outer region, no one had paid any attention to it anymore. Probing equipment couldn't be installed, and even if it could, the equipment would be buried by sand after a few days. It would be a waste. Bu base was really poor, and they couldn't afford to spend resources wantonly. Therefore, no monitoring installations nor outposts were set up in this region. Upon seeing Fang Zhao bring the dog out, Flemington reminded, keep the dog on a tight leash and don't lose him. Right now it is still okay since it's nighttime, but don't let him out during the day. His fur is too thick, and he'll be affected by the heat. Make sure to keep him on the car. This dog was worth 200 million. Flemington still wanted to borrow the dog to exterminate pests when they got back. He didn't want to let the dog fall ill. Fang Zhao nodded and brought Curly Hair for a walk in the designated safe range. Curly Hair was very excited and sniffed around as he walked before he started digging frantically. When Flemington saw this, he chuckled. His short little legs are quite energetic. Flemington hadn't finished speaking when the smile on his face faded. He stared fixedly at the hole curly hair was digging. A dog's sense of smell was even more keen than a human's. It was said that this dog, which was worth 200 million, had an extraordinary sense of smell. Could it be that it had discovered something? 30 seconds later, an animal like a sand lizard was dragged out in Curly Hair's mouth. Afterwards, it was tossed around by Curly Hair as a toy. Flemington. Disappointment. A short while later, Flemington sensed activity on that side and looked over again. Curly Hair had dragged out yet another animal. Flemington. He silently retracted his gaze. On the third time, Flemington no longer carried any hope. When he looked over, he saw Fang Zhao squatting down to pick up something that Curly Hair had excavated. His squinting eyes widened immediately and he hurried over. What did you find? A piece of metal. Fang Zhao handed over the metal piece that had been excavated. The piece of metal that wasn't even half the size of his fist seemed as though it was part of a wreckage from a flying transport. After sending it over for analysis, the verdict was that this metal existed even before Bubase. That meant that this piece was already here even before Bubase was constructed. Commander, the probe results of this region are out. A technician transmitted the depth probe's readings over. Flemington rapidly went through the report, and excitement showed on every inch of muscle in his body. Pointing at the huge sand pit, he said, "Dig it up." Bubase was poor in the past and they were unwilling to even spend the least bit of money. Now, Flemington, who always took the conservative path, decided to be audacious and try it out. Considering Planet Baiji and Planet Y and how these bases that were on the tail end of the development sequence had flourished, who wouldn't be willing when a chance to change Planet Bu's fortunes appeared? Even if the changes weren't too large, creating some news to attract attention over would also be good. Of course, if there were others willing to share the responsibility, Flemington was also more than willing. Say, for example, those few special guests that were behind. Just as he thought about those special guests, Zero's party arrived. Upon learning that there was something buried in the huge sand pit, Zero visualized all sorts of scenarios. Flying transports from the base also delivered a batch of equipment. Flemington got his men to hand out metal detectors that could be worn on the wrist. Personnel not participating in the excavation would use these detectors to scan for any buried items. The more they dug, the stronger the signals became. Their base was poor and equipment was lacking. Some equipment still required manpower, so Flemington arranged for another team to be sent over. The sky gradually got brighter and the temperature rose. Zero and the others came over, wanting to play around with a few detector probes. "Give me one, I will personally do it myself." Me too, me too." After using it for a while without detecting anything, Zero could no longer endure and his gaze wandered over to the surroundings. What is that? Zero saw some white granules. Barbara, Wu Tianhao, and Midasi heard activity from Zero's side, so they all gathered around. Zero pinched one grain with his fingers. As he squeezed it hard, the grain turned into fine dust. Zero was amazed. "Is this some sort of local specialty desert salt?" A soldier beside him answered with an awkward look on his face. "That local specialty is the feces of a native desert species." In the distance, a peculiar creature stuck out half a head above the sand. Noticing people observing it, it burrowed back into the sand with a whoosh. Curly Hair's nose twitched. When he took 2 steps towards Zero and the others, Fang Zhao pulled him backwards by his leash. "Let them dig the rest out themselves." Wu Tianhao roared with laughter as he made fun of Zero. With a rigid face, Zero slapped away the fine white dust on his hands. Beside him, Barbara avoided him like the plague. Midasi stifled his laughter. When he saw Colonel Song Ping, he ran over to borrow excavation equipment and mentioned to him their donation ideas that they came up with on the journey here. Song Ping was delighted, regardless whether it was garlic, a dojo, or a gym, they needed all of those. When Fang Zhao heard this, he also chimed in, I will take part too. What else does the base lack? Song Ping pondered for a bit before coughing lightly in an awkward manner. How about you contribute a KTV bar? Song Ping wasn't bragging, but when it came to singing military songs, nobody in Bubase would claim that they were better than him. Just that it was unfortunate that he didn't have a place to exhibit it. Fang Zhao. I will, if it is approved. As they were speaking, Curly Hair, who had been squeezed into a tent by Fang Zhao, stuck his head out and stared over at where Zero and the others were. Zero, who had been just made the butt of a joke, was twitching his lips. He got up, turned on his detector, and changed another spot to survey when he heard a shrill beeping. The few people who had just been avoiding Zero all turned to look back. Zero waved the detector about. There is something beneath the sand here, hey, what are you doing? Zero squeezed out Wu Tianhao, who had scrambled over and started digging. He then ordered his bodyguards, it's here. Dig. After day broke, the temperature rapidly soared. Everyone had perspiration dripping down their faces, but they were in high spirits and didn't hide inside the tents. A bodyguard held out an opened umbrella to block out the sun and Zero stood under it. Zero downed a glass of water, wiped his face, and observed the two bodyguards digging. This was a metal piece he had detected. When it was out, he could use it as a souvenir and bring it back to show off. Over at Flemington's side, the excavation activities had gone on for some time already and they had found quite a few metal fragments in succession. Although they existed for a long time, these metal fragments didn't seem to have too severe signs of corrosion. According to the analysis results of the technicians, these metal fragments were probably from a spaceship or exploratory ship. The materials found were similar to the ones found on the Arcturus and other exploratory ships. The metal piece that Zero had discovered didn't arouse Flemington's attention. Right now, Flemington's main focus was all on the sand pit. The two bodyguards dug out the top layer of sand and some rolled-up metal sheets were revealed. One of the bodyguards was about to use force and yank it out but was stopped by Zero. Careful, careful. Zero blocked off the bodyguard who had been digging. In the old archaeology flicks I saw, you have to first brush off the sand and then blow lightly. As he said that, Zero got down to his knees and inhaled. He had yet to blow when a gust of wind gave him a face full of sand. He wiped his face miserably. The sand had mixed with his sweat to turn onto a muddy paste, and his face was all messy. Zero no longer had any patience and pulled the whole metal sheet out from the sand. There are even words, hey. Zero brushed off the sand on the metal sheet and blew gently. This time he took note of the wind direction. Most of the metal sheet was already ruined and all fuzzy so the words couldn't be distinguished. Fortunately, there was still a small portion in the middle that was clear. Zero rotated the metal sheet a few times. This should be the right way up. It's a letter, N. Midasi came over and studied it. Looks like Ada, the right portion is clearly a little longer. Oh. Is it? No wonder I felt that something wasn't right. Zero replied. He hadn't finished speaking when Barbara rushed over and snatched the metal sheet before kicking Zero to the side. Zero was furious at being kicked aside. He rolled up his sleeves preparing to take revenge but was stopped by Midasi. Barbara, are you able to recognize it? Midasi asked as he held of Zero. Barbara's reaction was too huge. She no longer kept the image of a noble and virtuous young lady. Even her fan had been chucked aside. Instances that could make Barbara act this way were extremely rare. Midasi, who wasn't able to see any useful information, waited for her answer. Hearing Midasi say this, Zero also froze and glanced over. Zero trembled as he saw the twinkling in Barbara's eyes. Had this unreasonable demon gone crazy? There was still quite some sand and a layer of grime on it. At this moment, Barbara couldn't care less about her obsession with cleanliness. Her two hands held the metal sheet firmly as she stared at it. There was shock, fervor, infatuation, and crazed looks in her eyes, as though she had seen a 100 kilograms diamond. The Alcade, the Ada letter imprint. It is definitely the Alcade, there's no doubt about it. What? Flemington's pitch became higher. He had came over unnoticed by the others. He couldn't believe his ears. All his internal organs shuddered when he heard Alcade. With his hand propped to his ears, Midasi had also heard it. His face was similarly filled with shock. You mean to say that the thing buried here is the Alcade, one of the 7 fabled primal interstellar exploratory spacecrafts of Dream Team? Wasn't the Alcade said to have met with an accident in the preliminary stage and was destroyed? Flemington breathed heavily. Contact with the Alcade was lost. Just that no traces of it were discovered all these years, so people guessed that it must have met with some geomagnetic storm in space and was destroyed and vanished from the universe. Za Dunce Ro appeared to be at a loss. What was an Alcade? Was there such an exploratory spacecraft? His manager beside him proceeded to give him the lowdown. Many people knew about the Sirius and that it had been one of the pioneers in space exploration in the new era. It represented a new era. And before the Sirius, there was still a primal exploratory team comprising of 7 unmanned spacecrafts that were christened after the stars in the Big Dipper. Primal exploratory team Dream Team bore the apex wisdom and intelligence of that time. Barbara said with a fervor in her eyes as she stared ahead at the sand pit which was being excavated. Alcade, Serial Ada lost all communications during an exploratory mission. To find the Alcade, the Interplanetary Fund offered a reward of 100 billion. 100 billion. For the absolute majority of people, this number was an astronomical figure. A fire lit up in the eyes of those present. The one who started Dream Team was the founder of the Interplanetary Fund. The initial reward was 10 billion, but as the years passed, generations after generations of Interplanetary Fund administrators had changed. But the reward for the Alcade was never retracted and increased continuously. 400 years had passed, and the reward had already been raised to a point that could make Barbara and the others from an aristocratic superfamily background go crazy. In those 400 years, as humanity's footsteps in space increased, many adventurers had tried searching for it, but they all returned in disappointment. Whether it was Flemington, Song Ping, or many others undergoing military service on foreign planets, they would all have dreamt about finding the Alcade. However, the harsh reality had sobered them up. 400 years had already passed, and the reward for the task of finding the Alcade that remained in first place on the rewards board had already become a leisure topic. Could the Interplanetary Fund set the reward so high because they themselves never imagined that the Alcade could be found? Who would have imagined that traces of the Alcade would be found after 400 years? If we really unearthed the Alcade this time, the Interplanetary Fund wouldn't go back on their word, right? Wu Tianhao voiced his thoughts. Definitely not. That is the Interplanetary Fund we are talking about. Barbara refuted. If this was really unearthed, the Interplanetary Fund would definitely not go back on their word. Whatever the case, the Interplanetary Fund had never been fraudulent before this. Whatever was stated was paid out, not a cent less. And it wasn't paid out in installments either. If the offered reward was 100 billion, then it would be 100 billion. So what if they went back on their word? That wasn't permitted. Absolutely not permitted. Not a single cent less. Flemington's smiling mouth was about to crack. He felt as though he could soar into the high heavens. 100 billion. Even if they couldn't claim all of it, their base would surely claim the majority. Even if they couldn't apply for next year's military expenditure, the reward from the Interplanetary Fund would be enough for them to spend. Spaceport upgrade. Base expansion. Entice some agricultural scientists over with high salaries, a full-scale refurbishing of soldiers' equipment. Another 10 motorcades. Flemington had already started to ponder about how to spend this bounty. The teams that were excavating were stimulated as though they had been injected with amphetamine when they heard the information about the Alcade. Unlike the others who were going crazy, Fang Zhao was way more calm. He recalled something that he had read up on. There was very little information concerning the first generation of 7 interstellar exploratory spacecraft online. He only knew that the 7 ships that comprised Dream Team were the batch with the best technology. Afterwards, the Sirius belonged to a newer generation, and further on, other exploratory spacecrafts in interstellar spaceships were considered even more junior. Generally, science and technological products that were out of date would only have value in being collected and displayed in a museum or on a display shelf. Reasonably speaking, after so many years of science and technology, there was lots of innovation when it came to the strides humanity took in space. Spaceships and warships had already gone through many rounds of upgrades, and a spacecraft from that generation shouldn't make people go that crazy. However, everyone's reaction was just like an old-era archaeology team discovering a magnificent mausoleum of an ancient emperor. The 7 spacecrafts of the primal exploratory Dream Team that could make the Interplanetary Fund fork out 100 billion wouldn't be that simple. Furthermore, Fang Zhao took notice of the words, bore the apex wisdom and intelligence of that time. Flemington also didn't care about what Fang Zhao was thinking. He directed men to continue excavating while preparing his report to the top brass. As for Zero and the others, Flemington had partitioned some areas from them to play around. Zero and the others were also unwilling to sit at the side and be idle. They waved at Flemington and requested for some excavating machinery. Midas's manager Lucien was currently busy taking photographs of Midas. Zero noticed this and spoke to his agent who was currently drinking some water at the side. Take a look at other people's managers. Take more initiative. Zero's agent, who had just recorded over 3 hours worth of videos. What the King hell was I doing all this while? After taking a few photographs, Zero turned on the machinery and started to dig. He felt that what he was doing was a tough mission that held great historical significance. Zero decided that he would write about a book of his travels when he returned. Those days where I used an excavation machine on Planet Boo. KTV is a karaoke bar. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are Alcade, Eta Ursae Majoris, Mizar, Zeta Ursae Majoris, Alioth, Epsilon Ursae Majoris, Migres, Delta Ursae Majoris, Fecta, Gamma Ursae Majoris, Dubhe, Alpha Ursae Majoris, and Merak, Beta Ursae Majoris. Huangzhou, Interplanetary Fund Headquarters. Flemington had reported the matter about Alcade to his superiors and the council had immediately convened for a meeting. This wreckage does indeed look like the Alcade we lost contact with all those years ago. The archive files show the same Eta imprint. It is doubtful for now and not confirmed yet. Then shall we dispatch men over? Flemington wants to determine whether our reward is still valid. They are eyeing the 100 billion reward. Only the council could decide when it came to such an astronomical sum. The other small leaders simply couldn't do anything. The reward isn't a small sum. Oh dear. Never expected that the Alcade would really be found. Who discovered it? Boo base personnel. Flemington says that it was Fang Zhao who heard activity. Afterwards, Flemington then dispatched a team to follow the sound through the night before they found traces. Wow, from the map, it seems a long way off. How do Fang Zhao's ears work? No wonder the Academy of Sciences keep wanting to study those ears. Forget about the matter with Fang Zhao for now. Let's discuss what we should do. Inside the conference room, the council members took turns speaking. This wasn't just for show, and the council members had different views they insisted on. The debate was rather intense. The Director General at the head of the table furrowed his brows tightly. He lifted his hands and was about to tap the table when his communications device rang. Afterwards, all the council members in the conference room realized that the solemn and serious Director General had turned all smiles, as though he was having a chat with his own grandchildren. Those arguing also kept their mouths shut. They didn't dare make a ruckus and sat still like obedient primary school kids. Something that could make the Director General react this way was a big deal. The Director General slightly bent his back. Yes, yes, yes. I will arrange it right away, yes. Don't you worry. I will personally see to it. After the call ended, the Director General's expression immediately returned to its old imposing manner. He said gruffly, "Set the task of excavating the Alcade as the #1 priority. Immediately dispatch men to Planet Boo to take over the excavation work." The others also didn't press for answers at this time and simultaneously voiced their acknowledgement. Basically, this confirmed that the Alcade was buried there. What about the reward?" someone asked. The Director General gritted his teeth. "Give it. Once the Alcade is excavated, transfer the money immediately. The full sum." As the Interplanetary Fund team got into action, the Spaceflight General Headquarters didn't fall behind either and sent a team towards Planet Boo. Before the Alcade was excavated, information would be classified and not publicized. The general public didn't know about this matter. Online, many discussions were on how the entertainment program, Up Close Contact, would change its fortunes. During the previous high-profile marketing, everyone in the program team was full of confidence. Furthermore, the invited guests this time each generated their own discussion topics and thread traffic. The program should have started filming by now, right? There hadn't been any official information. In the past, there would at least still be some photographs being distributed. Why wasn't there anything this time? This is standard procedure, deliberately trying to hide and maintain secrecy. Who knows, perhaps they are still conjuring up a big move. Director. Come out and say something. At that moment in Bubase, the program team director, who was being summoned by the netizens, was looking through the script with a smile on his face. He gathered all the crew for a meeting to pump them up and prepare to go out. Then, he received a notification from the base, temporary mission, collaboration to be postponed. Director. He started to feel flustered. The director immediately contacted the field special guests and brought up filming matters. Fang Zhao had no objections, but the other 4 guests wanted to apply for temporary leave. The director when he received these replies. Despair. Fury. The urge to scold someone. The base isn't cooperating and the guests are going on strike. What will happen to my godly script that I spent so many sleepless nights perfecting? Compensation. All the compensation in the world cannot heal the hurt inflicted on me. The director furiously brought out the contract and decided to get someone to go over it when the news about the Alcade stopped him in his tracks. Alcade? One of the spacecrafts from 400 years ago from the Dream Team. The director's eyes were glowing indescribably. Out of those 7 old spacecrafts, only 2 remained. One was inside an aviation museum, while the other one was at a top-secret research institute. The remaining ones had met with various accidents when out on exploratory missions and were destroyed. The Alcade was a special technological legacy of that time, and if it was really discovered, the significance would be extraordinary. No wonder Bubase had changed their plans. No wonder the special guests weren't in the right frame of mind to film. This was also an opportunity. The director stared blankly at the script he had poured lots of effort into. After mulling it over for 5 minutes, he finally calmed his wavering mind. We will go too. Change the script. This program will revolve around the Alcade. The screenwriter was puzzled. Director, we are a poverty alleviation reality show. Overall, the majority of the focus should be on entertainment, not archaeology. This isn't in line with our theme. However, the director had already made his decision and had no intention of changing it. From where we stand, we must know when to innovate when it comes to creating programs. We must follow the current trends and grab the focal points. Besides, if we don't change and follow the previous plan, who knows how long we will have to wait before we can film. Everyone in the program team nodded their heads simultaneously. Makes sense. In the end, they were still forced to follow. The director didn't want to find out what the others were thinking and instructed staffers to follow after. Indeed, after the director had changed plans, Zero and the others also agreed to cooperate. In any case, they were stationed at the sand pit and filming there wouldn't make any difference. Zero held the metal sheet with the data imprint he had personally dug out and wiped it carefully. Delirious with delight, Zero had intended to kiss it, but when he thought about how the metal sheet would have probably come into contact with feces, Zero gave up the idea right away. Zero had gotten his assistant to prepare an exquisite box and placed into it the metal sheet along with some photographs he had personally selected and printed out. He then handed it over to base personnel for it to be brought back to Earth. Today, Flemington had already arranged for men to fly a portion of the excavated metal pieces back to Earth for the Spaceflight General Headquarters as well as the Interplanetary Fund to study, so Zero had gotten them to help out with an express delivery. The box also contained a handwritten letter. Besides sharing the news of the excavation of the Alcade to the Lijo governor, the letter also had bits that denounced his father. Not too long after, Lijo's governor was delighted to receive this souvenir with special significance. The first photograph even had Zero's crooked penmanship at the back that read, "I dug it out myself." When he saw the foolish smiles on Zero's sand-covered face as he used the excavation equipment in the photos, the Lijo governor's tender feelings towards his beloved grandson swelled. He immediately turned around and went to knock his own son's head on behalf of his grandson. Elsewhere, personnel from the Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters had already arrived on Planet Boo and had already taken over Boo base military personnel. The equipment brought by the Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters were of much higher quality compared to the old and outdated machinery of Boo base. Their excavation efficiency was much higher. The signal emitted below the sand pit persisted for 20 hours before coming to a halt. According to Fang Zhao's conjecture, he reckoned that the signal would emit every once in a while and would persist for 20 hours each time. Although the signal couldn't be detected now, the position was already confirmed, and it didn't affect the excavation work. Following the arrival of personnel from the Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters, fortifications, rest areas, and dormitories were already constructed in the vicinity of the sand pit. The program team personnel had also moved over here as it made filming more convenient. Flemington studied this arrangement and decided to turn this area into a second base after these people left. Such good construction and resources couldn't be wasted and had to be used to the fullest. Flemington's spirits soared when he thought about the reward that would come as well as plans for the second base. The base's military personnel were excluded from the excavation assignments after handing over the job. However, Flemington wasn't the least bit worried. Now, all he had to do was to wait for the money. The Interplanetary Fund's Director General had already replied, agreeing to transfer the funds once the Alcade was dug out. As for allocating the shares of the reward, it would be up to themselves to discuss. Where is Fang Zhao? Flemington scanned through the area of the sandpit but didn't catch sight of Fang Zhao. Filming the program. I think they ran over to that side. Song Ping pointed out a direction. He has bodyguards as well as a map with him. Recently, there haven't been any storms in the area. He will be fine as long as he doesn't run out of the safe zone. Alright, got it. It had gotten dark by the time Flemington had finished handling his matters. Fang Zhao was looking for inspiration at an area 1 kilometer away from the sand pit. An enchanting and mystical sea of stars spread out above him. Beneath him lay a dry desert that was teeming with life. The boundless starry heavens and the vast desert formed a dreamlike tone. A long, long time ago, he had once sat on the sand in a certain area. Just that at that time, the resplendent starry heavens couldn't be seen, and it hadn't been that peaceful either. This was a familiar yet strangely novel feeling. It was very dark all around and there were no lights. Fang Zhao gazed out into the distance, flipped open his notebooks, and started writing symbols. Fang Zhao wrote very smoothly. By the time Flemington came looking for him, Fang Zhao had already finished his first draft. Flemington had sought out Fang Zhao to discuss the allocation of the reward. "You were the first one to hear the signal. However, without our base military, you wouldn't be able to find this place. Zero is also making it widely known that he wants a share of the action. Let's find a time when we can all sit down and discuss it. Whatever it is, your share this time definitely won't be small. It is a huge sum, and if you don't know what to do with it, how about using it to support our base's development?" Flemington spoke without much thought. "Sure. I was just kidding." Flemington suddenly found himself stuttering. "I wasn't." Fang Zhao's tone was mild, yet it was also serious. "Cough, how embarrassing." "Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Thanks in advance." Flemington lamented deep down. Fang Zhao is a really good kid. However, even if Fang Zhao said this, Flemington also felt slightly embarrassed, and he treated Fang Zhao much more sincerely now. Planet Bu doesn't have the resources like Planet Baiji and Planet Y. This planet is barren, poor, and very arduous. The conditions result in a high turnover rate for base personnel. I will also be transferred away in 2 years. Before I go, I hope to be able to build up the base even more and let the soldiers garrisoned here live a little better. My heart aches for my own men. I have to strive and fight for more resources before I leave. Not necessarily. Huh. Planet Bu has its own advantages. Fang Zhao smiled. Flemington treated this as Fang Zhao comforting him and returned a smile. What sort of **T advantages does Planet Bu have? After Flemington left, Fang Zhao gazed at the desert beneath the night sky. He hadn't deceived Flemington. Planet Bu really had its own opportunities. Yesterday, he had unintentionally overheard Spaceflight General Headquarters personnel's hushed discussions. In the future, there was a high possibility that Planet Bu would become a strategic location for military affairs. Or perhaps it would become a new science and technology tourism base. Planet Bu was vast but sparsely populated with lots of dry arid land. Although there were areas with frequent storms, there were also areas with less. Building an aviation test site here was also very convenient. However, Planet Bu didn't have any mineral resources, and this was a reason why Spaceflight General Headquarters never got around to finalizing it. Now, they had selected a suitable site, probably because they were given a push by the discovery of the Alcade. However, Spaceflight General Headquarters hadn't yet officially made the decision and they merely had people inspecting various areas every day. Because this was done in secret and it wasn't made known, Flemington hadn't been aware of it. Fang Zhao had heard what the personnel from the Spaceflight General Headquarters had said in private, but he wouldn't reveal it. In the few days that followed, Fang Zhao, Zero, and the others participated in filming according to the director's arrangement. The process was still considered rather relaxed. Zero felt that Fang Zhao was a strange person that didn't know what was rest. When they were all sleeping in, Fang Zhao would be writing his thesis. When they were outside digging and playing around, Fang Zhao would be composing. When they were out drifting, Fang Zhao would read. When they played cards, Fang Zhao would do assessments. To prevent Fang Zhao from relaxing, Mo Lang had supplemented quite a lot of assessments and recommended more than 10 books for Fang Zhao to read. Thus, outside of filming, Fang Zhao still had quite a lot of tasks. Zero especially sympathized with Fang Zhao. What a pity, you can't even dodge homework despite coming all the way to a foreign planet. Midasi could understand a little. After all, he is still going through advanced studies. Evaluation for these advanced courses are all about assessments, works, and thesis. He won't be able to get the graduation certificate if he doesn't produce all of this. He might even be kicked out if he fails to do so. When he had been a professional tennis player, he would still receive calls from his coach occasionally while he was on vacation asking him to practice and do drills every day. On one of the days, Flemington gathered the few of them to discuss the reward. Zero kept fighting for his share of the reward and put forth ample justification. If I didn't join the team, then Barbara and Wu Tianhao and Midasi wouldn't have hopped on either. Without us, the program team wouldn't have done anything large-scale and they wouldn't have looked for this poor and barren base on planet Boo to collaborate with. Then, Boo base wouldn't have willfully contacted Fang Zhao. As a result, Fang Zhao wouldn't have been in the program team and would never have heard the signal emitted by the Alcade. Also, that metal piece with the data imprint was dug out by me. Barbara and Wu Tianhao stood on Zero's side this time. They still would have persisted in fighting for it even if the reward wasn't much. What exactly was it that they were striving for? Money? It was for the records in the scientific annals for the discovery of the Alcade. Very soon, newly published science journals would introduce the Alcade. And the names of the people who discovered it would be shown. They didn't want to have just a bit part in it. Their intention was, we will still donate whatever we promised and not a single bit less. However, we must have a share of the reward, and furthermore, our names must be added to the news and official reports. Flemington wasn't very willing. After Fang Zhao looked for Flemington and talked to him, Flemington gave Zero and the others a bit of leeway during the second round of negotiations. When the reward was conferred, they would be called along to sign their names for the verification of the reward and permitted to take part in the photo taking. The shares of the reward allocated to these few of super aristocratic background wasn't considered much. However, they were very satisfied and agreed to donate even more stuff because they were in high spirits. The Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters were very efficient, and after the Alcade was completely unearthed, the big shots of the Interplanetary Fund personally arrived. However, the majority of unrelated personnel were removed, and the program team crew were confined to their quarters and couldn't see the live situation. When the program team crew were allowed out again, the majority of the Interplanetary Fund's personnel had already left. The spacecraft's black box was reportedly brought away by them as well. The sound that Fang Zhao had heard sounded again during the process of the Alcade's excavation. The interval between the previous time had been 7 days and it persisted for 20 hours as well. This was a very rhythmic signal. After the Interplanetary Fund brought the black box away, Fang Zhao never heard the sound again. As for the Alcade couldn't be transported easily, the Alcade was left there for the time being. Personnel from the Spaceflight General Headquarters said that the Alcade might be dismantled into parts in the future and reassembled at a newly constructed museum where it would be sheltered from the forces of nature. The technological core of the Alcade had already been taken away by the Interplanetary Fund. What remained was just an empty shell. However, even if this was the case, it was still a rather rare bit of experience in history for many people. The program team's director had some ideas and held discussions with the Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters for quite some time before obtaining permission for filming. However, there was a time constraint and only one episode could be recorded. So be it if it was just one episode. The director was already very satisfied. This was also a gimmick. With the filming permits, the director suddenly felt as though his own style had been raised. It was just like a person who only had scraps of vegetables in the past but was suddenly given a new diet of seafood and luxurious meats. He even felt a little unaccustomed to it. The director once again perked up his spirits and directed his crew to prepare for filming. Filming a program inside a spacecraft from Dream Team. How many entertainment program directors ever received this sort of treatment? He was the one and only. Elsewhere, although most of the Interplanetary Fund's personnel had left, there were still some left behind to handle the remaining work, which included the arrangements for the reward. There were also a few authoritative media outlets that had come over to take photographs. Flemington brought Fang Zhao, Zero, and the others along, and after all the related procedures were complete, the few of them signed on the form for the verification of the reward. The first to sign was Fang Zhao. Nobody had any objections with that. The second person to sign was the commanding officer on behalf of Flemington. No one had any objections either. Following that, the signing order with the remaining four was Barbara, Midasi, Wu Tianhao, and Zero. Naturally, Zero wasn't pleased to be last, but he couldn't do anything. He only had his luck to blame for drawing the last spot. Cough, I heard that other people still wore masks in photographs where they received a reward. Do we wear our masks later during the photo taking? Midasi asked. Zero stared at Midasi as though he was an idiot. They had worked so hard to get the rights to show off their faces. Why would they even wear a mask? Midasi was also kidding. With his status, it wasn't necessary for him to conceal his face. During the photo taking, Fang Zhao carried curly hair and stood in the center with Flemington. Zero and the other three were split up on the sides, while the background was filled up with some military officers and part of the program team. After the photo taking, Midasi and the others were extremely surprised when they found out Fang Zhao would be donating his share of the reward to Bubase. Really donating all? Not a single cent less? Midasi couldn't understand why Fang Zhao would make such a decision. Although Flemington said that he would help Fang Zhao apply for meritorious service, this little bet wouldn't be enough to get Fang Zhao promoted. Besides, even a promotion for reserve duty personnel didn't give any real authority. As long as Fang Zhao didn't enter the military, it really wasn't of much use. What the H*LL was he thinking by donating billions away? I'm supporting Planet Boo's construction efforts, Fang Zhao replied with a smile. The others' view didn't take it for real and took it as a joke. These were billions of dollars. Who would be so selfless? In the past, there were indeed rich and powerful people that had donated assets worth billions, but that was when they were reaching the ends of their lives. How old was Fang Zhao now? Why didn't he think about his own future? Fang Zhao didn't try to explain, and when everyone dispersed to work, rest, or play around, Fang Zhao returned to his own room and watched the sky outside his window. Now, the third strategic location for a military base on Planet Boo had already been confirmed. The Spaceflight General Headquarters had already decided on an area and was waiting to publicly announce it. Fang Zhao had a gratified smile plastered on his face as he thought about the new spaceport, cities, and spaceflight experimental base that would be constructed on Planet Boo. Substance and water brought about life. Technology and civilization assured the future. If there had been a second choice at that time, would the people during the period of destruction have experienced a different future? On the Internet. Official government media outlets reported the news of the Alcade. The first batch of reporters covering the news of the Alcade didn't mention the program team because of the director's arrangements. The reporters that came along with the Interplanetary Fund and Spaceflight General Headquarters were all from reputable authoritative media outlets and had a more stringent style. The director had talked over with them to quash any information of the program team for the time being until after the first episode was broadcast. The few official governmental reporters insisted on honest meticulous reports, but they also agreed to give the program team time. Once the allocated time was up, they would meticulously publish their drafts. The news of the Alcade's discovery gave rise to fervent discussions on the Internet. However, many people weren't aware of the importance of it. Since all the official government media outlets were reporting on it, people just followed and talked about it. Compared with the significance of the Alcade, what most people paid attention to was the 100 billion. I just found out from an adventurer friend. The Interplanetary Fund's reward for finding the Alcade is 100 billion. It was found by Bubase. Bubase has struck gold. Isn't this basically making a great fortune overnight? 2 days later, the hype had started to dissipate slowly. Netizens that were paying attention to the entertainment section learned that the first episode of Up Close Contact was about to be released. Many people eagerly anticipated the release when they recalled the grand and luxurious guest lineup for the program. Of course, there were also people who felt that it was senseless. What's so nice to watch about it? Wouldn't it be the same old routines again? They're just going to appeal for everyone to provide assistance to impoverished areas, get donations from everyone, and make people willing to donate. First, they will bemoan their poverty and then show how tough and miserable it is by playing the emotional card. There are so many such programs. Do you think they ever showcase places with great investment value on this sort of show? Just take it as doing charity and accumulating karma. Some token donations as a sign of goodwill will do. Netizens thought themselves to be wise and farsighted for seeing through all the patterns of the program team. The time arrived for the program to broadcast. The first episode of the new season aired, and people tuned in with varying attitudes. The opening sequence was completely different from previous seasons. A grand and biting accompaniment made viewers tremble slightly. A deep and resounding voice seemingly filled with a vast energy reverberated. This was humanity's greatest adventure. The scenes cut to precious images, videos, and sound clips from 400 years ago. Rocket thrusters in order. All systems green. Countdown starting, 10, 9. Ignition. 3, 2, 1. 7 spacecraft rose into the sky at daybreak. The 7 spacecrafts were like stars lighting up the heavens as they began their own journeys into space. The spectacular scenes and the extremely embellished accompaniment music stirred up the hearts of viewers. Yet, the audiences who reckoned themselves as wise and far-sighted had dumbstruck looks on their faces. They logged out and checked the directory of the web page. This was the entertainment program Up Close Contact. There was no mistake. They clicked and re-entered the video page. Where was the promised poverty alleviation program? Where was the said entertainment reality show? With such a solemn opening, IF** King thought that I had clicked on some documentary on a History Channel platform. 5 minutes later. The comments section for the program exploded. So this time the program team's target for poverty alleviation was the military base on Planet Boo that just received 100 billion. Seeing this setup, it seems that when the program team went to Planet Boo, it was still a poor place. Boo Base only discovered the arcade after the program team went over. Did the program team bring along the god of wealth? From a certain angle, this also counts as poverty alleviation. I just want to know how much share of the reward the program team got. Then do we still donate this time around? I feel that the whole nature has changed. This cannot be called donation anymore. Perhaps to be more festive, it can be said that we are giving red packets. Very quickly, the bottom of the program's web page for donations to Planet Boo's military base became red. Red packet, congratulations on Boo Base receiving an overnight windfall. Red packet, celebrating Boo Base's upward rise. Red packet, joining in the festivities. Hope I strike the lottery. Red packet, paying my respects to the god of wealth. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.